welcome to Saturday's live stream. Hi, Rose. How are you? Welcome. Yes, you are early for once. That's what you said. But I'm sorry I'm late. I should have been logged in like a few minutes ago. I should have logged in like probably 10 minutes ago, but whoo, Lord, yeah. Yeah, I got two puppies now, so things are a little different. I'm just gonna wait for everyone else to join, but I hope you guys are having a good Saturday. I hope you're having a good Saturday and everyone else is. Let me see who's going to join today. I don't even got my comments up, y'all. Hold up. Why can't I see anything? Oh, yeah. I have to do this stupid thing now. Do I? Okay, I'm gonna check on my YouTube. Hold on. I'll probably see comments here. Mary, how are you, sis? Welcome. Mary, I saw your email. I didn't get a chance to respond, but I'm gonna go and hold on, let me check it right now. I'm so sorry, y'all. I'm so behind on so many things. So I'm trying to catch up as much as possible. Let me check the email you sent me. Yeah, I saw you sent me an email. So I will take a look at it when I get a chance. But thank you for sending it. Cherie, how are you, sis? Welcome. You said me too early for once. That's what's up. How are you guys? That art girl, hey sis. You said hi, Romy, our favorite queen. Oh, you guys are so sweet. Well, you guys are my favorite queens too. Y'all be keeping me up, keeping me laughing. Amose, how are you, sis? Welcome. Miame, I almost mixed you up with Miame. That's what I was looking like. Hold up. Miame, how are you, sis? You said hi. I checked 20 times to see if you went live. I know. I'm so sorry. Hold on. Let me tell y'all why it's taking me a while to get to go live today. Come here, Bomi. Get your behind over here. So I don't know who was part of the live stream recently, but we got a new puppy, I should say. Everyone, meet Bomi. Here she is. Say hi, Bomi. Why they never know how to look in the camera? Bomi, look. Hi, Bomi. Look at her little chubby self. Look at her. She right here. Look at her right here. So that's why I was 20 minutes late. Hold on. 1 second. Let me turn on the light. I forgot to turn that on. Alright, so yeah, Mimi has a sister now, which is amazing. In case you guys hear like noise and stuff, like they're just playing with each other. They're probably gonna be knocked out soon. So yeah. You said, so cute. She is. She's very cute. I ain't gonna lie though, she greedy as hell. She's different from her sister. Like, Mimi's picky as hell. Like, literally, I fed her, mind you, this is ground beef and cabbage. I make her fresh ground beef every day, fresh chicken. And if it's not what she likes, this is what she does. You give it to her, she'll be like, and then she just goes, no. She won't eat it. But Bomi is different. Bomi will eat her food, her sister's food, my food, Dom's food. Anything that's left on the floor, you got 2 seconds, not even 2 seconds, like 1 millisecond to go grab it, or she's gonna take it. So I gotta be careful with her because Mimi was a little different, where she's slower and she's more like she gonna test everything out before she does it. But Bomi is a different breed. She just came in here, like the first thing she did when we let her in the house, like, you know, when she came over, like we brought her over here, is she went to go check every room. Like she was like she was an inspector. Like, oh, this is where the kitchen at. She was touching the cabinets, trying to get in. I'm like, well, damn. Whereas Mimi was really reserved. She was a little quiet. She was trying to, like, you know, scope everything out when we first brought her home. But Bomi's a different story. So far, they're adapting very well to each other, which I was really happy about. I was a little nervous because I thought Mimi was going to be hard. It was going to be hard for her to, like, share her space. But she's actually sharing with her sister more, which is really interesting to me. And now they want to sleep together all the time and play together all the time. Anytime I try to separate them, they look sad. One's crying. The other one's, I'm like, oh, Lord. So, anywho, the best part, though, is I've been able to sleep. I have not lost any sleep. Dom's been losing sleep, though, because he's trying to be all daddy daycare. And What else? I forgot one more thing. They are knocked out most of the time, which is amazing. So I only have to play with them. Like with Mimi before, I used to have to play with her like all the time. I couldn't get work done. It was so hard for me to get work done because she was always in my face. But now that Bomi's here, I've noticed a big difference. And so I only have to play with them like probably like 1 hour. And then usually I take her for walks. Like she goes for walks like 4 times a day. Or they both do now. No, actually I lied. Mimi goes for 4 times, but Bomi goes twice. Yeah, twice. We're gonna wait until she gets all her vaccines until we can take her out fully for 4 times a day. But yeah, so less work for me. But anyways, that's my life. That's the update. So sorry if I have taken a while with the case studies. I wrapped up the members only case study. Oh Lord, thank God. I was done with that one. That one was hard. It took a long time to do that one. But I'm so happy it's finished because then I can transition over to the Patreon, which I will announce when the time is there or when the time arrives. And then, what was I about to say? The main case study, the Jay-Z Beyonce one, expect way more videos and in shorter timing. Sorry, because now my time is more freed up. Yeah. So yeah, Devonda, hey sis, welcome. How are you? You said, hey Romy, you got your second fur baby. Oh yes, I did. And I don't know where Elle is. I'm gonna wait till she comes on here because shout out to her. I ended up getting a snuffle mat, and that has also helped a lot. Mimi's is going to be very busy now. Yes, that our girl, she been busy. You know how I knew she was busy? Because the second day she was a little okay, but the third day she looked like she did a full shift. She was tired. She looking at me like this, like. And then I tried to separate them because I was like, okay, maybe at night, because Dom was the one who was like, oh yeah, like they could sleep in my room, like on the other side, because we decided to split our rooms. Like he's in the guest room for now until Bomi is a little bit, like we're gonna wait like 3 weeks. So we sleep in separate rooms for now because it's just easier to keep them separately, right, while they're sleeping. But then now we decided we're gonna just stay in one room like before because it didn't make any difference because they were missing each other too much. So we're like, okay, like separating them does not work. So this is another thing I want to say is when you're listening to advice from the internet, take it with a grain of salt, including me, because not everything works for everybody. And I'm realizing that as time goes on, because one of the things they told us, or that I saw online, was that, oh, you got to keep them in separate places. You have to let them sleep separately because then it'll be easier for them not to be in each other's space. You have to make them eat separately. You have to like be super strict. You have to crate train them. So I was like, okay, you know what? Let's try it. Because we have 2 rooms, right? So I was like, okay, one sleeps here, one sleeps there. And then that way, because this room is mainly like, how can I say this? Like, it's hard to have 2 crates in here, basically. So then I was like, okay, 1 crate here, 1 crate there, and then we'll just watch over them or whatever. Because when Mimi was born, what we did is that we slept on the floor together with her. But with Bomi, we're like, okay, let's try something different. Let's try to see if we can separate our rooms. But what ended up happening was that they ended up just trying to get with each other. So every time we closed the doors, they would try to claw outside. Or one would start whining and crying. The other one would start whining and crying. And then you couldn't get any sleep. So then I was like, you know what? Let's just like figure this out. So then we decided they're going to sleep together. So there you go. So Dom sleeps on the floor with them. And then I sleep on the bed. And everything is great. So now that it's been exactly like almost a week on Tuesday, what I'm going to try to do is try to see if they can sleep in the living room maybe. And then that way they can have their own space. So we're still trying to work out the sleeping quarters and situation, y'all. Still trying to work it out. But so far, so good. Charnel, you said drunken crime is getting so good. Oh, thank you. I appreciate it. It's gonna get even better because the next part I'll give you guys a sneak peek because I mean since you're here already. We're gonna close off the Kathy White part and then we getting into the Aaliyah part. Yeah, Aaliyah, Dame Dash, and Jay-Z. So and R. Kelly. So that's gonna be the next part. And then after that is gonna be I'm gonna do a whole segment for Rita Ora, Rihanna, Tiara Marie, all the Rock Nation girls. They're gonna have their own part. And then I remembered I have to talk about Nas again. Nas and Jay-Z's beef, that has to be there, and all the other beefs he's had with other artists. But Nas and Jay-Z's gonna have their own part. And then we're gonna talk about Roc Nation crimes. So Desiree Perez and that whole controversy with her daughter, and then all the criminal allegations against Roc Nation, the embezzlement. We're gonna talk about political ties. And then after that, we are going to wrap it up. So we got like five more parts, y'all. We're almost done. And then we're going to move on to the next one. I'm so excited. So it'll be done by the end of summer. So 5 more parts, y'all. 5 more parts. Maybe 6? Maybe. Tahiri, how are you, sis? Welcome. I need to tap back into the series. Yeah, girl, you got time. As soon as it's done, it's going to be on a playlist, and then y'all can watch it till your heart's content. And then we going to move on. Next one, I kind of, I'm going to give you guys, like, the, hold on, how long have I been on here? Okay, 11 minutes. 5 more minutes, and then we could start today's topics. Next, case study, I'm going to let you guys vote for the top requests. So I had Brandy on there. Hold on, who I got on my list? Let me just go down the list real quick, because I'm gonna wait 5 more minutes for others to join, and then we're gonna get into today's topics. How many people? Okay, we got, y'all, I got a whole I got too many lists, too many people on the list. Okay, hold on. We got some YouTubers here, but I don't know how I feel about doing YouTubers at this point in time. Not in public anyways. I probably have to be members only. But we have Doja Cat and Joseph's Quinn. That's one request. I don't know if people are interested in that, but I got that as a request. Mary J. Blige and Ken Do. I spoke about them in the last part a little bit. Tom Cruise and Nicole Kidman and Katie Holmes. Y'all, that's gonna be a crazy one. Ryan Reynolds and Blake Lively. Tamara Housley and Adam. We did that one already. I gotta take her off the list. I did Tia and Tamara already. Wendy Williams and Kelvin. The Mormon Wives. I guess a TV show, because I'm going to start doing reality show case studies. Mel B and her exes. So that includes Eddie Murphy and the bald guy. I don't remember his damn name. Sky Jackson and Yerky. Kiki Palmer. We might have to do that one together, because that's going to be a mess. I did Jeannie and Jeezy. Damn, I need to take people off the list. Kevin Gates and his harem. Whitney Houston and Bobby Brown. Paula Yates and Michael Hutchinson. I don't know these folks, but somebody requested them, so I put them on the list. Blueface and Krishan. Halle Berry, Gabrielle, and Oliver Martinez. NBA Youngboy and Yaya Mayweather. You know what? I'm going to put not Yaya Mayweather and who was the other one? Sky Jackson together. They just going to be 2 for 1. I don't have time. My bandwidth can't go too long on a case study with these people. Sierra and Future. That's a good one. So I'm going to see what y'all vote for. Who else is on here? There's a bunch of people I don't know. Who's Sabrina and Barry Cogan? I don't know these folks. Erica and Z-Hang. Who that? Christian. Yeah, I got to go through this list again. I don't know these folks, but I'll look them up. Shakira and her ex-husband. Chris Brown and Karrueche. Y'all heard about what's going on with Chris Brown right now. That might be a good one. Cardi B and Offset. Ballerina Farms, Brittany and Kevin Federline. Val Chermakovsky and Jenna Johnson. Y'all, I think they're the Dancing with the Stars folks. Chili Usher and Matthew Lawrence. Y'all give me some crazy ones. Faith Evans and Stevie J. Then we got to add Jocelyn and Mimi to that one. But I don't think that's going to be a long one, because Jennifer Lopez, J-Lo. I know people have been waiting for the J-Lo one. That's J-Lo. I'm going to let y'all vote. Not now. I'll post it after the Beyonce Jay-Z case study. I'll post it. Actually, before the end of it. Before it ends. Yeah, Jennifer Lopez. I know a lot of people were waiting for J-Lo, but y'all chose Beyonce. Gwyneth Paltrow. I don't know if I'm going to do her. We'll see. We'll see how I feel if you guys vote for her. Jennifer Aniston. Angelina Jolie. Okay, they could be a 2 for 1. Mariah Carey. That's a good one. Eve. That's a really good one. Okay, Eve and her exes. Toni Braxton. Tamar Braxton. Megan Good and Devon Franklin. Jessica Simpson and Nick Lachey. John Maloney and Olivia Munn. FKA Twigs, Robert Pattinson. Ariana Grande, Big Sean, Janae Aiko. Drake and who? I don't know. I guess I'll talk about multiple people. Patrick Dempsey and his wife. Wait, did they get a divorce? I don't remember. Okay. The Belief family. That's the social media family. We want to do that members only. And then there's a lot of other ones. Candace Owens and her husband. Y'all are messy. Y'all are messy. Courtney and Travis. Y'all got the whole Kardashian. Courtney and Travis. Kim and Kanye, Reggie Bush, and Chris Humphries. And who was the guy she was married? Ray J. And then the guy she was married to. Ooh, that's gonna be a long one. We're just gonna do a keeping up to with the Kardashians one by one. Khloe and her exes. I don't remember who she was with. Tristan and Lamar Lam and all these folks. Robert and Black China. Rob and Black China. Y'all are messy as hell. Anyway, this is just, it's not an exhaustive. Oh, Anderson Paak and his crazy behind self. Candy and Todd. Lori Harvey. Megan Fox and MGK. I don't know if I want to do that one yet. Erica Mena and Safari. Tom and Giselle. Y'all gave me a whole... The Mary ladies. Diana Ross. It's just there's too many. Otis Redding, Marvin Gaye. I think that was mine. I think I put them on the list. Yeah, I want to do Otis Redding, Marvin Gaye. The Motown case study. Rihanna. Yep. Aaliyah would be a good one. So I don't know if y'all want me to do Aaliyah. I'll put her on the list. Okay, yeah. Anyways, that's it, y'all. That there's more, but I think that's enough to talk about here. Let me see who else came. Oh man, Allie, hey sis, hey me, I'm in Divine. Hey. CFT, hey sis, welcome. Hi Romy, happy Saturday. Congrats on being a mommy of 2 puppies. How does it feel? Hang in there. It feels okay. Actually, to be honest with you, it's better than I expected. But I don't know if you caught the live earlier, but I was just saying how the internet is like, advice doesn't work. It doesn't apply to every dog is what I'm saying, because we were told to separate them, but in reality, they want to be together. So it's so interesting how that works. And they're playing right now with each other, which is making me so happy, because before, when I used to live stream, y'all, it was a struggle. So that's why I would live stream later, because then Dom's going to come home because he works overtime. But now I don't have to do that anymore, because now she's playing with her and she's happier. So I have noticed Mimi's way more happier. She's sleepier most of the time. And she's enjoying her sister. Her sister's just there, y'all. But she's adjusting. And, you know, I'm starting to feel like more like structured and giving them a bit of a schedule, but also the freedom, which is good. Yeah. But the only thing that I would say is negative is that Mimi doesn't like to eat. So now she wants me to feed her by hand, like force feed her or hand feed her, which she kind of did before. But I feel like now, like, she's in her baby mode a little bit. So I'm going to have to snap her out of it. And training. I'm going to try to get both of them trained. So I do have to do that. But other than that, everything else is good. But thanks for asking. I might do a channel with both of them, but I need to find an editor for those videos because I ain't got that type of time, y'all. Allie, you said let's do Eve next. Yes, I was thinking about doing Eve next. I love Eve, so that's gonna be a really good case study. Amose, you said Ariana Grande and J-Lo would be good. Always moving on to the next relationship, never really taking time to heal. Girl, that part. But actually, J-Lo been quiet lately, or else, I don't know, maybe she's looking for her next victim. Esther Reed said, hi, Romy, Bomi is hella cute. Hi, and thank you. Sorry, like, can we add Twitch and the weird wife? Who's Twitch? Oh, yeah, that guy. Yes, we can. I think we spoke, did we talk about him? Yes, we're going to talk about him. I remember that, the wife who, isn't she engaged now? Yo, that was crazy. And then there was another, you know what? There was another TikTok. Was it a TikTok couple with similar situation? Okay, we're going to talk about that. Oh wait, sorry, Cherie. You said my vote is for Kardashian. I know. I feel like a lot of people gonna do a Kardashian one. That's gonna be long. That's gonna be longer than the Beyonce Jay Z. Well, y'all try to kill me. No, you know what? For the Kardashian one, I'm going to separate it. Yeah, it's gonna be separate. So we're gonna choose which sister to cover first because I can't do all of them. And I was gonna say that Solange, I gotta add her to the case study actually because I don't think we really talk about her. Solange Knowles, we gonna add her too. Yeah, but the Kardashians, yes, I'm gonna split them up. Y'all tell me which one y'all want to do first. So I'll do a list and then y'all vote. Miami, you said, Romy, if you understood some of these West African countries' dialect, you would have content for days. Do they have oh dang, I didn't put y'all comments on, my bad, y'all. I should have put, you see, that's how you know I'm just that's a good idea because I watched The Polygamist. I think I told you that a few weeks ago. I watched The Polygamist and that was like my show. I'm sorry, y'all, I didn't put y'all comments up. I'll put it up throughout the stream. Yeah, The Polygamist on Netflix. That was a good ass show. And I watched it not auto dubbed. I watched the South African was it Zulu? Yeah, I think it's Zulu is South African. No, wait, what? No. No, it's not Afrikaans. Y'all tell me. I'm sorry. I don't want to sound ignorant. I don't know what they were speaking, but it was in the original language, and then also they had some English in it, so it was amazing. Yeah, so I could do that actually. If they have subtitles, I don't mind doing that. Y'all recommend for some content for me to watch. I'm very much open to anything, so I don't really care about like where it comes from. As long as it's good, I'm okay. Mary G, you said do the Sam Cooke case study. That one is wild. So is Aretha. Yup, I heard them old R&B folks wild as hell. Which one was the one who cheated on his wife with Diana Ross? Was that Smokey Robinson? We gotta add his ass to the list. There's so many of them. And the Jacksons, y'all. We gotta do the Jacksons. So we gotta. Personally, I want to do Jermaine Jackson. That's my vote because he's so messy. I really want to do a case study on Jermaine Jackson. That's my vote for the Jacksons, but I'll let y'all vote which one y'all want to do first. Michael's gonna take way too long. Michael's gonna take a long time, so please spare me. After Jay-Z and Beyonce, give me at least a 10-parter, not a 20-parter. Oh Lord. Yes, thank you for reminding me, sis. Malcolm Jamal. Yes. Ooh, I almost forgot about that. Did I not? Why didn't I? Oh, yeah, I wrote them already. I did write them already. I put Malcolm Jamal Warder, and I put Chadwick Boseman from last week. You said, Esther Ree, you are not lying. As a Nigerian, I can attest to this. Yes, please, send them to me. Let me know what I should watch. Recommend who I should watch, and then I can definitely, as long as they have subtitles, and I'm good. I can watch subtitles, and then I can research them too. Hold up a second, y'all. Mimi, stop it. Oh Lord. All right, let's get started, y'all. Let's get started. So, today we have a lot of topics to cover. Who did I put first? Nara Smith. Let's talk about Nara Smith. Nara. I never watch her content. Hold on, y'all. I'm finna gather Mimi together. Just give me a second. Mimi, stop it. Hold on, y'all. Let me put the blinds down. Okay, let her bark a little bit, and then I'm gonna put the blinds down. She on thank God it's a long weekend, y'all. No, I'm surprised the neighbors have not complained thus far. I know they fixing the complaint soon. Oops, not this one. That's not the one I wanted. Give me a second, y'all. I'm about to gather her behind all the way together. Don't worry. Mimi finna get gathered together. Okay, all right, let's start with Nara Smith. So, Nara. Okay, we'll call her Nara. Nara Smith. Y'all already know who she is. She is what we would consider a trad wife influencer. She been on the scene for a minute. However, what's been happening as of late is that she has renounced the trad wife title, and she has instead embraced the boss chick title. So we gonna see what's going on with her. Now, I don't know too much about the story, and shout out to everybody who sent me stories. I didn't get to respond to everybody in the Discord, but just know you guys are very much appreciated. Like, honestly, I don't know what I would be doing without y'all. Like, anybody who's ever contributed, anyone who like, you know, comments on the case studies, anyone who has sent me messages, everybody, like, I appreciate you guys so much. You guys don't even know. This really helps me a lot, especially with knowing what to do, because sometimes your girl be busy. I don't have time to be online like that, and y'all be keeping me covered. And even with stories that, you know, maybe some of you have seen, you pass by, or, you know, even in your spare time, because I know you guys are busy too. So I just really appreciate the time and effort y'all put into helping this channel. So just wanted to say thank you so much, and that keeps the work going. So just wanted to say that. Shout out to all of y'all in the Discord and also all of y'all in the comment section right now and on the live stream and beyond. Thank you. Now, someone did send it to me on Discord. I have no clue who she is. Oh, dang, I forgot to put her on the thumbnail. Okay, we're going to go over this one too. So we're going to find out what, no, I know who Nara Smith is, sorry, but I don't know what the situation is what I meant to say. I have no idea what's been happening. So we're going to watch this all together. All right, let's see. Okay, so she went on Call Her Daddy. That's what I'm assuming. All right, let's watch this, y'all. Okay, Mimi finally quieted down. All right, I might not have to gather her together after all. Yeah, she gonna get tired now. They about to sleep, y'all. You see, when they get quiet like this, look. Y'all don't hear nothing, right? That means they about to sleep. That's right. Knock them right up out of here. I love it. All right, let's watch this.
The poster child for the trad wife movement, which was very bizarre to me. And we can go through it point by point. I don't prioritize being a homemaker. I'm a working mom. Like,
hey, beautiful people, how you doing?
Hi, Destiny. Another video from the beautiful Destiny. I want to say something though about Nara. Didn't her daughter just get diagnosed with cancer? That's what I heard. I believe she did. Nara Smith's daughter. Yeah, Whimsy. So who is this one? On July 1st, 2026, United States or US-based social media personality Nara Smith shared that her 2-year-old daughter Whimsy is battling cancer. Yes, she is. Okay, so I wish her daughter a very speedy recovery. Hold on, y'all. Let me let y'all watch this. Give me a second. Let me go get her. You see, just when I thought she was going to be quiet. I thought she was down for the count.
Welcome to my channel. How have you all been? Hope you guys are doing great. So today's video is about Nara Smith. You guys know Nara Smith, the popular creator on TikTok that blew up for creating cooking video and making food, crazy food from scratch and wearing designer clothes. You guys remember that's Nara Smith? The Nara Smith that was called out for copying another South African woman's recipe.
Oh, yeah, I remember that. Like, she was copying so much of her content. Okay.
Let's focus on what the story is. So, Nara Smith was at the Call Her Daddy podcast, and she wanted to talk about how people have always address her as being a trad wife when her content has never been about trad wife. She's not a trad wife and all that. She wanted to try to debunk the perspective that people have about her that she is a trad wife. So if you've been watching Nara Smith content, you kind of understand where this conversation is coming to. But so yeah, anyway, this has gotten a lot of people talking on the internet because people are like, you know what, Nara Smith content is a trad wife content. I don't know what people are talking about. So why now she's not coming to say that, oh, I'm not a trad wife, or I know that. So this has gotten a lot of people talking. So let's go check out that clip of where she talked about why she's not a trad wife and what a trad wife is. And then people's reaction to it, and then we'll come back and talk more.
now I don't necessarily see where that trad wife angle is coming from, because I don't think a trad wife would be cooking in like Schiaparelli, you know, or a Moschino look straight off the runway. Like, I don't have reasons. But let's Google what the definition of a trad wife is.
Well, that's perfect.
So
I'm actually going to ask you,
yes.
What do you consider a trad wife?
Well, I had to look up the term
Bring it to me.
because I wasn't familiar with that, right? I didn't quite know what it means. But the fast answer is a trad wife is a woman who embraces or promotes a traditional model of marriage and family life where she typically prioritizes being a homemaker and a primary caregiver for kids, takes primary responsibility for cooking, cleaning, and managing the household, supports her husband's role as the primary breadwinner, often values traditional gender roles within marriage. So with that definition and those points, I'm none of that.
You not red flag. Why she lying? What's going on? Do you need to raise money for Whimsy's chemo? Like, what's happening here? No, I'm not even trying to be funny. I'm being honest. Like, what is their situation here? Because why is she lying like this? And usually when serious situations happen, and then I see people online doing some craziness or saying some craziness, and putting themselves. Because think about it, I have not heard about Nara Smith in a minute. Now she's making headlines for something. So I'm assuming that she's trying to raise money or something, or trying to be controversial, because I don't understand for the life of me why she doesn't consider herself a trad wife. Now, maybe she doesn't check off all the boxes, but hold on. Let's go through it one by one.
A trad wife is.
Let's go back. Let's go back.
And then we'll come back and talk more.
Now I don't necessarily see where that trad wife angle is coming from, because I don't think a trad wife would be cooking in like scaparelli, or a Moschino look straight off the.
What is she talking about here? Trad wives can be anyone. So like Ballerina Farms, I know she doesn't dress up, but she has enough money to buy whatever you're talking about. And there are some housewives or stay-at-home moms who dress really nicely and who dress in designer. So I don't know what she's talking about here. Why is she so defensive? That's my question. What's happening here? Something's off with Nara.
The runway, like I don't reasons, but let's Google what the definition of a trad wife is.
Well, that's perfect. I'm actually going to ask you,
Yes.
what do you consider a trad wife?
Well, I had to look up the term
Bring
because
it to me.
because I wasn't familiar with that, right? I didn't quite know what it means. But the fast answer is a trad wife is a woman who embraces or promotes a traditional model of marriage and family life where she typically prioritizes being a homemaker and a
Okay, prioritizes being a homemaker.
primary caregiver for kids,
And a primary caregiver for kids, okay.
takes primary responsibility for cooking, cleaning, and managing the household.
So does she have a nanny? I don't watch her. You know what? Let's go to her content. I don't got time for this nonsense. Where is she? Oh. This was our palate cleanser from last week. All right. What was her name again? Nara Smith. Okay, where's her TikTok handle? She's only on TikTok. Is she on YouTube as well? Let's see if she's on YouTube. Steph Co is on it again. Is the end? It's the end of this channel as we know it. Didn't you say it was the end like 3 weeks ago? You know what, Steph Co? I need to add you to my list. All right, but we're not talking about you today. I need to watch this in my personal time. Who was I looking for again? Nara Smith. Okay, here we go. Where you at? All right, yeah, she's on YouTube as well. Okay. All right, so we're going to check both of these out. All right, let's do TikTok first, short form. So she said that she doesn't prioritize. Wait, let's go back. Where's Alex Cooper? Damn. Okay, here she is. Okay, we got this one. This needs to be, you know what? Let's drag it to the end. All right, let's go back a little bit. What you said now, Nara?
That clip of where
That trad wife angle is
a trad wife is, and then people's reaction to it, and then we'll come back and talk more.
Now I don't necessarily see where that trad wife angle is coming from, because I don't think a trad wife would be cooking in like scaparelli, or a Moschino look straight off the runway, like I don't reasons. But let's Google what the definition of a trad wife is.
Well, that's perfect. I'm actually going to ask you,
Yes.
what do you consider a trad wife?
Well, I had to look up the term
Bring it to me.
because I wasn't familiar with that, right? I didn't quite know what it means. But the fast answer is a trad wife is a woman who embraces or promotes a traditional model of marriage and family.
Okay, promotes a traditional model of marriage and family. Let's see here. Do we see your husband cooking and cleaning here? Or is it just you? Let's scroll down, y'all. I see you laboring, Nara. I don't see Lucky nowhere. Lucky Blue. I don't see him anywhere here. Okay, you're in the garden. You're baking, cooking. Okay, here he is. But guess what? He's just filling you up. That's his job. Then here you go. You wearing designer and you're cook. Okay, you got the cupcake, whatever, juice here. You're making, whatever in your designer. But guess what? Christy, what's her name? Desmond and Christy, didn't she wear designer? And she was doing all of this as well, doing the most. Here we go. You got a pet ferret. What is this? Oh, you gonna cook the chicken? Did she cook the chicken? Okay, I don't want to see that. All right, here, your husband. He's in charge of just eating. Don't worry, y'all. We gonna watch the footage, but I just want to go through it first. Anytime your husband is involved, all I see is him filling up and touching up on you. That's it. That's his job. And then eating. So what is it that, okay, we got the hardware store. Hold up. Is he going to do
my
it?
husband the other day and said, I think it's time for us to build a garden. He told me not to worry and that he will get it done for me. So after some research, we decided on 5 garden beds. That would be 4 by 12 feet long. So the first thing we did was head to Home Depot and get all the supplies we needed. I had no clue what I was doing. I was just along for the ride. So after we got all the little bits and pieces that we needed,
She speaks like this. Okay, yeah, you know what? Her content is for some people. Personally speaking, that's gonna make me sleepy. But continue, sis.
headed over to the lumber. This was the part that took almost 3 hours. I did not.
I have never heard anyone whisper and do a voiceover whispering about going to Home Depot. Like, this is the first for me. This is the first. So I'm new to this, y'all. I'm new.
Realized just how much wood we needed. So while Lucky was loading up everything onto our little cart, I was there for moral support and to
Sis, it's Home Depot. I'm so confused. Okay, you know what? Let me stop. Why is she acting like this is like... Okay, you know what?
look up what I wanted to plant in each of my beds. After realizing that all this wood would not fit in our car and that we'd have to rent a truck, also wouldn't fit 12 feet wood pieces, we decided
Did y'all not do
some
measurements?
of them. At this point, I was getting...
Hold up, what is your husband doing? Because is that not... You see, this is a problem I have. The expectations are mismatched. He didn't even measure the wood. And then he expects you to cook, clean, and do all that, whatever you be doing on your channel. Red flag. I'm not doing all of that. No. I mean, if you want to do it, you can. Don't get me wrong. But it has to be from your own heart, your volition. It shouldn't be an expectation. Because, hell, you couldn't even measure the wood at Home Depot. And then you sitting here expecting your wife to cook, clean, and do the most. You can't even change a tire on a car. And then look how he dressed going to Home Depot. I know he's not a handyman. I can tell a soft-handed man when I see one. I call him, what I call it? I called it something else. I called it office hands. That's what I call Dom's hands. Now, you know, he had something to prove. I ain't gonna lie, because I was making fun of him. When we first moved here, because when we were in Korea, his dad literally like set up our whole place. Like his dad, like, you know, set up all the beds and stuff. Like he drilled everything. So then he was like, yeah, like, you know, my dad, he thinks I'm not good at it, whatever. So I called him office hands, right? Because, you know, he be typing on the computer. I like, yeah, you can't really build nothing. Y'all, I didn't know he really took it to heart. He went to Home Depot or, did he go to Rona or Home Depot? Whatever. He went to one of the hardware stores around here. He got him a tool kit. He thought he was Tim the Tool Man. He set up the whole bed. I should probably show videos. I took videos of it. But yeah, he set up the whole bed. And he's like, yeah, here goes the office hands. I was like, yeah, there you go. There you go. That's the effort you needed. That's a little push and motivation. Lucky, you're going to need a lot more motivation with what do? You didn't even measure. So how you done got all, first of all, now you took all them damn planks. You put them on the cart. You don't even know how you're going to transport them home. So now y'all got another problem to deal with. Red flag. Lucky, shame on you.
Really tired, so we loaded up all the wood, headed to Stu Leonard's, myself a little pick-me-up before making it home. Lucky unloaded all the wood, and then he got started. This really is a trust the process type situation. After working on it for 3 days, I finally get the vision. I can't wait to start building the garden.
What vision? I don't see anything. You see? I don't know. Maybe we need to see the next video. I think Lucky got tired. That's why she couldn't show the final version.
Beds next and start planting.
Okay, here he go. Okay, at least he's working. He's laboring. But I didn't see much, y'all. They could be... okay, you know what? I'm going to keep my mouth shut. Let me give them a chance. It's my first time watching their content. I don't want to be too anal. All right, let's go back to Destiny right now. Okay, so first off, we see she's doing all the housework as far as the, more of the domestic work, and he's doing more of the yard work. Is that not traditional? Okay, so far, she checks number 1.
Family life, where she typically prioritizes being a homemaker and a primary caregiver for kids, takes primary responsibility for cooking, cleaning, and managing the household.
That's you, Nara.
Supports her husband's role as the primary breadwinner.
Yeah, maybe not so because you do have a TikTok, you are a model. So, okay, this one you do not do because both of y'all are bringing income to the household.
Often values traditional gender roles within marriage.
Yeah, you do, because I don't see your husband cooking. You see, this is the thing. You cannot say that you're not traditional if your husband's not doing non-traditional things. So this is where we draw the line. You can feel like you're not non-traditional, and you can feel like you're more of a, like, you know, you don't fit into the trad wife paradigm, but that's not really what's happening in real life. It's not the reality of things, Nara. Your husband does not cook for you. I see you cooking more than him. I see you rearing the children more than him. I don't even see him doing any of what they would consider traditional women roles. So by logic and by the definition that you provided, you are a trad wife. The only thing that you do slightly differently is that you're making your own bread. But then we don't know how the accounts go in your household. And does your money go to your endeavors or does it go into the household's endeavors? Like, I don't know. But she says she's wearing Schiaparelli or whatever. So I'm assuming she could buy her own shit. But at the end of the day, you fall under the definition of a traditional wife. Trad is short for traditional. Why can't people understand that? Red flag. What is going on? When was Nara Smith born? I need to know, because there's a brain cell missing here. She's giving me Doja Cat. Is there something going on with my mulatto women? Oh, you can't say mulatto anymore. My bad. With my biracial women? September 24th, 2000. Okay, she's definitely a Gen Z. And is she a Virgo or a Libra? Because if she's a Libra, that explains everything. Are you a Libra or Virgo? Yeah, Libra. Okay, yeah, there we go. All right. I done told y'all, the logic is not logicking with these folks. Sorry if you're a Libra. Love you. Love you to pieces. Blame Cardi and Nara.
So with that definition and those points, I'm none of that. And we can go through it point by point. I don't prioritize being a homemaker.
Yes, you
I'm
do.
Working mom. Like,
no. Yes, you are a working mom, but you are also a homemaker. What is wrong? You see, this is the problem I have here. Stop listening to these women talk about, this is what's happening. TikTok has become so different, right? Where now, you know, and I'm not saying that there's anything wrong with that. There are a lot of women out there who are decentering men to the extreme. And then you have women like Nara Smith who are on the other side of the whatever line we have, right? So when we think about it, like, if you love to take care of your family and you love to be a domestic wife, there's nothing wrong with that. Wear it proudly. Like, what is the problem? I don't understand for the life of me why you need to do this whole switch up and try to act like, oh, I'm not like them. I'm not the trad wife. But just because some trad wives, yes, there are some trad wives out there who are making it harder for y'all and who give you guys a bad name. But that doesn't mean that being traditional is wrong. In my opinion, if your husband is healthy and he's taking care of the family and the roles and responsibilities are very clearly understood, and you have your own income, he takes care of you and he prioritizes your household, and you're able to do domestic labor, but you like doing it, I don't have a problem with that. But the issue is when it's forced and then you have to depend on a man who can't even support you and provide for you, and then you're doing all this labor for free. That's where I have a problem. But if you want to have all these kids and you can afford to take care of them, who am I to tell you not to? And then when I say afford, I mean financially and emotionally, not just financially. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. So why is she trying so hard to distance herself from a title that she obviously fits into? I don't get it. So for me, it's kind of like when people say, oh, you're just a liberal woman. Yes, and I am loud and proud about it. I don't care. That doesn't shame me. When they say, oh, you're too liberal. Oh, look at these Democrats, or you know what they call it. Like a liberal women or a liberal woman is like, you're very non-traditional. Oh, da-da-da. Yeah, and so, yes, I am. I'm not a traditional wife, and that's okay. I know who I am. To thine own self be true. But that doesn't mean that I'm going to knock somebody because they choose to go that route. If it works for them, it does. I just want to make sure that it's something that makes sense. Nara, Damn it, you over here lying to Alex Cooper and the world about your role. You know damn well you are a trad wife, ma'am. It's okay.
I am out in LA. I travel a lot. Do I love cooking because it's my passion and because I kind of have to do it given my autoimmune? Absolutely. But that's a passion of mine. It's a hobby. It's not something that I need to be doing for what?
Right?
Right.
Keep going. I like this.
You know?
This is good.
Primary caregiver for
She said it's a hobby that she doesn't need to be doing. How many times you post? Let's see here. It's a hobby that you like to be doing. I'm not buying it, yo. I'm really not buying this. And it's okay. Like, it's just weird to me that she doesn't accept who she is. It's like she's trying to distance herself. She reminds me of the people that say they're not racist. I see you just call somebody the N-word. And then you want to come up off here. Well, I'm not racist. I'm not racist. I just saw you just being prejudiced to somebody. Like, I don't understand. I'm not racist. Just wear it loud. And if you're just wear it loud and proud, because you obviously are. Just say you are. But it's like they don't want to say it. And I'm like, but you are. Stop hiding. Just let people know how you really feel inside. Why you gotta hide yourself? Oh, because you're scared of public perception and judgment? I don't get it. I'm not a trad wife. No, but I do trad wife things. But I'm not a trad wife.
For my kids, no. My husband and I split it 50-50. Like when he works, I watch them. When I work, he watches them. And now, given everything that's been going on, we also have help. My mom's out. We have someone that helps us with the kids because it's just not doable for me to do it all. So.
Okay, what she said now, go back.
And then because I kind of have to do it given my autoimmune, absolutely. But that's a passion of mine. It's a hobby. It's not something that I need to be doing for what? Right? Right.
Keep going. I like this.
You know?
This is good.
Primary caregiver for my kids, no. My husband and I split it 50-50. Like when he...
First of all, there's no splitting 50-50 when he is 100. I get where she's going with that. Like, oh, he watches the kids. But I can almost bet my bottom dollar that he's not watching them the way you are, Nara. I know he's not. And that's okay. You see, this is the problem. I would never lie to y'all and say that, oh, Dom always watches Mimi and Bomi. Matter of fact, that's the reason why we are deciding. We're like very seriously, like, we don't think no, it's not we don't think. We're like 99.9% sure that we cannot have children. Because then I know for sure, like, this is just giving me a snapshot of my life with kids. And I'm like, yeah, no, there's way too much running around going on here. And not only that, but Dom works outside of the home. I work from home. So obviously, I'm going to spend more time at home. Nara, you spend more time at home. What are we talking about here? Red flag. You know damn well we split 50. Him playing with the kids is not the same thing. It's not. Dom feeds Mimi and Bomi. Or Mimi. We should just say Mimi because Bomi just came. Bomi just got here. But Mimi, yeah, Dom comes home and he plays with Mimi. He takes her out for walks. He feeds her. Yes, he is responsible for Mimi. He loves to play with her a lot. He's extremely, like, a really good dad to Mimi. However, do you want to know who does most of the labor? Who tends to the home when he's gone? I work from home. That's why. That's why. It's just by default. Just like if he worked from home, then it'd be by default. Come on now, what we talking about here? I bet you Lucky's just playing with them damn kids. He's not raising them like you are, but hell, you want to be delusional, so we'll be delusional all with you. Libra.
He works, I watch them. When I work, he watches them. And now, given everything that's been going on, we also have help. My mom's out. We have someone that helps us with the kids because it's just not doable for me to do it all. So that doesn't really work, right? Takes primary responsibility for cooking, cleaning, and managing the household. Yeah, I like to cook. Okay, sue me. I like to cook. My husband burns everything, apart from a good steak, so he'll do that. But I like cooking, so I'm doing it. Household.
Yeah, he burns everything. Exactly. So stop lying. Stop lying. Because let me tell you something. She's like, oh yeah, I like to cook because of my autoimmune disorder. And I'm sorry to hear that you are struggling with that. I don't know what she has, but I know that she has to be extremely, extremely strict with what she puts into her body. But then if that were the case, then your husband would learn how to cook. Why hasn't he done that? He got 11 kids. How many kids y'all got together? Every time I turn around, y'all got a new one. So why hasn't he learned how to cook thus far? Can you tell us? Because if you were really non-traditional, what I would say is that he would learn to cook something so that he can help you serve your children. Because then if you're just doing this as a hobby, then he should also be doing it too, right? But we know you're lying. Stop lying. Oh, he just burns everything. So why hasn't he learned? Why hasn't that been prioritized? You have children now. You don't know how to make a little bit of mac and cheese or something? You don't know how to spruce something together? I don't know. They probably vegans or vegetarian. You don't know how to garden and take things off the leaves? You don't know how to do that? You don't know how to take beans and boil beans or something? Come on now. Let's be for real. Like, but it's like I don't like it when people fake the funk. Just be honest. Just keep it a stack. This is a Libra delusion, I tell y'all. It really is. Being raised by a Libra, I'm telling y'all, there's something off here. They have cognitive dissonance like I've never seen before.
And cleaning, he does the dishes. I don't touch the dishes. There's no way you're going to see me washing and scrubbing the dishes. Also, he cleans our house.
So you don't have a dishwasher? You don't have a dishwasher at your house. And you said your mama's there most of the time. And you got a nanny. So what dish is he washing? His own dish? How often is the nanny there? You see, this is why you can't be camping online like this. I just don't believe whatever she's telling me because it doesn't make sense. You said you have a nanny. You're like, oh, my mom comes over. The nanny comes over. So what dishes does he have to wash? How often are they over? That's what I need to know. And then we're going to assess this. And if he doesn't even know if he knows how to burn things and you said he's not good with cooking, I can almost assume, let's see if we see a dishwasher in that house. And if we see a dishwasher, he's not washing that one dish. She probably talking about him rinsing a dish and putting it in the dishwasher. Now, cleaning, how clean are we talking? We got to be honest here.
Because he grew up
That's lucky, okay?
His mom was like very, very specific with cleaning to where they had like Saturday crew and like he has sisters. So like someone was in charge of the baseboard. Someone was in charge of the toilet. Someone was in charge of this. So he's like very like specific with how things need to be cleaned. So he does it. Perfect.
Okay, now I heard the explanation. That makes sense. Okay, good. At least he checks one off. But I still need to know about the washing dishes. I don't believe it. I need to see if you have a dishwasher at your house, sis.
So that doesn't make any sense. Supports the husband's role as the primary breadwinner. No, we both work. Like that doesn't make any sense. Like I provide for our family.
Smith was on Call Her Daddy this week, and the episode was titled Stop Calling Me a Trad Wife. And as someone who has discussed Nara Smith in the trad wife context and who has been blocked by her for doing so.
You see, this is the problem too. Why is she blocking her? Like, what did she say? Oh, because she said she critiqued you. But did she say something bad? But sometimes people just be talking out their necks, though.
I feel like I had a lot of thoughts and things that I wanted to share about this. The episode of Call Her Daddy started with the trad wife of it all, and Nara Smith talked about how baffled she was to be grouped with trad wives and trad wife content, and said that she constantly was trying to correct the narrative.
Okay, let's see how she's dressed right here, right? And then let's do a little experiment here. Just let's go to our good friend Google. Look at that. Her face comes up first. And then let's look at trad wife in the 50. Look at that. Ain't that how they dress? Who looks like this? No? They don't look alike? No? Look at that. They don't look similar? Let's put trad wife 1950. We just even gonna take it back. Y'all don't remember the movie The Help? Look at this. Does she not look like this? No? Hold on. Let's go to The Help. That's one of my favorite well, not favorite, because I don't like that damn time. But, I like that movie. The Help movie. Let's look at this. Do they not... Look at these wives right here. These are the work from home ladies. And then look at us being The Help. Red flag. Yeah, that's her. She don't look like that. She looks just like them. Where's the one in the kitchen? There was one that was burning food too. The young one. The young housewife. Where's she at? Here, yeah, this one was that when she was learning how to fry chicken? This is the one. I don't remember her. No. There was another one, the young one. Where's she at? Okay, here, let's watch. Look at this, y'all. This is the movie The Help. Are they not wearing dresses? Fancy dresses? Well, that's what we would consider it. Look at that. Come on now. You have the aesthetic, miss.
But no one was listening to her, which I don't think is necessarily true. I think a lot of her audience, really took that and ran with it. She even pulled up the definition of a trad wife and listed why she doesn't meet any of those criteria. And a big thing that bothered me about this was the way that Alex Cooper and Nara Smith were talking about people that put her in a trad wife category or had criticisms about her or her content. This is a very coercive tactic, but they put them in the category of angry, jealous women.
Of course they did. Of course they did. Because you don't look like us, so you must be jealous. Because I can dress in whatever the hell designer she was talking about. Yeah, you're angry women.
It was
You feminist. When somebody calls me a feminist, I'm like, yeah, I am. Are you a feminist? Yes, I believe in equality for all women. Is that a problem? Oh, they shut up when I say that. They're like, oh. But like, you know, are you da-da-da? Yes, I am. What are you going to do about it? Yes, I am a feminist. And what is that supposed to be? An insult? No, I'm not like them. I'm different. You know, I mean, red flag. I know who I am. And you barking up the wrong tree. You see? I could do this all day long. I love arguing with people. But my favorite group to argue with is the men. I love arguing with men, especially the chauvinistic ones. It brings joy to my heart. You want to know why? Because I know who I am. You can't break it down. You can't break me down. They're trying to figure out 2 and 2 together. How she got this? How she got that? Yeah, exactly. Because they don't work for everybody. You got to know who you are. Nara is still, I don't know what delusion she's under, but she needs to just own it. It's okay. Calling people angry women, you fit into the paradigm. Again, angry why? Because we're non-traditional?
Very much these people don't understand you, they refuse to understand you, they refuse to listen, they just must be intimidated and jealous and have nothing better to do or nothing better to say, which entirely glosses over any and all criticism that people share. The argument of women who are just angry and bitter and intimidated by...
Isn't that what they call feminist women? Bra burning. You're not one of those bra burners, are you? Angry, intimidating, know your place. You're not soft. You're not feminine. Doesn't that fall under non-traditional feminist women? And y'all are speaking like traditional women. You look like a traditional woman. Sorry, you speak like a traditional woman. You dress like a traditional woman. You act like a traditional woman. And then you're saying you're not traditional. Red flag. That must be whatever side. Is she biracial or multiracial? I think she's South African. So she must be multiracial. I think the delusional side done got a little, the percentage is very high. Y'all know what side I'm talking about.
Nara Smith, being the ones criticizing her, turned very quickly into, why can't we just uplift all women, no matter what they do, what they choose, if they stay home with their kids or not? And it quickly devolves into an argument for choice feminism. They're basically using seemingly feminist concepts to shut down criticism. Nara Smith also, I think, revealed something in this podcast episode. She said that she was shocked that a specific brand, refused to work with her because no matter how much she said she wasn't a trad wife, they felt like she was and they would never work with her for it. This trad wife narrative was costing her money. And I think that is a big reason why she started a campaign to completely distance herself from that trad wife label.
So I've seen a couple clips of Nara Smith on the most recent episode of Call Her Daddy. And in one of these clips, I see her saying how she is not a trad wife and she's never been a trad wife. And in the comments, people are like, oh yeah, but that's what she was making it seem like. People in the comments are accusing her of selling that idea of being a trad wife when she was never doing it. And they're like, well, you're calling your audience stupid for buying the character that you created. I don't know if anybody was ever paying attention to her content, but I've been following her for a while, and I don't think she's ever made herself out to be a trad wife.
You're just as delusional as she is. Yeah. What? Okay, you know what? You see, this is what I don't like when people try to gaslight. Like, are we not seeing the same thing? You got me questioning. Let's okay. You know what? She only has 4 videos. Okay, a day in my life. Is that her mama? Might be her mama. Here, let's watch it.
Where to start? It feels like life lately has just felt really overwhelming, and it's one thing after the next. But the newest thing is that our kitchen got demoed. It got demoed the other day. Well, not completely demoed, I'd have to say. All of our walls got taken out, and on Monday, today is Sunday, we're gonna have our cabinet maker come and take out the cabinets in the best way he can. I need to give you guys the backstory. We woke up a few days ago, and I remember waking up, and Lucky usually wakes up earlier than I do, so he told me that there's water leaking through our trim in our bathroom. I didn't really think much of it for some reason. I just thought it was condensation, and then when I walked downstairs, there was water leaking through the trim above our window, above our kitchen window. That's by our sink. Didn't think much of that either. I don't really know. That's when things started feeling a little weird. And then water started leaking through our hood onto our stove. So that's when I knew that something's the issue. But we called our contractor, asked whether he didn't seal things properly. I don't know. I don't really know that much about it, so I just thought that might have been an issue. But then a few hours later, around lunchtime, there was water leaking out of a high.
Okay, sis. I mean, I don't have too much time to hear you talk about your kitchen. I need to see you doing something.
Replace it with a stone that you actually genuinely. I need to show you guys the type of thing I always keep on things. I don't even know what it is, but this is.
All right, her YouTube videos are boring. Back to TikTok. Hold up, I don't know what she's doing talking so much. Can we do older to newer videos? Yeah, oldest. Here we go. All right, these are her first videos here. This is how she was, y'all, before she had the kid, or maybe when she had the kid. Oh no. Okay, Elvis. All right, here we go. So we got the 2 kitties, very cute. All right, let's see what she's doing here.
Hi guys. Let's get dressed. We're going on a little walk with the babies to go grab some breakfast. And it's freezing outside, which I'm...
Deshauna, hey sis. You said, hi Romy, live streams unfortunately are my bedtime, so we'll forever be replay gang. Just passing through to say hi to everyone. Shout out to my water signs here. Hey, shout out to you, sis. I always see you in the replay, and shout out to replay gang. Have a good night, and see you, I guess, on the replay. Just wanted to read that comment out loud because she's leaving.
So, let's pick an outfit.
All right, here she's picking out outfits. She's doing her makeup. When was this? What year? What year was this? 2022. Okay, I don't know why I didn't see that. So here, yeah, this is not trad wife content. You're right, Nara, right here. You want to know when it started, when you started making money. Here we go. Realistic morning routine. This is when, let me tell y'all when it ramped up. Look at the views. Okay, let's see. 19 million here. Okay, so she did fashion. So she's like, you know what? Let's stick to fashion. Then she bought Lucky, 818K. Okay, 424K. She's like, okay, fashion. We see a little bit of food here, but I don't think she cooked it. So then here we got the babies here. She's doing fashion week, whatever, doing her walk. And then 3.3 million. Okay.
Good morning. I am clearly very exhausted because Lucky and I finished watching a really good movie last night and went to bed super late. So I made myself a cup of tea, turned on the Christmas tree, then tried to get Lucky out of bed, which didn't work this morning. But I've been trying to wake up earlier than the kids and at least do my skincare and hair before they get up.
So why do you have to wake up before the kids? I thought you said y'all shared arrangements. So he didn't want to get up. So then who's getting up to tend to the kids? It sounds like you. All right, let's do a counter. Every time she says she has to wake up and do something for the kids or cook, I'm going to give her a check right here.
I ran out of my favorite facial oil and I tried to get every last drop out of the bottle. I haven't done flexi rods in a very long time, so I just had to make sure that they were all dry. So I had Lucky check.
They didn't turn out the way I wanted them to turn out. But after a little bit of fluffing, I felt like they looked decent enough. And then the kids walked in because they were up. Lucky got them.
Okay, good. He got up and did something. I like it. Okay, so far, Lucky's doing good.
Not Lucky. Rumble went to bed with the craziest hair last night. And she woke up looking so disheveled, which we all found funny. And then I moved on to making the bed and opening the curtains up. I feel like if I do not make my bed in the morning and open the curtains, my day doesn't feel like it started properly. Is there anyone else out there that feels that way? Then I make the kids some breakfast. I made them chocolate chip cinnamon oatmeal, which they love, and I added some peaches since I realized Slim has never had one before, and he absolutely hated it. Then, since our dishwasher is broken,
Okay, so they do have a dishwasher. That's what I thought.
some dry dishes, and then Lucky gave them a bath while I did my makeup. Then I helped.
Okay, that's good. Okay, so far, the first video, they're both sharing. Okay.
To get them out of the bath and all dressed before I moved on to getting myself dressed. And I chose this little denim two-piece, but then later realized that the jacket was super uncomfy. So I ended up changing, but it did look cute. And then it was Lucky's turn to get ready, so I took the kids and they started playing. And then I moved on to make myself some breakfast, and I made myself some scrambled eggs with ground turkey since we didn't have any bagels or bread yet. Then I made Slim a bottle and decided to snuggle the babies on the couch and watch a Christmas.
Okay, so, but this was around Christmas time. So just remember, Christmas time is a little different because people are on holidays. You get more time off. If he's working, then that means he's probably on vacation. So this is an anomaly. Let's see if this happens frequently. So let's do morning routine, 5:30 a.m.
Good morning, guys. Yes, it is 5:30 a.m. I went to bed early just so I could wake up early. I want to do this more in the new year because I managed to read my book and have time for myself. Lucky brought me tea this morning, which was also super nice. But waking up this early takes some getting used to. I was so tired still, and it took me so long to get out of bed. But then Lucky headed out to go play some basketball, and I finally managed to get out of bed. I've been trying to exercise every day, and I've been consistent for the past week, and it's making a difference in how I feel. I do some breathing, I do some stretching, and then I do a 15 to 20 minute workout, so nothing crazy. Had to make my bed, obviously. My hair has been a mess. After looking at it, I realized how overwhelming it was, so I jumped in the shower instead.
That's overwhelming. Okay, you know what? Everybody has their own struggles. That's all I'm going to say.
And then got dressed for the day. I didn't realize my pants were dirty. Also, don't mind the dirty closet in the back. The more simple my skincare is, the better my skin does. So every time I try a new product, I end up not liking it because my skin just starts breaking out or starts getting super dry. So I stick to my facial oil that I've been...
This is not trad wife content. So she's good so far. This is what year?
One of the first
Okay, that was 2022, 2023. So yeah, this content is more like, just the influencer content, to be quite honest with you. It looks like just anybody like on social media kind of talking about their day, doing day in the life. When did it change? Because you were dressed all regular. You look like a normal working mom here. But then something shifted. When did it shift? Okay, she looks regular here, regular degular. She got pregnant here. I guess she was pregnant. She looks regular degular. Just like a regular influencer. Something shifted. We got to figure out when the shift happened. That is her mama. Hold up, so she's biracial?
This morning, my mom had a really scary doctor's appointment that didn't really go the way that we were hoping for it to go.
Oh, she's really biracial. I thought she was, what do they call them in South African? They call them colored, to be quite honest with you. That's what they call the mixed race people.
To cheer her
but
up
she's,
and take her on
she's biracial. Okay, there's a big difference.
And we started off with some lunch. The employees were so sweet and thoughtful.
How to find me on Discord, Mary? You don't have the Discord link? If you don't have the Discord link, let me know, and then I'll pop it in the chat.
And got us some presents for Rumble and Slim. And then we ordered lunch. I just told them to bring out a bunch of different things to share. I didn't realize that they would all be raw meat, but it was a lot better than I thought it would be. And I have had beef tartare for the first time, which was actually amazing. I think it was the Parmesan and truffle that made it really good. This outdoor mall was massive. We ended
Okay, so yeah, this looks like social media influencer type vibes. All right, fast forward then. Okay, she's making matcha, green tea. Okay, when did it start with what we know Nara to be today? I think it started here. Yup, right here, y'all. This is when it started. Notice. All right, we're gonna go back. Let's run it back from here. She looked regular, like a normal working mom. And doing day in the life content, there's no difference, no differentiation. But then, here it was little, just a little subtle. I personally think it started here. Let's keep going. Did I skip it? No, here. Was it here? Here. Yep. Hold on. It went a little bit more back. Here. There we go. That's when it started, y'all. 2023 October.
I made some roast potatoes, mashed potatoes, sausages, gravy, and some vegetables. Okay, these are the crispiest potatoes I've ever made, and I'm actually really proud.
I need to see the video of wasn't the lady she stole content from also like dressed up when she was cooking? Y'all let me know in the comments.
You guys hear them dropping onto the plate?
So cute.
I'm gonna have mashed potatoes, but I'm gonna have just a little bit of these roast meats. Also, I'm a bowl plate person. Regardless of what I eat, I want it to be in a bowl. I don't know why. Then I have these pork sausages. I don't really know what good ones to get. How many sausages do you want?
Enough to match that. The amount of potatoes.
That many? How many are those?
All right, so she makes potatoes for Lucky.
Do I need a full bite?
I think you should. I think you should get a bite of everything. Yeah.
This is when it started, y'all. Okay, so then he was tasting stuff. Happy birthday. It's the night before your daughter's third birthday. Okay. So now it's going to start to ramp up a little bit. Let's see when she started wearing the trad wife attire. Here.
We got Indian food, okay?
Why do I look short?
Because you're short.
I'm 6 foot tall.
Yeah, I know, but I'm taller than you, so.
I look tiny.
Okay, we got Indian food.
Lucky's been craving Indian food like crazy lately.
Yes. So
He even wants to get it for Thanksgiving.
yes, I do actually. There we go.
Oh, that looks stunning.
Here's
What
your
is this?
stuff.
Ooh, I got a new thing today. I got cherry naan. Some garlic naan. Indian.
Oh, hold on. Let me put the comments up. All right, let's read some comments, actually. I think it's time because I don't really know too much about Nara, to be honest with you, and I really want to hear some of your takes on this. So I'm going to read a few comments. Let's go back up. All right. Unknown Feather. Hey, sis. Welcome. Blueberry. Hey, sis. Hey, everyone. Blueberry, you said I did a video on the polygamist. I had an overdose of Jonasi. You did? Hold on. Blueberry, you have a YouTube channel? Let me know. Jonasi, girl, Jonasi. Oh, Lord. Jonasi. You know, the funny thing is, Jonasi, I know that it's like a character, but I know a lot of Jonasis in real life. Like, that stuff is crazy. It's wild. I think it's because, Esther, you said, I think it's because African prioritize being married over being in a healthy relationship. Oh, you're talking about the polygamist. Yeah. Some girl, you said, I've never seen her as a trad wife. She just cooks in very expensive dresses. I mean, this is the thing, though. Like, she's wearing the aesthetic, though. Because the thing is, I understand where you're coming from. Now that I saw some of her older content, I could see why she is thinking that I'm not she's not a traditional wife per se, but she had the same aesthetic as traditional wives. So that's why she got grouped in with the traditional wives. And she was doing it for, in my opinion, for money. That's what that was. But you can't wear the attire and then get mad when people think you are. I just got to be honest. Unfortunately, people are very judgmental. So if you look the part, they're going to assume that you are part of the clique. And she was, cooking in a dress, and you got a lot of, hold on, you know what? Let's just do a thing right here. Trad wives.
Throw back to the time
Let me see. Trad wives. I have a feeling it's going to just be commentary, but let me see. Let me see if I could come up. Okay, it's just commentary. I knew it. But if we do another Google search, which is going to search Google. Image search. When you see trad wife, this is what comes up. Does she not look like that? Look at this. This is what a trad wife looks like. So unfortunately, she grouped herself in there, and she can't be mad that people believe that she is, because if you look like one, then we gonna assume that you are one. That unfortunately, that's just how it goes. So from my perspective, she fits the part based on her content. Now, seeing her old content, I would not consider her a trad wife, but her new content, 100%, very much so. Very much given trad wife. Oh, hold on. I gotta read more comments. My bad, y'all. Where did the comment box go? Okay, here it is. Yeah. All right. That art girl, mom was adding her own 2 cents in this discussion. Who's mom? Mom? Which mom? Y'all let me know. Hold up. Can I see? Who's mom? How come I can't go up? Okay, here we go. Sorry about that, y'all. Oh, Devonda, you said that the trad wife lady that married to the supermodel Blue and Mormon. Oh, she is Mormon. Yeah, I forgot about that. She is Mormon. The comments in Foreign's video had tea. What? Okay, we might have to watch his video right after. Nara is releasing Maya. You said Nara is releasing a book soon. Oh, that makes sense. Okay, so she needs people to buy the book. Mental health toolkit. Hey sis, you said drinking raw milk while pregnant. Yikes. Yeah, isn't that not supposed to happen? I heard that you're not supposed to drink raw milk or anything raw, actually, because it's too dangerous. Some girl, you said I watch her content and never once she advertised as a trad wife. She always says her husband is active and she has a nanny. Yeah, but unfortunately, she looks the part. India Ivory, in the interview, she said her mom helps out, but I don't think her mom has ever been in her content. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. But why not show that? And this is the problem. Why not show that? Because then it would change the perception that people have of you. Because there are a lot of women, I want to make it very clear. There are a lot of stay-at-home moms are different from trad wives. There's a big difference, right? Being a stay-at-home mom is not an issue, but it's, again, the perception. You can't portray something and then try to dial it back once you get pushback. No, you got to stand on what it is. Organically crafted, you said this is giving marriage issues. Oh, I don't know which video you're talking about, but I'm going to have to see it. Devonda, you said some girl, that's how you get drawn to their content. Exactly. That's usually how it starts, right? And then also when you start to, I guess, change your image and you fit into another box, or I guess another, I want to say archetype, but you're in another category basically, then yeah, that's how people get drawn in. Because yeah, if I were looking at her old content, I would think that she's not a trad wife. That's why I showed y'all all those other videos. Okay, she looks just like a regular influencer. But then She starts promoting different things without, you don't have to say something in order for people to perceive. And I think this is a big point to make. You don't have to say it in order for people to perceive. They will perceive it. Trust and believe me. Trust and believe me. Margaret, how are you, sis? You said, I would agree, Nara, like most trad content creators by default are not really trad wives. But whether Nara likes it or not, she is in the vein of trad life content. Exactly. That's the problem. So it's like you can't say you're not and you fit it. Like, to me, it doesn't make sense. That's what she's showing to the world. And yeah, if she has a nanny, like she said, oh, my husband helps out. We saw that in the beginning. I did see that. And I was like, okay, that's cool. All right, cool. But then I'm assuming that she's not showing that anymore. And she wants people to perceive a certain aesthetic. And this is the same thing with looks maxing. I'm going to show y'all the looks maxing conversation about the women who dress really nicely and they want to look a certain way. And there's nothing wrong with that. But then you can't get mad when people perceive that you're being vain. Because it's true. People are going to think, oh, like they just care about how they look. They just care about this. Because that's all you're showing. You're not showing the different dimensions of your character. So I just have to put that out there, that sometimes like you have to be careful of the content you show people, because then they're going to think that this is, they automatically put you in a box, whether you like it or not. Unknown Feather, I think she's playing a character on social media that feeds into the trad wife archetype. Yes, I agree too. The only reason she's coming out now about this is, after all these years, is to get publicity for a book. Bingo. Yeah, it must be that. Must be that. And there's nothing wrong if you watch her content. I think that she doesn't seem, I mean, I don't know, personally speaking, I don't really watch her like that, but again, like, people can't get upset, and she can't get upset if they think that she's a trad wife. I definitely agree with the public on this one. She's very much given trad wife with what she's showing. Even if she wasn't a trad wife, she never rejected it until now because she was benefiting from it. Bingo, Esther. Exactly. So what it is too is that, like, yeah, she wants to, yeah, because now being a trad wife is not cool anymore. Back then, like when she started around 2023, everyone was into that content, and now it's gotten so toxic, and people are starting to like really scale back from it. And I think that that's because of the decenter men movement and all of the the male-centered movement, or being non-traditional has taken steam now. So a lot of women are basically not interested in the trad wife content anymore because it's played, right? So that makes sense as to why she wants to scale back. Personally speaking, my opinion, I think she should have stuck to her original content. I actually enjoyed the first few videos we watched. I actually liked it. I was like, all right, cool. I like seeing different types of things, but unfortunately, sometimes, people go for different things for different reasons. And if she's looking at the monetary perspective of it, then yeah, it makes sense to go into the trad wife lane. But this is why it's important not to go and chase trends, because they always fizzle out. You got to be true to yourself. I believe the first videos that she had on her channel, that's really her. Like, that was really her. And then now it's going to be different. Miame, as an African, most of the women are trad wives. The richer ones cook and designer too. Exactly. Yeah. So I don't know why she was saying, well, I'm not this and I wear designer. Girl, I know many people who wear designer and can still cook a mean steak. So that has nothing to do with it. Devonda, yes. We're going to talk about that. Trad wives also gives MAGA white nationalist vibes propaganda. And she's Mormon. Religion on top of it. So again, it's fitting that archetype in that stereotype. Oh yeah, I read your comment already, sis. I hope you have a good night. Foreign said she spent more time pregnant than with her partner. Lord. Oh boy. Did she? Oh my gosh. Okay. Well, we'll see it. Oh, you said, Romy, I don't have the Discord link. Okay, I'll share it right now. Let me share it right now so I don't forget. Let me see if I can share my Discord link. Give me a second. Hold on, who sent me a message? Oh, okay, I didn't read your message. Okay, hold on a second. Let me get to the link. I'll send you the link right now. Just give me a second. Members? No, it's not members. I always forget how to send the link, y'all. Just forgive me. Okay, I'll do it while I'm looking for the link. Let me read a few more comments. I'll do it when we play the video again. I'm Rhea on Discord. Hey, Ray. Oh, Blueberry. I didn't know you were Rhea. Hey. You watched the Billie Eilish vid. Did I? Okay, I need to watch it. You sent me a Billie Eilish vid? Okay, I'm gonna check it because sometimes I scroll too fast. I'm gonna go through it again. If whatever I didn't cover today will be for tomorrow on the Discord. Okay, good. Her dad is German. Her mom's South African. Okay, got it. I thought she was from South Africa. That's why I was kind of confused. Some girl, you said she mixes up her content. The cooking content always goes viral, so people always associate her with the Trad Wife brand. Okay, you know what? We're going to give her a chance. That's why we're checking her channel. Prince, you said, I always thought Nara was doing a bit since she left her non-soft voice content up too. Yeah, because I was like, why is she whispering? Like, what's going on here? Hey, Prince. All right. One more. Sylvie. Hey, sis. One more comment or two more comments. Devonda, you said Nara comes across very performative. All right, we're gonna see. I have not watched her content, so I'm gonna give this an open mind right here. I'm gonna give her an open watch. Sylvie, you said Foreign just did a video essay on her. I'm gonna watch it. I saw it come up on my feed. Hillwell, how are you? You said also, does she wear her hair curly anymore? I feel like this slick hairstyle is part of the aesthetic. Yes, that's a good point. I actually am glad you brought that up because that is actually a very good point. And she has beautiful hair. Like they all do. Like her daughter, her mom, everyone does. And when she was like, oh, my hair looks a mess. I'm like, girl, if that's a mess, I don't know what you're talking about here. But you know, I can't be judging people's struggles or whatever. But I think that, she did wear her hair curly back in 2002. So we'll see if she does that here. All right. So some girl. Let's see her content. We're going to see what, where the traditional or the trad wife came from. And then we're going to go to Foreign Friday's video.
It really does. I mean, this is mold. Okay, this is kind of just...
Did he say, is that mold? You see, this is the thing. I don't know. Let me go back.
I got chili naan, some garlic naan. Indian food messes up my stomach. It really does. I mean, this is mold. Okay, this is kind of disappointing, but we got some chili naan. It does smell really good, though. Does it smell like chili to you?
Ooh, yeah, it smells good.
Are we microwaving this?
I mean, this is pretty hot. It's not super touch. I actually need a microwave, yeah.
Okay.
A microwave.
We got some rice. Got some lentil dal, I think. I got it medium, just to balance it out, because we're going to share, right?
Yeah.
I mean, we got separate meals, but now looking at Lucky's, I kind of just want Lucky's.
That's how it always goes.
Let's share.
That's how it always goes. This is my life.
Want to share? Yeah, we can share. Do you know there's a new episode of Kitchen Nightmares?
Is it actually?
It on. Yeah.
It's on. It's ready to go.
Yeah. We're going to watch Kitchen Nightmares.
Get you one of these.
I feel like we have a very busy week. My dad's coming on Sunday.
Very busy week.
Then I'm flying to New York. Lucky's flying to Aspen. Then I'm gonna meet him in Aspen. We come back. That's it. It's not that busy, actually. Okay, let's microwave it. You're on my. Oh no, honey.
No.
No, that's not a great fun eating experience. I usually eat on a bowl plate, but my bowl plate is in the dishwasher.
No?
Oh no, dude.
You guys want to know what's super sad?
What's super sad? So this is what Lucky and I do. We get Martinelli's.
Not good.
Lucky has ADHD. So he's obsessed with Martinelli's right now, and this is what he does. He puts it in the freezer, thinking that it's gonna get cold.
I need it to be cold fast and quick.
But then you leave it in there and it freezes, and then it ruins the sparkle. I'm gonna do half my rice.
Hold on, let me stop this real quick. Mary, I put the link in the chat, so you should be able to see it. Let me know if you have issues clicking on it. All right, let's continue.
Amazing.
Absolutely bonkers.
Wait, I thought we were sharing. It's okay, I'll just
Yeah,
eat.
you're gonna share off of my plate.
Good save, honey. Okay, I'm gonna do half of the chili naan. Garlic naan is just where it's at. It's the best.
Cat in the hat.
It's so spicy. Like, isn't that so spicy? It's medium.
I don't really like yours. I like the spice, but I don't really like yours.
What do you mean? It's so good.
I like it. I'm ready to go.
Would you mind popping mine in the microwave? I caved. I bought a Stanley, aka Lucky kind of forced me to because I've been talking about getting one for a year now.
Okay, this seemed regular. All right, let's watch 14.6 million. Okay, so this is where, yeah, people like to see this.
I'm not American, so Thanksgiving is kind of a foreign.
Oh, so she's not American. I'm so confused, y'all. Okay, so she's okay, she was born in South. You know what? Let me just check myself. Where was she born? Okay, she's born in South Africa. Her dad is German, y'all said, and her mom is South Africa. Okay, they must have met in South Africa. Okay, all right, continuing. Okay, now I understand.
Concept to me. My husband is, but he doesn't enjoy any of the classic Thanksgiving dishes. So this is what I made for our not so traditional Thanksgiving. I started off with a rich chocolate sheet pan cake, which is my mother-in-law's recipe. I don't really bake a lot of cakes, so this was the first time making it, but it turned out really, really well. When that was set aside and done, I started on my compound butter. I made a garlic, herb, and citrus compound butter for my chicken. I was gonna roast one chicken, but then I realized that my husband was gonna...
Did you? This is supposed to be for Thanksgiving. Okay, you know what? We're gonna keep watching, y'all. Listen, okay, we listen and we don't judge. I missed that trend. We need to run it back again. We listen and we don't judge. Okay.
have one chicken by himself, so to it was.
I don't see no seasoning on that chicken. No, I'm so sorry, y'all. I'm very critical about turkey and chicken. About meat in general. Sis, I don't see no damn, you ain't putting no Goya. You ain't even putting no Maggi. Nothing. You're not even salt. Okay, you know what? I know you are in Utah. I'm assuming where they live. I don't know where they live. You ain't even putting a little bit of salt. You see, I'm not even a seasoning person. Like I love, okay, the thing is I don't over season my food. But for Thanksgiving, like there's some occasions where that's going to be dripping. Thanksgiving, Christmas, birthdays, I go all out. That's when the seasoning comes out galore. Now, on the daily, yes, I understand. Like, you know, you got to keep your sodium low. We're not trying to have high blood pressure in our elderly age. She's young, so, you know, she's trying to keep herself good. And I know the model figure is very important, but sis, it's Thanksgiving Day. Like, come on now. I didn't see the bird being seasoned, y'all. This is not going to be good. It's going to look very dry.
Spatchcocked the chicken, separated the skin, got the butter all in there, and then sliced up all my citrus. I used oranges, lemons, and some clementines, and then also some leeks that I had in the fridge. I also used the red lemon that I had left over, laid it all out, made a little bed for the chicken to go on top of.
Okay.
Placed my chicken on top, put some herbs under the chicken skin, and put that in the oven to roast. Then I made some crispy duck fat potatoes. The secret is to boil them in beef stock.
Okay, the potatoes look good.
It makes all the difference. Then I made Lucky put all of the stuff in the oven. While those two things were going, I worked on my vegetables. I did some roasted broccoli and Brussels sprouts, and also a kale salad. So I did kale, some butter lettuce, red onions, cranberries, and...
Yeah. Putting onions on salad. You know, I used to hate when my dad used to do that. I used to hate it. I think, yeah, she definitely got that from her South African side. Putting onion on salad. I used to hate that mug. I don't like putting onion on my salad. I don't know why.
Some cucumber. I also ended up adding some feta. In the meantime, I made a cranberry agrodolce for my roasted vegetables.
Okay, it looks good, but yeah, maybe the butter was buttering. Okay.
And then everything was done. I also made some stuffing and gravy to go with everything and added my charred citrus.
Okay, it looks good. I like how she charred, yeah, because, oh, Lord, I was a little scared, but it's looking good.
To the dressing for the salad.
Okay, it looks good, Nara.
I'm not...
All right. Saturday. Oh Lord. Okay. Saturday morning vlog.
I know there's a lot of confusion when I say I have 3 or 2 kids. I have 2 biological kids, and then I have a stepdaughter. And when
Oh, Lucky had a baby mama. Lucky got a baby mama. He has a kid? Oh, okay. Was that his ex-wife or his baby mom? Y'all, okay, we need to look up Lucky Blue Smith. Okay, I did not know he had a baby mama. All right, Lucky Blue. 28. He's a Gemini? Okay, you know what? Gravity. Whimsy, Fonny, Slim Easy. Slim Easy, red flag. Why it sound like Slim Shady? No, y'all playing. Y'all play with your kids. This is too much. Slim Easy? Why does it sound like a rapper? Rumble? Was y'all tussling when you had the last one? Rumble Honey. Okay, his sister's name is Piper, Daisy, Clementine, Piper America, Starly, Cheyenne Smith. Okay, it's not that bad, but Gravity, okay. Whimsy Lou, not bad. Fanny, I have an auntie named Fanny, so okay. And Fanny Mae, I know Fanny Mae exists. But Slim Easy is, no, that's ridiculous right here. Come on now, y'all can't be doing that to your kids. Now, who the baby mama? Baby mama. No. Stormy Henley. Okay, that's his baby mama. Okay, he had a baby in 2017. When did he have a kid with Nara then? Hold up, 2017. Wait, where them kids at? When was Whimsy born? Whimsy, how old is Whimsy? Oh, Whimsy's a 2-year-old. Okay, my bad. Wait, hold on. You know what? Let's go to Wikipedia. Where the kids at? Smith, 2017. Wait a minute. He had a baby 3 years prior? When did he meet Nara? Because he married her February 21st of 2020. So how long were he and Nara together? Because he had a fresh baby in 2017. This is a red flag. Oh, we added her to the list, y'all. Oh, no. We are adding her to the list. Nara Smith. Oh, no. No, the timeline is not timelining. That's a toddler. You got married when your daughter's 3 years old? It's giving Tom Brady and Giselle Bundchen. Did I add them to the list? We adding these folks. Tom Brady. Cause he had his baby mama was pregnant, and then he married Giselle right after. His son was a toddler. I don't know. That's not looking good for you, Nara. I did not know Lucky had a baby mama. I had no idea. I thought they only had I thought that was his girl. I thought that was the only one. Like he only had kids with her. Well, she's gorgeous. She looks like she got lip fillers. Yeah, she got lip fillers. Yeah, and them lips. Yeah, the lips never lie. Yeah, she got lip fillers, y'all. Okay, Stormy. But she looks okay. I guess. All right, Stormy and Nara. What's going on with you, Stormy? When's your birthday? Let me figure this out. Oh, that's when they was together. When they met. Hold up. She's a cougar. Lucky is younger than Stormy at 18 to her 26. Red flag. Hold up. Wait a minute. This is a crazy ass story. 26-year-old getting an 18-year-old pregnant. That's criminal. I'm so sorry. Listen, it's not the age gap. That's the problem is when the age gap happened. He just got out of high school. You are almost 30. I'm so sorry. Oh, no. When did they start dating, though? Because it could have been when he was you know what? I'm not going to put that out there. I got to do the case study. I need to find out more. This is not... Oh, no. And then they had a baby? Okay. All right. Yeah. This is a lot here. This is a whole lot. I did not know this. I'm looking at this sideways. Why would you like I can't even imagine myself at 26 years old wanting to be with an 18-year-old. To me, that's disgusting. I am so sorry, y'all. Like, it's just listen, I know they are legal, but it's just weird. He just got out of high school. Like, have you no shame? There's no other person. You couldn't have at least waited until he was 24, 25 or something. You had to have him at 18? Like what y'all was talking about? What can you have in common with an 18-year-old at 26 years old? I don't care what nobody says. I'm sorry. I don't care how mature they are. It's not going to ever be that. You're a grown-ass woman. Come on now. You're closer to 30 than he is to 25. Get out of here. He's closer to 14. Come on now. This craziness, y'all. And she's attached. Of course she is. December. What is going on? My November Sagittarius, y'all cool. Y'all stay in the cut. The December ones are the problem. I've noticed that. What is happening here? Come on now. All right, we're going to add them to the docket.
She's at our house. I obviously have 3 kids around me. So this was one of the mornings where we had her. This is my routine with 3 kids. Lately, we have fallen off of our habit of waking up early, and it's really starting to wear on me because waking up to kids wanting things first thing in the morning isn't that great. The first thing I did was make some tea while Lucky turned on some basketball, and I made the kids some wild blueberry oatmeal. Just something really easy this morning. We wanted to do a quick breakfast because we were actually gonna go get Rumble's ears pierced, which I was so nervous about doing, but it ended up completely fine. I put away the dishes and then I decided that I was gonna have some breakfast too. So I made one of the most nostalgic breakfasts to me, which is some sourdough bread with some raw salmon on top, this honey mustard dill sauce, and some chives with some avocado. It is so good. I grew up eating it and have been craving it like crazy lately, so that's what I had for breakfast. Then I did my skincare. I had to make my bed. If I do not make my bed, my day isn't started in the right way. Then I did the girls' hair while Lucky helped me with that, and then I got myself ready. In order to feel a little bit more alive, I put on some makeup and did my hair. Lucky was so nice to help me with the back of my hair because I can never figure out how to get the back without any help. It just never works out. And then we got the kids all dressed and headed to the mall to get Rumble.
Okay, this is cute, but I'm still stuck on the 18 and 26. That's crazy. I have no words for that. I have no words.
Someone please tell me why I opened up my suitcase this
Okay,
morning
we're only
and
gonna watch a
realized
few more. I'm gonna skip through the years, and then we'll get to the controversial stuff and get the Foreign Fridays, and then we wrapping Nara up into her case study.
that I packed so many things, but not the things that I actually needed. I don't know what happened, but I decided to worry about that when it was time to actually get ready. Lucky and I thought it was a good idea.
And you know what? Sorry, I'm still stuck on the 18 to 26. I know, y'all. I'm just really disturbed because he had a baby in 2017. How old was he when he had his child? And this is why age gaps matter because, and again, I'm not saying that, like, you know, he's not responsible for himself. Obviously, he is. But when your frontal lobe is not developed, and when I'm saying that, it's like you haven't matured into an adult. You're not thinking about things long term. And so when you look at him having a baby, that's why I was so shocked he had a baby mama. I was like, hold up, these kids are young. He's 28. He was born 1998. How old was he in 2017? He was 19. So he had a baby 1 year after getting in a relationship with a 26-year-old. Wrap that girl up. Wrap her up. I'm sorry. If I had an 18-year-old son and he started dating a 26-year-old woman, I'm going to be real pissed about that because from my perspective, these are the type of situations that happen. they start wanting you to settle down faster. And it's vice versa too, with a 26-year-old man and an 18-year-old woman. Like, he had a daughter a year after they started dating. That's crazy. Oh no, I'd be pissed off. Red flag. This is craziness. And then she knew that. You see, and that's not fair. When you have all that time. So sis was 26 years old. 26 years old, that woman was 26. Young woman, but still 26. And then you had all of them years. You got to have a certain level of freedom. So at least if you have a baby at 26, you done did as much as you could. You experimented a bit. I'm not saying that, you lived your whole life, but at least, you've been around. You've been around a little bit. He just got out of high school. He didn't even live yet. And then you already shackling him down with a kid because your timeline is to get married and stuff at 26, but not his. Red flag. It's craziness. And then he's going along with it because I found the love of my life at 18. I found the love of my nose all wide open. This craziness. Sorry, y'all. Let's keep going.
I don't know why.
I know it ain't got nothing to do with Nara. This has nothing because that's previous to Nara. It's pissing me the hell off.
Because we could have slept in, and they also knocked at our door at 6:45 when we were still asleep. After having breakfast, we got straight into bed until it was actually time to get ready. And this is where I realized that I forgot a bunch of skincare products, but the two most important ones I packed, so it was still decent enough. My skin has been so dry from the cold and the altitude and flying, so I moisturize my face 2 to 3 times a day. And I'm not wearing makeup, and it actually helps. Lucky put some eye drops in my eyes and helped me straighten the back of my hair, and then it was time to just take the clips out and get ready. I actually love my hair now. I wasn't too sure about it when I got it cut, but I think I was just not used to the length, but now I love it. I bundled up. I had on 2 to 3 layers because I just get so cold. And I thought that would help, but it didn't. I was still freezing cold, and Lucky kept getting me these little hand warmers and just trying to keep me warm. Didn't quite work, but it did help. And then we were doing our little activity for the day, and I could not get over how beautiful Aspen was and how I can't wait to be back with the babies.
Okay, all right. Sorry, now we're going to have to fast forward. Where's the tradwife? Okay, she got prego. All right. What my German dad eats in a day. Where your daddy
Here's
at?
everything my German dad eats in a day.
Let's get the Foreign Fridays.
Cooking is my love language, so I love cooking for people that I care about. I thought it would be nice to cook for my dad while he's out here helping me. So let's start off with breakfast. We did an egg scramble with some chives on top, and then also some heirloom tomato. This tomato was gorgeous. And then I also added some feta cheese since that's one of his favorite.
Is she the one that gets her fruits from the farm outside in her backyard? She got a whole farm, or is that ballerina?
And then I plated it all up with some of my homemade pickled onions and some rye bread. My dad likes really simple meals and he doesn't want to eat a lot of meat, so that's what we're going for today. I obviously need to have my midday beverage, you guys know, so today it was an orange poppy, and then I got started on lunch. For lunch, we kept it really simple with some roasted asparagus that I seasoned with some olive oil, salt, pepper, garlic, and then I sliced up some garlic, onions, and cherry tomatoes, and also some fennel. Once the asparagus was halfway done, I topped my fish with Calabrian chili and tomato butter and popped that in the oven to cook alongside the asparagus. Sauteed all my tomatoes with the onions in the pan, and then I topped it all with some herbs and some olives. This was so good, and one of his favorite meals that he's had in a while. As an afternoon snack, I made some...
Y'all, I just thought about it. I don't think I've ever cooked for my dad before. Hey, yo, I ain't never cooked for my parents before. Oh, am I a bad daughter? Ah, damn. I might need to try. That was very sweet of her. I ain't gonna lie. You know what you do? Devonda, you were right. You get sucked into this content. I'm like, yo, maybe I should make a meal for my parents. You know, the mood is all like light. She got the jazz music in the background. She making me feel nostalgic right now. And I've never cooked for got me thinking things that I ain't never thought of before. I was like, dang, I ain't never cooked for my folks ever. Never in life. But to be honest with you, ask me if they would eat my food is the question. That's the question. One time we made my mom a birthday dinner. My Libra mother, by the way. I got to keep saying that for a reason. We made her tilapia. Me and my sister, we tried. That's the only time I ever made food for one of my parents. We tried to make dinner for her. You want to know what she did? She came home. She's like, oh, thank you guys so much for the effort. I appreciate it. But I don't eat tilapia. Red flag to my mama. She ain't eat. And now that I think about it, I was hot as hell. I was like, man, I think she just ain't want to eat it, yo. She didn't know how to say it nicely. I mean, she didn't know how to say it. So she tried to say it gently, like, I don't eat tilapia. But thank you, girls. Because she calls us girls. Thank you, girls. All right. You know what, Nara? You got me sucked in. Some girl, you say you watch her content. Now I see why. There's something very peaceful about this content. Got me all sucked in here, making me think I'm going to go to my kitchen and throw down.
Some banana bread with my whipped rooibos honey butter and then topped it with some raspberry sauce I also made. I ended up having 3 plates of that, and then after that I got started on dinner. I decided to make some naan bread with a lentil dal, so I prepped my naan dough and then made a quick pickled cucumber salad with some sumac, diced up my onions, added them to the pan with some aromatics and some tomato, added all my spices to get them nice and fragrant, lentils, some coconut milk, and then I plated that with some turmeric rice and raita. I think that's how you pronounce it. My pickled onions, the salad, and then my fresh naan bread.
Okay, Nara, you're making me feel like I might need to try. Oh, I like bread recipe. Hold on, let me watch the bread one. I do like making bread. I'm in my bread making era. Let me see how she made her bread.
First words were PB&J, so that's exactly what I got started on. Growing up, I loved having fresh bread. It was one of my favorite things, so I get it. Started by making a really simple sandwich bread with some yeast, water, salt, sugar, and flour. Kneaded that until a dough formed, and then let that. I ain't gonna lie. Every time I shop at Costco, cause I go on the app, I see mixers. I might just buy a mixer. I like the way it mixes. Usually I do things by hand, but I need to cut my time in half. Okay, the raspberries look good. Not me getting sucked into this content. Okay, I really can't. Oh, no, I can't. I gotta get out of here. I gotta get out of here, y'all. I gotta get out. I started on my raspberry jam. I used some lemon, monk fruit sweetener, but you can also use sugar and some cornstarch to thicken it. While that was going, I started on my peanut butter. I roasted all my peanuts in the oven and then ground them up. Wait, she makes her own peanut butter? With some sea salt until a paste formed. You can definitely add honey to this if you want to. I didn't today because the jelly would be quite sweet. So by this time, my bread was doubled in size, so I... Hold up, you can make your own peanut butter like that? Yeah, let me go on ahead and buy the equipment. We gonna do that. Punched it to release all the air and then split it in 2. Rolled that out and then folded that over to fit in my loaf pans. I let that rest for another 30 minutes to about an hour until it looked like a decent size in my loaf pan, and then I popped that in the oven and it came out so perfectly brown, soft in the middle. I was so excited. I couldn't wait, so I definitely sliced it a little too early. My daughter requested a mini PB&J. So I cut the bread down and spread it with my peanut butter and jelly, cut it diagonally, and this was really good. She ended up having a few of them and wanted more. This morning, okay, fast forward, y'all. Let's watch Foreign. Oh, Lord, wait, she had cheese. Okay, things I prep for the week. All right, she doing all this while pregnant. Okay. When did she start wearing the designer stuff, though? I like her braids here. Her braids look really nice. Here, okay. When making dinner tonight, I realized we were all out of our condiments, so I decided to do a little restock. Today we're making some ketchup, ranch, barbecue sauce, and hot sauce. So I started with my ketchup, combining tomato paste, some honey, vinegar. But hold up, how does she have time to work if she's at home cooking all the time? That's my question. Because she said she's a model, but what modeling gigs? All I see you do is work. But then maybe it's just what she posts, so okay.
Okay, I could be wrong.
And water, simmering that on the stove before pulling that off and letting it cool. Then I moved on to making some ranch. I like a lot of herbs in it, but you can tone that down if you want. So I chopped up some parsley, dill, chives, and combined that in a bowl with some mayonnaise, sour cream, some whole milk, and gave that a good mix before adding in some lemon juice and
There's a lot
cracked
of
black
work.
pepper and salt.
Yeah, I'm de-influenced now. It's a lot of steps. Yeah, it's a lot of work right here. There's a lot of work. There's too much work.
I wanted before putting it in the fridge to chill. For my hot sauce, I chopped up some Fresno chilies, added some garlic, black peppercorn, and vinegar, and diluted that with some water. And then I simmered that for 20 minutes on the stove while I made my barbecue sauce. I combined the ketchup we made earlier with some brown sugar, vinegar, and some other seasoning, and letting that thicken on the stove. And once it hit the thickness I wanted,
Wait, she makes everything from scratch? That's a lot of time, y'all know. I've been de-influenced. But I am gonna get that mixer. I'm fixing to bake more. But yeah, no, you'll be lucky if you get one meal out of me every 2 days. you'll be lucky. You'll be lucky. I can't. There's a lot of cooking right here. It's a lot of steps.
Put that over to a bowl to cool. I blended up my peppers and strained them. I was pretty happy with my hot sauce consistency since I wanted it more runny. That's how I prep some of my favorite condiments when making.
Okay, all right. Okay, so yep, here again. This is the aesthetic, y'all. This is where she this is it. What she made, sausage? What's this? She got the baby in her hand. You see, this is what's making the view. Look at the views: 12.8, 14.7.
I couldn't decide whether I wanted something sweet or savory for breakfast, and neither could my kids, so I decided to make a few different things. I started off by making some homemade pistachio cranberry granola. I mixed all of my ingredients together, popped it in the oven, and while it was cooling, I sprinkled over some cranberries. There's something so special about a fresh
Her dress is pretty.
pressed orange juice, so I obviously had to do that as well. And then for my savory options, I decided to do a hash with some bacon. I peeled and grated my potatoes before squeezing out all the liquid, and I seasoned them and gave that really good mix and fried them in the bacon fat that was left over after frying my bacon off. While my hash browns were in the skillet getting crispy, I started making some waffles as my sweet component. I mixed all of my dry ingredients and then moved on to cracking some eggs, combining that with butter, vanilla.
I'm sorry, I can't. You know what? I'm gonna shut up. The ASMR with the cooking content is a bit different.
Milk and pouring that into my dry ingredients. After that was all mixed up, I made my waffles and then moved on to a big fruit plate. When fruit is in season, it's so good to me, so I make sure to always buy things that are in season. I cut up some plums and some white peaches before plating them alongside some cherries, strawberries, blueberries, and then setting that aside while I started working on my vegetable plate, which was some heirloom tomatoes, Persian cucumbers, red onions, some salmon, and parsley. Lucky requested some scrambled eggs, so these were just for him. I made a chive and parmesan scrambled egg. I don't know whether you call this a scrambled egg or not, but this is how I make him his eggs. I topped that with some more Parmesan cheese, and then it was time to plate everything up. Everyone loved having these different options today, and it was absolutely divine.
Okay, all right. So let's get the Foreign Fridays, y'all. We gonna save Nara for a case study. It's a lot right here. Oh, he's helping to cook, y'all. Hold up. This is the last one, y'all. This is the last one, I promise.
Earlier this morning when I wanted to shower, I realized that we ran out of soap. Luckily, a couple hours later, my husband landed back home and got straight into making me some. I struggle with eczema and sensitive skin, so today we went with a lavender oatmeal soap. I started by cutting the soap base into cubes and transferring them over to a metal bowl. In the meantime, he heated up some water on the stove, set his metal bowl over it, and let that melt while he started grinding up some oats. Once our soap base had melted, he poured half of it into a separate bowl before combining it with some lavender essential oil and some purple mica powder. He gave that a really good mix until it was all combined. Braid down the mold with some alcohol before pouring the soap mixture into it. While that was setting, he combined.
But why the music though? Like, this is so dramatic. Nara, please. You're just making soap. Like, Goodness gracious. All right, we done. Okay, I want to see how the soap turned out.
The rest of the soap base was some lavender and the ground up oats, giving that a good stir.
So he can't cook, but he can make soap. Okay, at least you could do something, Mr. Lucky. And I like how you took care of your kids in the beginning. You see, she should have showed more of that, to be quite honest with you. I feel like the trad wife adjacent content kind of took off, but honestly speaking, like, I wish that she showed more of him being hands-on in the house, which I'm pretty sure he is, like y'all said, and maybe there's people behind the scenes, but she's not showing that. She only showed it here, but the rest of the time it's her cooking. And I think if she had done that, then there would be less noise about the trad wifeness of it all.
We're adding some more essential oils into it, and then pouring that on top of our purple soap base. Topped it with some more lavender and let that
the music
set for
is sending
about
me
4 to
right
6
now.
hours. After 6 hours, he cut it up into bars. All the bars we weren't using, I tied up before taking the other ones up to our shower. I'm so glad we're stocked up. Earlier this week.
Okay, all right. Y'all make your own soap. I actually dig that. To be honest with you, I think we should all be making a lot more things like homemade, personally speaking, if you have the time. I understand it's very time consuming, but please, Lord. All right, let's get into Foreign Fridays, y'all. Okay, all right, Nara, you've earned yourself a spot on my case study list. Let's get to Mr. Foreign Fridays. Nara Smith breeding for clout. Lord, did you really have to say foreign in his titles, yo?
Nara Smith must he take you all for fool, cause after...
I didn't subscribe to him yet. All right, let's give you a subscribe. Don't disappoint me, foreign. Continuing, y'all go and shout out to foreign for this.
In the poster child for trad wife content since the pandemic, I believe. Now that we in a recession, she rebranded to girl boss feminist and gaslighting everyone in the process.
Hold on, y'all. I gotta go take a bio break. I'll be right back. I'll leave y'all with foreign.
You know what? Let's Google what the definition of a trad wife is. We can go through it point by point. I don't prioritize being a homemaker. I'm a working mom. Like, I am out in LA. I travel a lot. Sure, do I love cooking because it's my passion and because I kind of have to do it given my autoimmune? Absolutely. But that's a passion of mine. It's a hobby. It's not something that I need to be doing for what?
Right?
Right.
Keep going. I like this.
You know?
Good. This is good.
Primary caregiver for my kids? No. My husband and I split it 50-50. Like, when he works, I watch them. When I work, he watches them. And now, given everything that's been going on, we also have help. My mom's out. We have someone that helps us with the kids because it's just not doable for me to do it all. So that doesn't really work, right? Takes primary responsibility for cooking, cleaning, and managing the household. Yeah, I like to cook. Okay, sue me. I like to cook. My husband burns everything, apart from a good steak, so he'll do that. But I like cooking, so I'm doing it. Household and cleaning, he does the dishes. I don't touch the dishes. Supports the husband's role as the primary breadwinner. No, we both work. Like, that doesn't make any sense. Like, I provide for our family.
So really, I think what's happening is they're taking the image of a woman in a kitchen in a gorgeous dress, and they are assuming that this is your life.
She just playing in your face. And Call Her Daddy, Alex Cooper, one of the most popular podcasts, she just helping her with her argument and with her rebrand. Listen, I was born at night, but I wasn't born last night. This girl must think I is the ass that Jesus ride to Jerusalem on. If you want me to believe this type of thing, you know, that's why media literacy is so important. Because you will have someone tell you they're one thing and perform something totally different. Like, this girl, whole digital footprint is trad wife content. She has profited and pushed trad wife lifestyles to millions of followers at this point. Nara Smith is synonymous with trad wife content at this point. It was through her content I learned Thorstein Veblen's theory of conspicuous consumption and indulgent labor with no tradable value for its own sake. It's almost like having a lawn and what a lawn symbolizes. The ability to have a lawn in the days of yore was essentially communicating that you were so wealthy that you didn't need to use land for labor. When you have someone like Nara Smith, who is making these things from scratch that she doesn't have to, obviously, it's an exercise of wealth. it's rich porn. Everything else tangential to Nara, it tells a far more pernicious story, actually. Because she's one of the main proponents of yassifying conservative lifestyles and making it palatable to women and girls. But this rebrand is the biggest recession indicator because she's reading the room and realizing that trad wife content, beige gal luxury aesthetic, it resonates rather raucously when people can't afford to pay their rent. So she shelved the high-class fashion. She's now in jeans. She's not brandishing a soft, sultry voice. She sounds like your average Gen Z working at Starbucks. As a South African, I must apologize. I think it's that y'all could talk about the divide, like the apartheid leftovers of like folks like Elon Musk and all the rest of them, because they really ruined in the PR of SA. Big up Mazie folk them. It's also to market her new book, by the way, Fall. I didn't even know. Nara Smith book. It auto-corrected to Book of Mormon. Oh, God. Homemade by Nara Smith. Expected to drop in October 2026. Wow.
But I like cooking, so I'm doing it. Household and cleaning, he does the dishes. I don't touch the dishes. Supports the husband's role as the primary breadwinner. No, we both work. Like, that doesn't make any sense. Like, I provide for our family.
So really, I think what's happening is they're taking the image of a woman in a kitchen in a gorgeous dress, and they are assuming that this is your life. And
my bad, y'all. Hold on. I'll be right back.
Like a very traditional.
I think there's also a bigger conversation to be had, because everything that I've been reading online, I find it very concerning almost that we need to put women in very specific, very narrow boxes in order to make sense of them.
She's making her individual choice seem righteous. And the locution that she's using is very tactful as well. She's preaching choice feminism. Here's a book, Linda Hirschman. I'm tempted to say that like
all right, I'm back, y'all. Okay, I'm back. My bad, y'all. Bomi decided to poo on the floor instead of on her pee pad, so I had to do my cleanup. Yeah, that's what that is. I got the bottle right here though, in case she decides to do more right here. Oh, by the way, I got this cleaner from Home Depot. No, this bottle, but the cleaner, I forgot what it's called. But anyways, that thing, oh Lord, it cleans a lot of stains out. Like, it will clean and get rid of stains. Just saying. I'll try to remember what the name of the cleaner was. I got it on TikTok. This one guy recommended it on TikTok, and been cleaning my house with that ever since. Was it Simply Green or something like that? I think that's what it's called, Simply Green. Whoo, that thing, that'll get rid of a stain. All right, continuing.
Hirschman, but I mean, let's be real. Hirschman probably heard a black woman say it and then she took it around with it. Choice feminism is defined by whatever a woman chooses to do is feminism, which is a departure from feminism, like I said. Okay. Folks think that the doctrine is rooted in simply just women, but the actuality is feminism is more so about fostering equality. The reason choice feminism is so dangerous is it centers the individual rather than the collective. If a woman makes a choice that is harmful for the collective progress of women, then that's fine because it's her exercising that choice. And therefore, women can be agents of patriarchy under the protection of choice feminists. It's kind of like using the aesthetic of feminism in order to justify individualism. So, okay,
I see Foreign's been studying. Good. Excuse me. Excuse me, y'all. Yeah, okay, Foreign is doing good so far explaining it. He explained it very simply, and I think you explained it very well.
Nara is couching her language in a way that makes it seem as though criticism of her trad wife aesthetics is actually misogynist. And that's a masterful act of manipulation. It's also like duplicitous, because if what she says is true, then she peddled patriarchal propaganda to millions of women while she lived a different life beyond the frame.
She did. She did. That's exactly what it was.
Didn't showcase an egalitarian lifestyle. She essentially made content for conservative kinks, because I do think that she fulfilled many conservatives' wet dreams. So her pushing that propaganda onto women and living something totally different is even more pernicious, actually. But it reminds me a little bit of MJ Gray, where she put forth this faux feminist pumpkin spice latte, boots on the ground brand of progressive white gal rhetoric, and coached women not to trust nor marry men. And then she popped out with a whole husband. So Nara spent...
But like I said before, I don't know what's going on, y'all. Sorry about that. Like I said before, you can always change your mind. There's nothing wrong with changing your mind or changing your content. I actually think that it is extremely good. Like, I personally think it's good to change your content and switch it up. The problem is that you're not doing it in a genuine way. And I think this is where the disconnect happens. I really wish he would have come out and said, you know what, this trad wife content, I know, like, I don't consider myself a trad wife, but I can see why people would think that. But I just want to make sure to say that I do not want to promote that lifestyle anymore. This is why I do this. There's okay. People will respect you for it, but don't deny it and act as if it never happened when it did. And we could clearly see it. We all have eyes, Nara.
Over half a decade being the poster child for trad wife content, and now she's switching up the aesthetics to be a girl boss. There's something far more insidious about Nara Smith's rhetoric, and this rebrand is just the tip of it. This is her making Coke from scratch. When I say Coke, I mean Coca-Cola.
My husband mentioned that he was craving Coca-Cola the other day. And
Here go that damn opera music again.
soda, I decided to make him some today. I started by making my caramel sugar by combining some water and sugar and letting that...
I want y'all to listen to how different of a presentation this is from this right here.
And because I kind of have to do it given my autoimmune, absolutely. But that's a passion of mine. It's a hobby. It's not something that I need to be doing.
To this.
I come to the hard crack stage before pouring it out and letting it cool. Once it was all cooled down, I broke it up and set it aside.
You also notice that, like, she has, like, this slight hint of, I don't know if it's German. It doesn't necessarily sound too South African, but it could.
But she's German, foreign. I just found that out today. She is German, so her daddy German. Hold on, y'all. I might have to close my window. These folks too damn loud. Hold on a second. Let me let him keep going.
B. That is not German? Okay, thank you. Thank you. I like how all of the Germans in unison. Is it like a transatlantic accent? You can't even really place it. She has this kind of exotic accent, also with this ASMR voice. It amalgamates into this illustration of the exotical. Exotical are women that are racially ambiguous, that specifically play up their otherness in a domestic position of making something for her husband in an exotic dress. You can't tell me that ain't trad wife code. That is every conservative nigga's wet dream.
I have to slightly disagree with him on that. I'm not saying she's not playing it up for the camera, definitely. And is her aesthetic, can it be performative? Yes. But the accent thing, I mean, I guess maybe he's talking about okay, I get where he's coming from. He's talking about the ASMR way of saying it. Because her accent sounds the same, except she's just quiet. And she's code switching. That's what it sounds like to me. But then to be fair, I mean, a lot of us do code switch, like, depending on which context you're in, right? So normally, this is my normal speaking tone. I talk to everybody like this, but if I'm at work, then of course my tone is not going to be strictly like this all the time. Obviously, it's going to be a little bit more animated and, you know, got to be corporate speak, right? So I do kind of slightly disagree with him because she's working. She's on her job. Her job is content. And obviously, when we are at work, we put on a mask. When we're at home, we put on a mask. So there are different variations of your character that comes out throughout the day. But I think what the issue is it truly you? Because even if I speak in a higher pitched voice or if I speak corporate speak, I'm still myself regardless. I'm not going to switch up on that. But the problem is in the performance of what you're doing, are you still staying true to yourself? And I think that's where we have to question her motives. But when it comes to the accent and all that stuff, for me personally speaking, I'm not really bothered by it. I just think it's funny because she puts the opera music in the background. And I think that that's kind of a little bit much. In the ASMR, you had the whisper. And I'm like, girl, you don't need a whisper. But as far as her accent itself, I think that she's always had an accent. But I could be wrong. Y'all let me know.
She is fetishizing not only herself, but this idea of femininity. It's like cooking with Kaya if cooking with Kaya was on a Shonda Rhimes
Yeah, what happened to her?
Because it's very impractical also to be cooking inside of high fashion. Some would say that that's satirical, but I think it's actually just more so fetish bait. If you cooking in a hot kitchen, actually doing any type of cooking, one, you ain't wearing a Moschino dress. You might be in like one of them big flowy dresses, one of them sundress, one of them house dress, and days get take done. This is one of Nara's most...
What is he talking about here? Hold up, what'd you just say?
Fetish bait. If you cooking in a hot kitchen, actually doing any type of cooking, One, you ain't wearing a Machino track.
Foreign. You don't know what people be wearing in their household. Red flag. I disagree with that too. I know people who dress up to cook. There are some people who do that. And not for content. They just like to dress up. Yeah, I might have to disagree with you on that. Foreign. I just personally think to each his own. Like, I don't have a problem with her dressing up to go do whatever she's doing, but she is definitely fitting an aesthetic while doing it. But not everybody dresses in like regular house clothes when they cook. That is very true.
You might be in like one of them big flowy dresses, one of them sundress, one of them house dress, and days get take done. This is one of Nara's most famous DIY recipes, but plot twist, this recipe isn't even hers. Oh God.
My husband mentioned that he was craving Coca-Cola the other day, and since we were out of soda, I decided to make him some today.
It's been 4 days, and I don't.
Oh, her, yeah, that was the girl she copied. Yep, I remember that.
Let's open it up and see what it looks like.
Bar for bar, stole a swag like Slick Rick. Nara Smith is the James Summerton of Tradwives. Those colonizer genes are coming in strong, stealing from a monoracially black woman. A tale as old as time itself. Shorty was out here copying recipes and eclipsing the originals, like how Charlie D'Amelio was stealing dances and getting more views than the original. And this was not a one-off.
15 minutes while I combined some brown sugar and water, let that heat up before
Not her colonizing. You see, that's the problem right here. Red flag, Nara. Colonizing the whole estate. She got that from her German side. Yeah, I know for sure. Listen, if you're German out here, you might want to sit back and relax right now. She definitely got that from her white side, the German one.
Adding in some tapioca, starch, and black food coloring that thickens up before adding the rest to my one too, just so it's easier to handle, and rolled it out before cutting it in small and rolling those into balls. Once my dough was rolled out into balls, I transferred them over to boiling water and let them be steeping my rooibos tea.
It's almost like how Ice Spice stole Cleopatra swag and then, blew up off of it because colorism. But what I find most insidious about this shows just like how the appeal of Nara Smith has little to do with her talent for DIY recipes and more so to do with her aesthetics. If you grew up in a black household, you seen your ma, your aunties, your cousins improvise with what they had to do what they must. We ain't got no Walmart in the Bahamas, no Trader Joe's. Damn sure ain't got no Base Pro Shop or whatever the frig it is. I watch my Grammy pick things up from out the bush, boil it down, and make dinner more time than not with that. The reason why she doesn't have the same career that Nara has is, of course, due in part to colorism.
That I agree with. She's not aesthetic. Yeah, because people are shallow. There are a lot of people who are shallow, and that's what it is. It's just unfortunately the society that we live in. And if you want to reach a greater audience, then yes, you do have to put on an image. People love to attain to something. So most of the time when people are watching content, not everybody, because me, I don't care. I watch anyone. But if you're with that mindset of like wanting to be like somebody and you want someone to look up to, most of the time they want to look up to someone who they feel is out of reach. They don't want to feel like they are a regular person, right? Some people, not all. But yeah, it's true. And there's no reason why the other South African creator, like why she shouldn't have a wider audience. But of course, Nara has the package where she's slim, she's able to eat all that food. So people want to look up to her. They want to feel like they can be her. And she has a handsome husband, he's white, so of course with blue eyes. His name is Lucky Blue, for God's sake. So and she got cute biracial kids and all that jazz. Well, not even they're quadroon because she's half. But anyway, she fits the aesthetic. So yes, I definitely agree with that part.
Is a biracial woman with German and South African heritage. So she got the Netflix skin tone and just the permissible amount of blackness to get casted in a Shonda Rhimes series. Nara Smith's presentation is useful to the agenda that she's trying to push. Tradwife content is a branch of conservative content, and conservatives need a token. They need someone who validates their perspective of the world, an exception to the norm. Nara is the perfect vehicle for that. But tokens get spent, and she is fighting an uphill battle against getting older, being black, and the machine that is white wing abuse. Yeah. Because to them, she definitely black. To the Mormons, them, I know that, like, if she stay outside too long and get too much of her time, they ain't gonna let her get back inside. Oh, God. Also, sprinkle a pinch of Afrophobia in there, because while both Onezwa and Nara have African heritage, Nara's heritage renders her exotic in the same way that Janae Aiko has Asian heritage and Kurushi Chan also has Asian heritage. There's a multitude of factors that make Nara a more palatable choice of aspirational desirability. The women that watch her want to be her. And it's also why she has so many vehement defenders, because those women are fighting for the right to be Nara, even if they don't resemble her and never will. It's the same way an indigenous farmer in rural Iowa would vote for Trump despite his policies harming him. That farmer sees himself in Trump, even though he could barely make enough to live. He doesn't identify with his class. He's a temporary embarrassed millionaire.
Yeah, and we need to do a case study on that. That's something I really would like to discuss in the future. Because, or maybe for a future live stream. It's true. It's like the attainment of a lifestyle that you may never live. But then at the same time, I do know that there are some people who appreciate the recipes she gives and, you know, what she does. But then there are other people who live vicariously through her. And so this is where we have that kind of disconnect.
So you would have people that resemble Onezwa defending Nara. Nara's plagiarism is in alignment with her colonial heritage. She taking a sad song and making it better. She taking someone's survival, like what Onezwa's making, whereas Nara makes it in an opulent kitchen with gums adorning her body to the tune of millions of followers who adore her and her tried wife aesthetics. Speaking of which, we have to get into one of the main components of the triad wife life, which is having more kids than the church got old lords. Body checking after birth is madness indeed. This was 14 days after announcing the birth of her fourth baby. It's an indirect commentary on what a body mere days or weeks postpartum should be. Not all moms are able to lose the weight. Like, I see the Lena Negra. Ain't no way you just had a baby 2 weeks ago and that line gone. I don't even think the uterus is finished shrinking by then. Like, there ain't no stretch marks. I am not sure that this photo ain't edited. Also, she's had 4 babies and her ab never separated. Let me tell you. Big up yourself friends for her dog. Grandma says she's sad she didn't look like that after my mom's birth. Her 8th baby. Damn. Nara and I have personal beef. Now I get it with some.
I mean, I don't know. I don't get bothered by that, though. Like, maybe I'm just different. I don't care if she show her damn stomach after having her baby. Hell, the fact that you had a baby already lets me know you're going to have trouble. Listen, at the end of the day, I think that, and again, I understand that some people get very sensitive about, you know, different, they get triggered by different sites. But, I mean, if she has the genetics for it and, you know, she's confident and proud that her stomach looks like that, then that's her business. But at the same time, I mean, I guess I could see it in a way where if people struggle with ED and body dysmorphia, then yeah, this could definitely trigger them. But I think that, you know, people have to just be a little bit more cautious about what they watch on social media and who they consume. And if you're easily influenced, I'm not talking about the kids, but I'm talking about the adults here. If you're easily triggered by her belly, then that might be a problem that you want to go get checked, because I don't get triggered by seeing slim fitness influencers. I don't get triggered when I see somebody like Nara with the baby. I don't get triggered by none of that, because that's not my life. That's not the life I live, and I live a different life. But then I guess I can see it from a perspective of, like, maybe if it's a health issue as far as ED and all of that stuff, then yes, I would not promote that. But at the same time, like, her just showing her body after, well, she's proud of that. I mean, what else could she be proud of? All she does is cook all day, and then she's on social media all the time. She has to show something. And then not only that, but she just had a baby. So for me, it's like I'm not envious at all of what she got going on, because she lives a different life than I do. But I think maybe the triggered people, some of them, may feel some type of way because they cannot be like that. And this is another thing where we have to kind of, I feel like social media just brings out a lot of things that people need healing on, to be quite honest with you. Because seeing Nara in that state, and again, it's my opinion. I mean, I know people might feel differently because it's a sensitive topic. But if you cannot see this picture and get triggered by this, then this is, for me, it's like it speaks more on what is internally wrong. There's something wrong here. Because at the end of the day, she could show this picture, people get mad, but somebody could show their stretch marks and be like, hey, this is just a symbol of the body that I had, you know, what I had to endure after having my child, and everybody praises it. But then with Nara, they're going to be upset. So I'm like, okay, what's the difference? One is just showing stretch marks, and she's more of like, you know, embracing her curves. But then this one is showing that she's proud of the fact that her body can bounce back so quickly. So, I mean, to each his own. But personally speaking, I personally think the internet is always going to have, like, be in an uproar about things that I personally don't see a problem with. Personally speaking, I don't see no issue with this.
No, but like you see, like how you said that, God forbid, like you actually pregnant or postpartum and you seeing this. But imagine thinking for a second, maybe you're like a younger girl. Imagine for a second you think my body could look like this after I just gave birth to my 4th child. I said this in a video that I did with D'Angelo. One of my like dark woke takes is that surrogacy is a bunch of rich people renting people them womb dog. I've been saying this from time, and niggas is getting mad. There's so many different babies that y'all could get on the.
Thank you. That's a hot take. Exactly. I'm with this person right here.
Y'all get adopt. Now you talking about, oh, well, you need to engineer a baby. Oh, God. And you need the baby to have your DNA. So you need to skeet inside a bottle, push the turkey based up inside the bread, and pop out a baby, and you renting the wombs? That's what you doing? That's what you need to do? Rich niggas renting wombs like Airbnb. Oh, God. So you picking out, you going up inside the catalog, looking for the type of baby that you want, and say, yeah, this the one I shoving the turkey based up inside. Oh, God. Don't even get me started with the niggas them who say that they need to grind the surrogate.
But I mean, to be quite honest with you, foreign, that's anybody who gives birth. Then if that's the case, because when people look for someone to procreate with, not everybody, because I've been seeing some of y'all partners, not y'all, but other people. Some of y'all I know it's for love for show. But what I'm trying to say is that, like, some people marry people for the aesthetics because they know someone's pretty or they'll have beautiful babies. Like, how many times do we hear that, especially with interracial couples? Hello. Oh, they gonna have light eyes. They gonna have this. They gonna have that. She gonna have her mama's blonde hair. I mean, people naturally want a child that looks very, I guess, perfect in their eyes, right? How many times have you heard when a child doesn't come out the way that the parents thought they would, or the child's not as cute as a cute, quote unquote, because I don't think that's even a thing. I think all babies are beautiful. But like, if it doesn't come out the way they want it to, then they get upset. I mean, it's not only surrogate. It's a huge problem, period. But anyways, keep going. How much longer is this video? Okay, we almost done, y'all. We gotta move on.
That say they need to naturally have a surrogate, and by naturally, they say that they need to impregnate the surrogate. I say, dog, you'll have to go to hell. We can't be going to the same hell neither.
Bomber clout.
Every time this gal had a new baby, she had to take a picture of her belly and body check the gal them. She was just like, listen, I ain't like y'all normal belly having hoes. Oh, God. I different. My waist snatch after I have mine. Even while my baby still have the placenta perm, my body could be snatched. Her fans came up inside her after she made that post, and she said, posts like this are so discouraging to the vast majority of postpartum moms who not only don't look like this 2 weeks after giving birth, but will never look like this again, even if they did before pregnancy. This is one-upsmanship disguised as some flowery message about our bodies and life and all that. She's just showing off her abs and wants people to tell her how wonderful she looks. She's a model, skinny on her best day, self-focused every day, probably having more babies than she wants because it makes her followers swoon. Dear new mom who isn't wealthy, doesn't have a bunch of help, and wasn't a model to begin with, you are doing great. Your breasts are leaky, your tummy is saggy, and you hurt. That's what the norm is. It'll get better.
Yes, that is very much the norm. However, I will also say that, again, again, I'm trying to look at this in a different way, but maybe I just don't care about those kind of things. But then maybe, for other people they do. I think, like, if you really love yourself, period, then none of what Nara's gonna do is going to affect you. That's my point. If you love how you look, if you love how you dress, and of course, sometimes you have your moments. Sometimes you think your hair looks bad, or you think your face, you have pimples. Like the other day when I had that thing on my lip, I was like, damn, I got to get that thing off. Of course. But at the same time, if you're confident in who you are, it doesn't matter what size you end up, you still gonna find yourself beautiful. And you just work towards it. Let's say that you do want to lose the baby weight. Then you're gonna lose it. And you look good for your body. There are certain body types that will never get a certain way. And that's okay. You don't have to push yourself to do that. But my point is, Nara's picture shouldn't be bothering you that much. That's my point. And if it is, then you need to unpack some stuff, because that's a problem right here. And if you have a child, you should be more focused on, because she said there are more moms, you're doing great, all that stuff. First of all, new moms probably don't even have time to be in them TikTok comments. But how you have enough time to be in them TikTok comments and feeling bad about yourself because of Nara posting a picture of her skinny body? There are skinny people all over the world. Like, you can't get mad at every skinny person because they don't look like you. And that's where my point is. You gonna punch your neighbor because she's thin and she looks like a damn model, while you out here, you can't even eat a piece of bread without gaining 10 pounds. Y'all, I went to Ontario I gained 10 pounds in a month. Just off the strength of eating at my folks' place and just scruffing my face. I gained weight very fast. And yes, I was like, well, damn, we got that number on the scale, got to go back down. But I'm not going to get mad because I see somebody else who looks good and, they're fit. And we don't know what she's doing to her body. I don't know what she does every day. And maybe she's just genetically blessed. Who knows? But at this point, I think that we just need to get to a point where that shouldn't be this much of a hot topic, is what I'm trying to say. Like, again, I get the dangers of it, but there are so many people out there who look like Nara and they have babies. I remember, like, hell, y'all gonna be jealous of some Korean women. I saw them with their bellies and I'm like, damn, you look like you ain't even have a baby. And I look like I had 3 and I have never had a child before. Red flag. But I'm not going to be mad at them. Hell, I might need to take some tips. What you do in the morning? You get up. When I heard one of them talking about, I get up, I drink lemon water every morning and make sure not to eat this. And then there was all these restrictions. We don't know. Nara doesn't eat that much. She eats all the food she's making. She's not consuming. I hope y'all know that. She's probably throwing most of it away or giving it to Lucky. And I swear, I promise you, Lucky's probably not eating it. It's all for the content. Most of the time, she's probably eating super healthy in the background, barely eating anything, and she has good genetics. And she's young. How old is this girl? She's 24. Hold up. Of course, her snapback's going to be good. She's 24 years old. Holla at me when you 30 or 35. Then we could talk. Like, come on now. Let's be for real. Like, we got to stop doing that, y'all. And, if it bothers you that much, you need to go seek therapy and you need to watch your kid more. That lets me know that you spending too much time on social media. You're not busy enough. You got to find something to do. And find a way to make yourself feel better so you'll feel healthier in your skin. If you want to lose weight, lose weight. If you want to gain weight, gain weight. But don't look to other people and other body types, because I promise you're going to be sorely disappointed every single time. Yeah, that's your millennial talk right here.
Yeah, having more babies for your followers indeed. And like, we've seen this with Carissa Collins. We've seen this with so many different families of which we've already made videos on. Here is Nara on her rationale behind having so many kids. Also so early.
Yes, did I post a picture that maybe evoked emotion in other women or other people in general? Yes, but what people don't realize is that to me, that picture wasn't me at my best and my normal. I was crying that same morning. I was wearing...
Y'all say, listen, y'all mad at me flexing my abs? This ain't even me in my final form. Oh, God.
Wearing a diaper in that picture. I was wearing linen pants because I didn't fit a sink...
Wear the diaper. What diaper? What diaper? I could see your whole hip meat. Where the panty's supposed to be. I'm wearing a
Bommy hungry, y'all. Hold up.
It's on my belly.
Bommy, you hungry? I'm gonna make you some food. You're always
fit a single one of my denim pants that I had. I was way above my usual weight. Like, I didn't feel like myself, and I posted that picture being like, I don't feel like myself, but my body is magical because look what it just did, and I'm really proud of that. And that was my postpartum experience. But I think in general, we should celebrate everyone for where they're at postpartum.
She ain't scared of hell.
Like, whatever, yeah, I'll have a baby. I never did a birthing class. I've never read, like, a book to the end. Sure, did I start? You know, those, like, books that you always get. I got a few pages in, and then I'm like, whatever.
The rhetoric is steeped in this anti-intellectual brand of religious indignation, which is on brand with what I truly believe Nara and our whole agenda is, which is peddling Mormon values.
But then when I had my first baby, even giving birth, I'm like, oh, the baby's out, great. And then they're like, okay, you need to keep pushing, get the placenta. I'm like, what placenta? What are you talking about? I had no idea.
This guy knew how to make coke, but didn't know what a placenta was. Oh, God. Are you fucking kidding, man? I'm mad right now, dog. Ooh.
But foreign, how old? Hold up, foreign, my brother. Not foreign. Nara. Nara is currently 24. She had her first baby when? When did she have her first child? She was born in 2001, for God's sake. Goodness gracious. 2001. She is mad young to me. When did she have her first baby? They met in 2019. Yeah, so he had a baby 2017, met her in 2019, got married 2020. When did she have her baby? Which child is it? The first one, Whimsy. Whimsy's the first one. When did you have Whimsy? Wait, Whimsy's 2, ain't it? I'm so confused with the kids, y'all. Yeah, Whimsy's the oldest daughter. Who's old? Who are her kids, Lord? Nara Smith's children. I'm so confused over who's the eldest. Smith's children. Who are your children, ma'am? How old are her kids? Okay, all about the 4 kids, Lord. I need to know who's the eldest. Okay, so they got married in 2020, and then they got married before she was pregnant when she got married. So obviously we know that, you know, they had a little bit of rush. Okay, so Rumble is the first baby, 2020. So if she is currently right now 24, hold up. How old was she when she she was born 2001. Hold up. Let me do the math, because foreign couldn't be bothered to do it. She was 19, same age as red flag. So hold up, Lucky. You decided to get her pregnant just like how you had your first baby at 19. Now you gave her a gift of a baby at 19. Red flag. You should know better than that. What is all red flags in this one? She was 19. So do you think she knew what a placenta was? I doubt it. Did she even know how she could get pregnant? Who knows? I don't know. My point is that I personally believe that she didn't know what a placenta was. I personally believe it because, she's 19. I'm not saying that you don't know about sex ed and all that stuff, but you don't know all about childbirth. Like, nobody really explains it like that. I didn't even know that people poop during childbirth. I was shocked. The more I heard the stories, the more I said, y'all PR, motherhood PR is all over in shambles. I'm sorry. The PR, y'all need to get together. If you are a mother, y'all, all the mothers need to congregate and have a session, because every time somebody tries to convince me to have a baby, it gets worse and worse. Getting, your vagina tears, and then you got to get stitched up. You poop. Sometimes you push so hard, you poop right on them sheets. Doodle all over the place. Caca everywhere. Then your baby comes out, and then you have the afterbirth. I didn't even know that, because in the movies, it shows all of them come out. I ain't never seen a woman give birth before. I'm supposed to know all that BS. I know all the stuff that happens there. And then your vagina, the juices flow and everything. And then some people, they have hemorrhaging after. If you have the C-section incision, you cannot walk for like 4 weeks or something. You got to be on. Like, there's just a lot. And this is just the minor stuff. I remember somebody told me something crazy once. Even the epidural. Just even labor is really labor. It's really work. It's intense. Oh yeah, somebody told me they were in labor for like 3 days. I was that shook my core. I was like, whoa, because my mom, honestly, like she had us really fast. Except for my younger brother, she was like that labor took a while, but it wasn't longer than a few hours. There are people in labor for 3 days. 3 days. 3 days. So yes, we cannot judge her for not knowing that. She's 19. And plus, most of our parents don't teach us about that. Let me know if your parents taught you all of the ins and outs about childbirth. I'll wait. Hell, I barely even got a sex lesson. I got it from the school. I done told y'all about that. They showed us a woman giving birth, but we didn't see all that though. We just saw her canal open and the baby come out. That was it. But I didn't see nothing else after that. I didn't see the afterbirth or nothing like that. But yeah, our parents blame it on the sex education of her parents, because a lot of our parents, especially she has a black mother, so I can almost guarantee you that her mother did not sit her down and tell her all of the ins and outs about childbirth. Because I know damn well my mama never has, and I know damn well, hell, they barely told us about sex. I had to learn that on my own. Imagine. So let's not do that, okay? Let's not do that. We gotta give her a little bit of grace here. She's very young. Her frontal lobe is not even damn developed.
I'm mad. I real mad. Cause she really think I's a ass. Oh God.
And then postpartum, you all of a sudden, well, I gave birth in like my midwife's office, which had a bedroom. So it was like a birthing center, but not really. I don't know. It was a room with whatever. So I got sent home with this baby right after giving birth. And I'm like, I don't know what to do.
Yeah, I'm sure I know she didn't. I know, because people make it seem, and I promise you, at my grown ass age, I promise you, I probably don't even know the half of what I have to do. I didn't even know people could leak in their boobs. Like when I remember one time, I asked what about cousins, because she was breastfeeding or whatever, and then I saw her leaking. I was like, damn, that leaks too? Like, it's just, you got to put pads for the leaking. Some people have breast pumps that they use in order to get the kid has to latch on. You have to learn how to do that. A lot of it is by trial and error, and everyone thinks like, oh, when you have a baby, you're just going to learn it as you go, and that's not right. I feel like we do need to get lessons, but of course, parents don't want to teach their kids about it, or maybe they didn't know about it, or maybe they're uncomfortable. I mean, there are so many different reasons as to why this happens, but I'm not shocked in the slightest. She's 19, for God's sake. Of course she didn't know how to handle a damn baby. She just knew how to get pregnant.
But I'm just going to follow my gut. I've always been the type of person to I know in my gut what's right, and I know I'll know what to do. And then I had my mom-in-law there as well to help, because it was during COVID, so my parents couldn't come. But that first experience was really rough. But I think I also just kept it pushing. But then my fourth experience, and then each experience was rough in whatever way, but my fourth experience was, she was a surprise baby. So we were done after our third, and then I found out I was pregnant with her, and I was freaking out. I remember everyone I called, my agent, didn't tell my parents for the longest time. I didn't really want to tell my agent, but then I'm like, I don't fit anything.
The desire for an impressionable, blissfully ignorant, feminine population is a conservative's wet dream. It's the reason why a lot of these things are being removed from schools. It's the reason why a lot of women...
Well, no, I disagree, Foreign. You see, Foreign, no. You see, I was giving you props in the beginning, but now I'm starting... I gotta speed this up, y'all. But yes, in theory, you're right that yes, it is a conservative's wet dream, because the more ignorant you are and the more you know nothing, the better it is for them to exploit you. But guess what? Even if you are educated, you can fall in this trap of what she's talking about. We just don't, our society does not teach you about children. It's the truth. You know how to make a baby, but you don't know what it takes to raise a baby. You don't know what it takes to emotionally take care of a kid, even financially. Half of the people who have kids, I gotta be honest, and I'm sorry if this is offensive, but it's the truth, should not be having children. If you are living paycheck to paycheck, you should not be having a child. I gotta be honest. if we're looking at it from a logical lens, aren't we supposed to be educated? Half of the people in the world in the working class should not be having children. How can you have a child if you don't even have money in your savings account? You don't have any money in your bank account. You don't have any financial cushion to back you up in case you lose your job. And we're supposed to be more educated. We are more educated than our ancestors, and yet we haven't mastered that. So I got to be very honest, and I'm not judging anybody who is living paycheck to paycheck with children. I'm just bringing up a point. I want to say that it doesn't matter how much education you have. What it happens is that sometimes if you're not taught the fundamentals of life, then yes, you can have a Nara Smith situation where she knows how to make bread and she knows how to garden, but she has no clue or had no clue on how to raise a child and the experience of childbirth. We got to be honest about these conversations because your knowledge is limited depending on what you are exposed to. That's the problem. So if you're around people and you may know how to, lead a team, you may know how to manage a team, you may have a lot of education on, human resources or political science or whatever it is. And yes, you're very intelligent, but that doesn't mean that you know how to garden. Hell, I just learned how to garden this year. I didn't know how to do that. I didn't even know how to make bread until recently. Red flag. I didn't know none of that because it wasn't within my scope. It's not my scope of practice, okay? That's the point. I don't give birth. I've never given birth to a child. I couldn't tell you what it's like to give birth to a child, but I know how to raise puppies now. I done got two of them. And hell, before I got Mimi, in theory, I knew how to raise a dog, but in practice, it's totally different. There are some things that I didn't know that dogs do that I found out as soon as I was on the job. I was clocked in. I was like, damn, I didn't know that about puppies. I didn't know that, puppies got their heat cycle quick. I didn't expect her to get her heat cycle so quickly. I didn't know that she was, there's so many little things that I'm learning about her, right? And that I'm like, oh my God, this is where her nipples are? Oh my God. Like, little things like that, right? Oh my God, she understands this. Oh my God, she has the memory of a 2-year-old. Oh my gosh, how could she remember that? There's little things you learn along the way. So please, stop it. Stop it.
Rights are being rendered away from them. So that's the reason why Nara Smith's rhetoric and profile has just been augmented to
I'm gonna read some comments soon, y'all. I'm gonna fast forward through some of this.
Point where she has millions of followers because this is exactly the reality that a MAGA administration wants. And she is a victim in more ways than one because, again, she's 24, 25 right now. So she had her 4 babies as a teenager.
Thank you. She a victim and she don't know. Thank you, whoever wrote that in the comments of his chat.
Take that a step further. More than likely, she's probably been pregnant for the majority of the time that she's been with her now husband. Mm-hmm. We're going to get into that in a second. But think about that. You spent more time pregnant than you did actually partnered. You don't know this nigga. And yet you are risking your life. And you're risking your life publicly for an audience.
But that's a majority of people who have kids with their partner who partner up and have kids right away. Are we gonna be honest? Because Nara is not the only example. Okay? And mind you, I am not a Nara defender. I came in this very blind. I don't know her. I don't know her content. I know nothing about her like that. I just seen her on social media here and there. Today's my first day really watching and sitting there and watching her. But I have to be honest. If Nara's getting criticized for this, then everybody is. The couple at your church that just got married and 6 months later they have a baby. My parents, they were together for 6 months before they got pregnant with my sister. And then my mom was pregnant back to back up until from 1982 until 1991. My mom was pregnant at least every other year or every year. There was a little gap between me and my brother. He's born 83. I'm born 86. But he's born late 83, so technically 84. And then my sister's born late 82, so technically 83. So y'all know how it goes. But yeah. So we got to be honest. Nara's not the only one, and she's religious. This is what happens in a religious household. You get married. You don't even take time to get to know your husband. You popping out kids like Tic Tacs. First one pops out within a year. Tell me I'm lying. Go check your church. If you go to church, or if you know people who go to church, find out when they got married, when they had their first child. I can guarantee you it's within a year's time frame. And if it's longer than that, either they were having infertility issues, or maybe they were one of the more progressive couples. And usually they'll be older. But most of them are young. You get a baby, you have to pop the baby out right away. Within 6 months to a year, you're going to have a baby. A lot of my cousins would fall under that too. Come on now, let's be for real. Foreign is not just Nara. It's a lot of people. We got to be honest. And it's not just her she's just doing it and monetizing off of it on social media. But the social media couples are just, they're a representation of society. That's what's really going on in the background. This is what it is.
What's my favorite nickname for you? I have a few.
Yeah, you do have a few.
Name the top two.
Love is one.
This boy look like he wearing someone else. And let me not foreign. Oh God. I was gonna say that he looked like the nigga from Silence of the Lambs who was stapling other people's face on.
Daddy.
No. First night in the new house, we go out.
Oh, I ain't gonna make it through this.
One of those days, so we got some.
Oh, Jesus, take the wheel.
Kill him, then me.
She make everything from scratch? She need to make a fucking condom from scratch. Oh God. She need to make a Durex from scratch. Today we're making lambskin condoms. Because my nigga can't pull out. Okay, sorry. I just realized that I had this man literally about to strangle her neck. I've had this on the screen this whole time. I haven't realized that because I was reading chat. What is going on? Oh God.
Let's plate up dinner.
And me.
Look at her, look like a cork.
What's your favorite hairstyle on me?
I like when you wear your hair out or braids.
But what's wrong with him liking her in braids? I'm so confused by this. Foreign, I don't know if I can watch the rest of this, my brother. This is getting very, all right. Do I have to follow this through? I'm gonna skip through it, y'all. What's wrong with him liking her wearing braids? He said, I like your hair. What he said, curly and braids?
Look at her, look like a cork.
What's your favorite hairstyle on me? I like when you wear your hair out or braids.
Okay. He likes that. I mean, to be honest with you, I haven't seen anything problematic about him except for the fact that, yes, they're having kids and popping out children, but they're religious. So that's part of the package. That's the religious starter pack. So I'm trying to figure out what he's saying that's so problematic, but maybe I'm just not seeing it.
This make me want to invest in a chastity belt. This causing my cock to concave.
And me.
This causing my cock to retreat in the shell like a tortoise right now. Fire fee fucking that. So you know he be calling her a bad wench in bed. This boy.
That's not true. Yeah, come on now. We gotta do better, y'all. This is very much, you see, this is the thing. If I need to see more in order to make that type of assessment. From what I can see, y'all let me know in the comments. Has he ever been problematic? Does he have controversies? Okay, let's see. Black ladies. All right, Reddit. I'm not sure. I'm sure most of you have seen the controversy surrounding Nara Smith, who is married to Lucky Blue Smith. Lucky is arguably one of the most known and popular male models amongst Gen Z and arguably some younger millennials as well. Let's put the Mormonism aside and nuance surrounding the whole trad wife movement. I wanted to see if any of you all have noticed the microaggressions made primarily by white women towards her and black men. This is a problem. I'm sorry, Foreign. I can't agree with you on this one. Has he done something where you would consider him to be racist? Like, I can understand it when people talk about Adam Housley, because y'all know Tamara is similar to Nara, where Tamara is biracial. Tamara Mowry, if you guys don't know who she is, let me bring her up. I did a whole case study on Tia and Tamara. Tamara Mowry. She is the twin of Tia, and she has a white husband and biracial. Well, quadroon children. I don't really like that term. I'm sorry, but mixed race children, multiracial. Let's call it that. I really don't like the term quadroon, to be quite honest with you, but it is truly what the term is, right? So Tamara, Adam has said some very microaggressive statements. He's always talking about people on food stamps. He is always the whole situation happened with Trayvon Martin, he said some very inflammatory statements. Same thing with Mike Brown. He is the one where people can say, oh, they can question what he calls her and how he sees her and how he perceives her, because he has had that history. He's worked on Fox News, for God's sakes. Red flag. Now, Lucky Blue, on the other hand, yes, he is Mormon. So that's already a red flag. And he's from, where he from? Where are you from, Lucky? He's from Utah. That's a red flag too. However, I will say that I have not heard anything about him having those kind of statements. But again, I mean, it's quite possible, to be quite honest with you. I can't put nothing past nobody. I gotta be honest, especially white folks. However, I will say though that the statements that he's made here have not made me see anything. But maybe I need to see more, because him liking her in braids and curly hair, that's most like a lot of white men. When they date black women, they like black women to look very natural. I gotta be honest with y'all. They don't like the weaves. They don't like the wigs. They prefer, like some of them do. They don't. Some of them do, obviously, but they do prefer the natural look. I will say that. That's for white and Asian men across the board. If you are dating them, they most likely like you in your natural hair. That's it. That's all. So it would be akin to a black man saying, I like your hair permed. A lot of them say that. Or I like your hair straight. But I don't hear nothing about that. See what I'm saying? Come on now. Let's be for real.
Probably.
Or I like that bust down you're wearing. Yeah, they like, black men will say that they like you in bust downs. They like you in the wigs. They like you with braids. They like you with straight hair. Anything but this. Some men like you with locks, but most people do not like locks, and most black men don't like short natural hair. Depending on the texture. So are you gonna say that they're also going to call you a certain name? Come on now, let's be for real. Let's be for real. All right, let's read more. Oh Lord, I gotta read some of y'all comments. I don't know where this is going. This video is getting kind of crazy.
Creating slurs for him. Oh God. Custom slurs.
I think that's not, I don't know, personally speaking, that's crazy to be like, yo, why? Oh boy. Okay. All right, let's continue, y'all. Let's continue. This is crazy. This is getting wild up in here. It's getting wild.
I don't know what y'all be doing over there in Germany, man. Why is there a Pornhub DoorDash? I feel that no one takes the fact that Lucky groomed a teenage minor seriously enough. Lucky definitely groomed Nara when he was already a father of one in his 20s, when he DM'd a minor Nara Smith. She's about 4 or 5 years younger than him.
Yeah, and you know what? That is very problematic. Red flag. And it happened. That's what happened to him. So this is a pattern that happened to him, and now he is modeling it. And that happens a lot with people who are groomed. I gotta be honest with y'all. This happens quite a lot. So that's why you'll see children, when certain situations happen to them, y'all know what I'm talking about, and they will model it on another child. And this is how it continues. So it's very quite sad. This whole story is very tragic, y'all. Very tragic.
Do the math. It's not hard to figure out that she was already pregnant with Rumble. Yeah, one of the children's name is Rumble. When they got married, which was also after less than half a year knowing each other. She ain't had a single year of not being pregnant since she met him. Not only that, Nara doesn't really even engage with his other kid. As you can see, another person said, the first mini blonde in the family, Fawny, is the sweetest girl. I know how much you've talked about your postpartum struggles. Remember, you are so loved, Nara. And this made me cry. Thank you so much. Mind you, he already has another child that is blonde. He basically doing a Brian McKnight. We've all been like kind of conjecturing how exactly does Nara engage with the racial element, if at all, with her being in the Mormon church. Because for folks that are not familiar, it's only recent that the Mormons really began to allow folks of color to be associated with Mormonism.
Some black-skinned people
That I agree with. I don't know, man. That Mormon religion's always been a little iffy to me.
are not able to achieve full status in the Mormon Church.
In this day, as in ancient time, there are some who have not been given the privilege.
Okay, don't nobody want to hear this racist nonsense.
Because they're
Continue.
very business savvy. The whole Marriott hotel industry, that's Mormons. They've been zealously advocating to expand through social media, those TLC reality shows. And Nara has to ignore this to an extent because she can't necessarily engage with the fact that they are so vehemently racist. That means that Nara has to simply shelve her racial identity. And that is in favor, again, of conservatism. And one of the most disgusting things that I think...
But is it is she shelving her racial identity because of money? Because he said he likes her in braids and cornrows. You see, you can't, this is what I'm talking about here. So he said he likes her in curly hair and cornrows. So it's obviously not her husband who is inflicting that on her. He actually likes her in her natural form, to look as black as possible. I mean, you gotta be honest. So who is the one pushing this agenda? Because it doesn't sound like it's him. So if it doesn't sound like it's him, then is it internalized, or is it to fit the greater society surrounding them? Because again, biracial children, especially the young girls, I have noticed that the girls, they struggle with white validation. I gotta be honest, not all, because I don't need the biracial girls coming after me, and I'm not biracial, so I'm just speaking on my opinion on what I see. A lot of them, if they're growing up in a white community, they seek a lot of white validation. We gotta be honest about it. And so is she the one who wants to live vicariously as a white woman? Because by all intents and purposes, her husband actually embraces that part of her, from what it sounds like. But is she the one pushing back on her identity and wants to present herself to look like the other trad wives or whoever she's around in the modeling industry? And remember, the modeling industry is already racial, how can I say this? I'm trying to find the words to say, but y'all already know what I mean. Like, in the modeling industry, the black models are few far in between. It's already segregated enough as it is. So even though she's light bright and she has the biracial aesthetic, she is still probably not getting gigs compared to a white woman. And she lives in America. And she's in Utah. There's a lack of representation. So we got to be honest when we have these conversations. And I just got to be very clear that, yes, Mormon, do I think that they can be racist? Absolutely. And do I think Utah's racist? Absolutely can be. I don't know. I haven't lived there, so I don't want to say what I don't know. But from what I've heard, yes. However, can I say that it is in her household? I don't know, because I don't see that personally speaking. But I could be wrong. I haven't watched too much of this content.
Has come out of it in regards to the kids. One of her children was announced to have had cancer. Nara put this on her IG, showcasing in solidarity. Now, I think it was pretty sick to learn that people were reveling in a child having cancer, especially after Nara allegedly cooked everything from scratch. I think that there's this schadenfreude of folks who obviously don't have the luxury of buying organic or making food from scratch. Basically, they're trying to say, oh, you went through all that to make these things from scratch, presumably to avoid things like cancer, and then your child had cancer. And I think that that's very sad and pretty repugnant.
Do people not understand that some people have cancer genes? Like, most of us carry cancer genes, and most of the time when children get cancer, it might be genetic. Like, have people considered that? Or are they that stupid? Whether or not the young baby got cancer, it wouldn't change the fact that eating unhealthy food will increase your risks. And depending on your genetic composition, depending on your environment, there are so many different factors. Depending on your stress levels and your hormones, you may or may not get it, period. Anybody can get it, even if you're the healthiest of individuals and even if you eat the worst type of food. Like, what are we talking about here? These people are weird.
The children are not to be here in the first place. So to revel in this misfortune before they're even old enough to engage with it is pretty sick. As well as foods aren't the only way that someone could get cancer.
Exactly. People are just dumb. Okay, that's it about Nara, y'all. I don't think I can watch any more of this. So we got, ballerinas here. Okay, here we go. Okay, this is the mother load right here. This is what I was waiting for. And sorry to skip through.
And we obviously
Okay, this right here,
exist with
yes.
disabilities amongst us. Then
Come on
that
now.
being said, there is this cottage industry, and I think that it's a props at this point. It manifests everything that
to Utah for a few
All right, here we
right
go.
now.
After a crazy work week in New York, we finally made it to Utah for a few days.
Oh, they live in New York. They don't even live in Utah. Okay, my bad. I thought they lived in Utah. Okay, so there's that. I think it's her. I personally think it's her. It's her branding, and she wants whatever she can capitalize off of. I personally don't find her husband to be racist, but I could be wrong. I need to do the case study, but I don't see it so far. But she barely shows him though, so who knows?
Hang out with some family and friends, and we obviously had to stop by Hannah's house for some brunch. We had a whole spread going on with some croissants, crepes, fruits, homemade Nutellas, and jams. Danielle also made us some yogurt the night before, which I couldn't get enough of. Kids could not contain their excitement and started running around the property while we had some brunch. And then
Yeah, this is a content meetup.
it was time to head over to see the dairy. Getting 11 kids ready and out of the house took a second, but we finally made it onto our little walk. And the kids bonded over finding some tiny snakes before we made it over to the dairy barn. Seeing all the cows and the animals made me want a cow, even though I don't think I could ever manage that. The kids were so fascinated, and when we got back to the house, wanted some milk immediately. Alex also made us some homemade ice cream, which was delicious. It was nice for all of us to sit down and catch up and talk about everything that's been going on. Rumble and Slim needed to see how a cow was milked, so I gave it a try, and it's a lot harder than Hannah makes it look. We were all so sad to leave, but we know we're gonna be back very soon.
Oh my God. One of the children name is Rumble, yes, like the platform. And one of them is named Slim, yes, like the rapper. There's so much here. Bunch of kids running around the place. Not a nigga in sight. Oh God. Not one. Not even a octoroon or something, bro.
No, there is one. It's Nara. And then there's a 3/4 one, right? Is it 3/4?
This is undeniable conservative propaganda. Now
That I
claims
agree
she's
with.
not Mormon, despite the fact that Lucky is, and a practicing one at that. Everybody's in these long dress, covering the majority of their body. American flags in the background. You can't tell.
Them flags, y'all, them flags. But to be fair, Lucky is the only one with his shirt on. He ain't even got the cowboy hat on. And he looks the part. He looks like a rancher. He looks like he would take a rope and, he looks like he chases people. I mean chases animals. My bad. Let me not put that on that. Wait, is he the one that made his wife leave Juilliard? That's the Ballerina Farms one, right? He is the one. At least this one, at least Nara is able to work and make money. This one, she's working and laboring. And this man has all types of money. And he doesn't give her a nanny. Red flag. He doesn't give her a nanny at all. You see, so this is another issue. And something we have to talk about. Lucky and Nara, I will give them this, is that they have help. She said that. They have nanny and they have her mother. At least he allows her to have help. Well, it's not he allows her. What am I saying? But yeah, in these trad wife situations, I got to be honest, it's the allowing. Because, some men, they don't allow their wives to do anything. But at least with Nara and Lucky, he respects her. And he wants her to have that freedom, or have the freedom to be able to model and do whatever she wants to do. We'll get to the grooming afterwards. But with the other one here, this one right here, the cowboy rancher and his wife, he doesn't even give her a nanny, y'all. He makes her do all of that labor. Red flag. That's a problem. But continuing, yeah, and this is the poster child for what did we call it again? The Project 2025. Remember when they were showing the videos of the New America? This is it right here.
This ain't conservative porn. They got the 10-gallon hats on, the boots, the atrocious shoes. What are those?
Yeah, them shoes.
And the ballerina farm law makes it even worse, to be honest. And I think that this encapsulates the type of gender roles.
Ballerina looks hit, y'all. Look at her. No, this is why some of them girls are mad. Ballerina looks ragged. I'm so sorry. She looks ragged and toe up. She looks tall. She looks tired. At least Nara, she looks like she's a little bit like. She looks like she's a little refreshed. You can tell that's what happens when you have help. Look at her. She looks fresh-faced. Y'all saw her with the slim waist, the snap. You see, let me tell you something. This is another thing I forgot to bring up while I was going on my little tangent. We gonna move on soon, y'all. I'm gonna read some comments soon. But while I was going on my tangent about women and the snapback and people needing to like unpack some of their their beliefs about themselves and have a little bit more confidence, I'm also going to say that when you're with a person, and judging by Nara, it looks like she's getting a lot of help, then it's easy for you to snap back. You're not stressed. Cortisol is what keeps all that fat in your belly and overeating. One or the other. I'm going to tell you right now, this right here is definitely overeating because it's not I refuse. I'm just not ready to take the leap to count calories and do all that restriction. I do little baby steps, but this, you know what? I am ready to take the leap. You're right. You know what? I'm going to do it. This year, I'm going to do it. Get rid of my belly. That I got to cut it down. You got to do it before the bones start going. When your body, you need a tune-up. Every 10 years, you get a little jolt in your body. So when you hit, 40, your body changes again. It goes through metamorphosis. So I got to do it before 50. I got a timeline here. But point is that Nara can snap back because she has the support. She's not stressed at all. I can tell. She gets help. It seems like she does. And she probably doing it for the views. That's what it sounds like. That's my assessment. Ballerina, on the other hand, she looks stressed as hell. Look at them bags under her damn eyes. Look at this right here. Look at this right here. She needs a lot of work here.
Present from Daniel. Tickets to Greece.
Where's it from?
Okay, so note that she said that she wanted to go to Greece. What do you think the shorty's gonna get?
I don't know, the boys took it off.
It's from Ukraine.
So
I could tell by her hair that she doesn't maintain herself. I could just tell. I can tell by everything. And again, I'm not saying that she doesn't want to look like that, but she looks a bit different than Nara.
plane tickets. Ooh, a hat I can wear in Greece.
A hat I could wear.
You see, look at he got her an apron. Look at that. Lucky done took Nara to Aspen. Red flag to that husband of hers. No, we doing a case study on these folks right here. He got her an egg apron. That's sad, y'all. This is sad. This is very sad. See, Nara, this is what happens when you trying to chase trends. See, Ballerina, she's really in the thick of trad. She really built for this life. This is a trad wife if I've ever seen one. This is real trad wife. See, the other one was trad wife for pay. And then now the trad wife for pay is over. Hate to see it.
If your partner tells you what they want after you ask,
and then not the kid putting his hand. You know what? Wrap this up. The kid, no, hell no. And then who said yay? Hold up. Wait, what? Did I hear her say yay?
My egg apron. He did it.
Put eggs in. I would have thrown that shit in his face. Get the fuck out of here. Excuse my language, y'all. Oh, hell no. I'd be so incensed. Oh, but he would never be with somebody. No. Never. I can't. I cannot. I don't think any of those traditional men would ever be looking my way. I repel them just by how I speak. Continuing. All right. Let's read some comments, y'all. Oh, Lord. We done with this. What's her name again? Nara. You have earned your spot. Let's go here. Prince, you said those aren't abs. Why do we keep calling flat tummy abs? Prince, it's because a flat tummy is the new abs. I gotta be honest. Nowadays, just having that aesthetic is abs. I know. It's very strange, ain't it? We're in a different time now. Faith, how are you, sis? You said she has a cookbook now and owns her own land where her produce comes from. So, I hope I said her name right. Wanzawa is doing really well and is very popular here. Also, I think it's weird she can't show her stomach. Oh, okay. You're talking about Nara, right? I think it's weird too. But yeah, okay, that's good. Unzara. I hope I said her name right. Yeah, I really liked. I saw her content before. I liked her content too. You said, well, abs are under regardless. Hell, we all have abs then, sis Blueberry, do we? Let me go and draw some abs here. Let me stop. You know, sometimes, okay, let me tell you. If I do not eat for a few days and then I suck my stomach in, it might turn into one little semi of an ab. Maybe a semi-ab. Margaret, you said, I know she's just average skinny. I know, but you got to remember, the average size in the U.S. is what now? Let's check. Most people are, I mean, what doctors would consider overweight. But I personally think they need to do away with that BMI chart, to be quite honest with you. But I digress. Average weight in America. Let's check. No, not average weight. Sorry, I meant the average size. Average clothing size in America. That's what I meant to say. So in America, it's, the average clothing size is 16 and 18, y'all. When I was growing up, the average clothing size was a 6, I believe. Let me check. 1990, let's say I was in high school. Let's say when I was an adult. So 2005, I was 19. So no, Nara's age is 24. So let's say 2005, 19, 20, 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, no, I gotta count. 6, 7, 8. 2010. Okay, 2010 I was her age. Around 2009 I was her age. Okay. So in 2009, they don't got a thing here. Continue reading. Let's see. 2009. I want to see like a size chart or something. Yeah, when I was growing up, I promise y'all, it was like a size, I would say like 8. No, 10 maybe. I don't remember what it was. No, it definitely wasn't my size before. Because I remember I used to feel fat. Because, the smallest size was like 6 or something. I don't remember. But it wasn't no 14. Because, hell, if a 14... Man, I wish the average size was 14 when I was growing up. I wouldn't... I promise you, I would have been way more confident when I was younger. But I did grow into my confidence. Luckily for me, I grew into my confidence as an adult. I was so happy about that. Because, a lot of women go through that. I got to be honest. But, the average size is 16 and 18, y'all. Let me check in Canada. Canada's always been a little smaller, but it's 16 to 18. Oh, 14 to 16, sorry, in the U.S. 14 to 16, my bad. Average dress size. So if we look at, look, Japan 6 to 8, that's crazy. And then even they think that's quote unquote fat, right? Let me look. Jamaica 12 to 4. Yeah, so it looks like everybody's pretty much across the board similar. But average clothing size in South Korea. Let me check South Korea. 18 to... But remember, their clothing size is different. So, let me see. 8 to 10. Average dress size. South Korea is definitely not 18 to 20. This is wrong, y'all. This is definitely wrong. I can tell y'all from experience. I don't know how accurate this is, to be quite honest with you. But it's different, right? So, and then also remember, there could be some people who are muscular, taller. So don't go by the clothing size, to be honest with you, because two people can weigh the same and have different body compositions depending on their build, right? And also depending on muscles. And there's so many factors that are involved in it. So don't just look at the weight on the scale. I feel like you know when you look the healthiest that you can look. And whatever that is for you, then you're going to do that. And as long as it's healthy in the sense of like you're not having any health issues and you're keeping up with your walks, you're keeping up with your workouts, you're keeping up with your meal plans, you're keeping up with trying to stay as stress-free as possible, and you're trying to like eat foods that are enriching to your body, then you shouldn't have a problem. Chi-Chi, you said, and that's all. First time commenter, long time watch it. You rock, Romy. Keep going. Oh, thank you, sis. Thank you. I appreciate it. Prince, you said also, if you are hella tall and super slim through pregnancy, how do you expect her to look after? Thank you. That's what I'm trying to figure out. It's a different, this is the thing also and that's why I don't know, there needs to be like a social media etiquette class or something, or not etiquette, but it's like social media training before you can access social media. I feel like a lot of people are getting disappointed and getting triggered. And again, I'm not saying that I don't want to necessarily say that it's wrong, because I get it. Emotions are emotions. You can't control them, but it's how you handle them is the problem. Like, there are a lot of takes that I do not like. There are a lot of things that I do not like to see. And guess what I do? I scroll. It's really that simple. Like, it shouldn't affect your body, like your mindset, and it shouldn't affect you to the point where you feel that triggered to write a long ass comment. And then also to have other people feeling sad in the comments. And if that is happening, then we need to figure that out. There's something is awfully wrong here. And yeah, she has a certain body type. She's tall. She's 6 feet. And weight looks different on people who are taller. I'm a shorty. I'm like 5'2 and a half, almost 5'3. Weight looks very different on me. And that's what I'm saying. You could be the same size. You could put me next to somebody and we are the same weight. And of course I'm gonna look stumpier. I look like a damn tree stump. Red flag. I wasn't blessed with tall genetics. You know, they thought I was gonna be tall like my daddy. I fooled them. I'm short like my mama. So yeah, it's like that. Sometimes it happens, right? I'm just short and stumpy, and that's okay. But guess what? There's ways that you can work out for your body type, and we all need to pay attention to our body types. And that would be so great. Like, I promise you, it will help you a lot if you know your body type, know how clothes fit you, and you dress accordingly. And I promise you'll start feeling more confident about yourself and stop trying to look at people like Nara Smith, whose body you will never, ever attain, because you and her are two different people. It's craziness. Faith, I just had a baby, by the way, and I see nothing wrong with it. And you know what, Faith? Congratulations on your new bundle of joy. And you know why you see nothing wrong with it? It's because you are confident in yourself. And you know that Nara is Nara. You are you. And it won't matter what your body look like. To be honest with you, I don't think people should focus on what their body looks like after having a baby. Is giving that child their nutrients and giving the child what they need and making sure that you are okay and that you're stress-free and that you are able to carry your child through the first year of their life and having the support that you need. That's more important than being on the internet typing stuff and dissertations. Like, it's crazy to me. You ain't got too much time on your hands. Too much time. Some girl, I saw Ive and people say they have Anna. Oh, I know what you mean, Anna. Those girls are just regular skinny girls. I was so shocked. Yeah, and you know what? I don't think, when I lived in Korea, it was so interesting because when you're in Korea, like, you can really, I know a lot of people who started to have a lot of body issues, image issues, because they were in Korea. So you feel bigger than you really are. And personally speaking, I didn't feel that way. I actually felt the most confident. Why? Because I know I will never look like them. I know that even if I drop to my smallest weight, our bone structures are different. We carry weight differently. And they will never look like me. And it's just an understanding of who you are. And I will say that people think that when they're in Korea, I'm not saying people don't have body issues. Of course they do. But what I will say is a lot of Korean women, they maintain their weight by walking a lot. First of all, if you live in Seoul, especially if you live in Seoul or Busan, which is where a majority of the people live, you are walking everywhere. If you go on my Instagram, I don't be going on that too much. But if you look at old pictures of me, I was at my healthiest and probably I had lost a lot of weight, especially the first 2 years in Korea. Why? Because I was walking everywhere. I walked everywhere. No, first 3 years, I would say, because I was in Jeonju, then Daejeon, then Seoul. But I was still walking everywhere. I didn't have a car. I had to walk, even to walk to class 20 minutes. 20-minute walk to go from the dorm to the language room, language classroom, because we had to do language training, and then go back and forth. I was walking everywhere. I was walking at least 10,000 plus steps a day. While I was on strike just in September, I had lost weight. Why? Because we were walking the whole time. Just walking around the building with the pickets. We was picketing. Lost mad weight. Why? Because we were walking around. Walk. That's it. They walk a lot and they eat like in time. They eat very timed, in the time sequence. So they have breakfast at the same time every day. They eat the same thing every day. And then when they have lunch, they eat lunch together. Koreans eat lunch together, which means that they're not eating separately, which means that they're eating less. That's all that is. And then after lunch, guess what they do? They go and walk. They take walks around. Oh, baby, walk around. Mommy, you want to walk? Walk. That's it. We are too complacent. You drive I promise you, a majority of the people who are commenting, feeling bad, they probably drive everywhere. What were you eating while you were pregnant? And then when you ask them that question, because I remember one of my friends, she was talking about, I gained so much weight. I said, what were you eating when you were pregnant? Oh, but it's because I was eating for 2. Yeah, you take it extreme. Eating for 2 and then you eating for 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And yeah, there's some people who who gain weight and have hormonal issues. I'm not talking about those folks. You probably need to go get checked anyways. That's why I say you need to unpack some of that. You probably need to go to a naturopath. You need to get a hormone panel. You need to go to a doctor. You got to do a lot of work. But staring at Nara and getting upset because she doesn't look like what you look like and you're getting triggered by that is not going to help you get to where you need to be. That's my point. Continuing, but I'm glad that, some of you guys don't have that, and I'm really happy for you. And if you do, I'm not saying that, again, there's anything wrong with having those feelings, but you need to figure out how to resolve it because it is not healthy to think that way, personally speaking. Blueberry, this reminds me of Tammy Hembro. Who is Tammy? Who is Tammy Hembro? What you trying to tell me here? Do we need to add her to the list? Isn't she married to some? Who is she? Okay, we might need to add her to the list, y'all. Who's Tammy? I don't know who that is. Next, surrogacy. Yeah, I don't know what he's talking about. I didn't know what he was talking about either, y'all. Devonda, the baby shower, the baby revealed, and parents are mad about having a girl or boy. Period. Yup. That'll reveal a lot right there. And to be honest with you, does it really matter? Personally speaking, no. And it's really weird that, I don't know, society's just really weird about kids, to be quite honest with you. It's strange. It's a strange world we live in. Margaret, you said, and is she can take a photo of herself. That's a petty point, trash point to me. Exactly. I agree. Sarita, y'all heard about the surrogate mother where the bio parents want her to have an abortion because the child is diagnosed with a severe but treatable heart condition. Yup. So many, I don't know about this particular case, but I'm so glad you brought it up, sis. So many people do that. I remember a few years ago, there was a case like that. This happens quite a lot. And it's like, then it becomes a case of who owns the baby. Because is it the biological parents? But the body of the woman who is carrying the child, she also has autonomy to make decisions of her own as well. It's a very tricky situation. Surrogacy in itself, I personally think that, it's hard. It's a hard, it's too unregulated in my opinion. I feel like it needs to be regulated more, personally speaking. Devonda, you said that sounds like projecting on Nara from that Facebook account. Yes, I agree. It's very sad, y'all. And, we have to, I feel like it speaks to how people feel about themselves, and they were going to lash out on people who they feel are making, they are mad at the person for making them feel that way. But I'm like, no, you need to figure out why you feel that way, because Nara posting a picture should not be triggering you that much. And also, why do you feel like that? And nobody answers that question. If something is triggering you, then most likely it's not the person who's triggering you, it's something internal that is making you feel that way. So placing it on Nara is not going to help you at all. I mean, not you, but I'm talking about them. Why is a lot of body positivity only about your body being imperfect is the norm? Yep. And you know what? I had to take accountability for myself because I remember growing up I used to feel like, oh, how come I can't lose weight? Or oh, how come it's so hard for me to lose weight and other people it's so easy? And then one day I sat and I thought about it, and just being around different people and exposing myself to different people, and I realized that they put in the work. They'll be at the gym. They will go to the gym at all times, like lunchtime, after work. They're very disciplined. They'll wake up in the morning, same people waking up in the morning and going for walks. My mom does that every single morning. This is why she's able to keep herself down. One time she had a conversation with me a while ago. She was like, you think I don't want to eat cake? You think I don't want to eat what you eat? Cheese, guys. But it's because I have to be consistent. And that's the truth. What it comes down to is discipline and consistency every time. You're going to get to your weight. And if you are disciplined and consistent and it's still not falling off, then there's a hormonal issue or an issue with, how your body probably processes things. And maybe it's the sugar, insulin, whatever. There's so many different variations. You got to go seek medical help for that. But it's not impossible. Calorie deficit works every time. I promise you right now, if you go on a calorie deficit, majority of everybody will lose weight. I can almost guarantee that. So yeah, y'all can hear Bomi. And here she go, y'all, in her full effect. Some girl, you said no one told them to have kids without knowing the facts. Crazy behavior. I can never understand blaming other people for your issue. I agree. Mrs. Mertizzle, people need to stop comparing themselves to other. Exactly. It's going to get them caught up every time. Every single time. While you comparing yourself to other people, they're living their lives and they're getting to where they need to be. And while you steady chasing them, you're not going to make it to where you need to be because you're not living the life that you should be living vicariously through some folks on the internet. And mind you, in the background, they don't even know how much flat tummy tea Nara's drinking. They don't know how many meals Nara's really eating. And then she got kids. People with kids don't eat. Y'all don't eat. Tell me, okay, if you have children right now, let me know in the comments if you eat. And I'm talking about newborn, like 3 kids, newborns or kids who are toddlers. You don't even have time to eat. Most of the time, you're spending time feeding your kids. By the time you're done feeding your kids, you probably eating little scraps of food or whatever they have. And then you got to go on to, then you got to take them to the nap, take them here, take them there. All the working moms I know, they barely have time to eat when they're staying at home with their kids, I should say. Because most of the time, hell, when Bomi just came on, I didn't eat all day. When I looked, I was like, oh, damn, I didn't eat lunch. The first day Bomi was there, I didn't eat my food. Because why? Lunchtime, I had to go. Usually, I just walk Mimi, and then we eat together. Like, she eats her meal. I eat with her. Bomi, I got to feed another. The more kids you have, the more you got to feed them. So then when this one has a mealtime, this one's crying. This one's throwing whatever. Then you got the other one crying. Even if you have help, the nanny's helping. She got 3 kids. 4 kids now? So the nanny's probably helping 2 kids. You only have 2 hands. Kids are very unpredictable. And sometimes they don't want to eat their food. So you got to sit there and feed them. Okay, here you go. Here, oh, good girl. Oh, here you go. Oh, yeah. And then by the end of it, your appetite's gone. And you're just going to eat whatever scraps on the plate. Red flag. That's probably why, too. Come on now. Continue. And I'll read a few more comments and then we got to go. Elle, hey, sis. How are you? Melanated. Hey sis, you said this is why I don't recommend marriage until your 30s because your confidence is affirmed when your frontal lobe is fully developed. Period. And not all, because I know some people who are hella immature. But I will say that, yeah, it makes a big difference. It makes a very big difference. And also having a partner who validates that and who loves you in your form and knows who you are and accepts you for how you are. That's another thing too, because there are some people out there who do not like their partners to gain weight. Now, if your partner's gaining weight and you notice that it's a health issue and it's excessive and that's not naturally who they are, then yes, you can address it with them because there's probably more often than not something going on. So stress, lack of support, lack of help. And most of the time couples can get through it. But it's just being with somebody who doesn't just focus on how you look. This is where it starts. They like you like a human. That's it. As soon as you find somebody who likes you as a human being, then you don't have to worry about looking a certain way, having a snapback. They're going to understand that your body took time to have a baby and it's going to take time to get back to where it was. Just like it took time for you to gain weight for whatever reason, it's going to take time for you to lose it. And by the way, the body keeps score. So sometimes some of that weight is stuff that you have held on to since you were a child. People don't think about that. Some of that weight manifested in your body from trauma you had as a kid, or any type of situation you had a kid, a stress response, maybe bad eating habits. My mom used to feed us. Let me tell you what she used to feed us. We used to eat rice, macaroni. Imagine this is a Sunday dinner, regular Sunday dinner. Just listen to this. This is just one meal. Mac and cheese, rice, salad. You got a little salad plate here. Then you have barbecue chicken. And then we would have juice. One meal. Breakfast, you're going to eat Frosted Flakes, Cheerios. And then sometimes for breakfast, I would eat eggs and bacon. Breakfast. School lunch. We used to have Mexican pizza sometimes. It depends. They wear every day would have, you have your little lunch meal, the schedule. They would send it to us, monthly schedule. And then for breakfast, we would have sausage and sausage biscuit. And then you have the cereal bar. So you could eat your sausage and your biscuit with the cereal. And then usually it was Frosted Flakes. them little containers. And then you have your milk. And it's not even 2% milk. It's whole milk. And then for lunch, I used to, in high school, middle school, we didn't have, obviously out of campus lunch. So we would eat whatever was in the cafeteria. And best believe it wasn't healthy at all. But, and this was in Florida, by the way. So, lunchtime, what would we eat? I would go out with my friends sometimes and buy Wendy's. Excuse me. At that time, chicken nuggets was $5 for $1 something. And some people would go to this place called Christina's. So you could get chicken nuggets, fries, and a full meal for I think at the time it was $3 something. And then I would eat from the vending machine. I would eat Cheetos, a hot Cheetos, or popcorn, or whatever. That's my lunch, y'all. And then for dinner, for snack, because remember you go home after school. So hot dogs, hamburgers. And then you wonder why your gut was all in shambles. Red flag. All them fat cells stayed in there. The what they call it, the vesicular fat, whatever the hell they call it. Point is, eat better and do better. Nutritionists should be covered by insurance. Yes, I agree, and I wish they were. They always make you pay for that. Sometimes people have fertility issues. I agree, the blueberry. It's a very sensitive subject with surrogacy, so that's why I said it needs to be regulated a little bit, though. Starlight, sis, you said surrogacy in the States is upwards $100K. Yup, you need money to have a surrogate. L, you said surrogacy is still inherently unethical. Yeah, I agree, but I agree. It is unethical. However, I will say, though, that... Let me think about it. How many people have used surrogates before? I'm trying to think of who has used surrogates. A lot of people use surrogates. And unfortunately, some women's bodies cannot carry babies. So then it gets to the point of should we be able to let people have surrogates? But then at the same time, it's will people just go on the black market if it's not regulated? That's another issue too, right? So it's a lot to unpack with that one. I might have to look into this one. Because some people, they use surrogacy because, yes, they have infertility issues. They cannot have a baby. And they do it the legal way, right? So then, you have the paperwork, all that stuff. But then if we ban surrogacy, then there's going to be the black market of it all. And that actually, sometimes it's worse to have the black market because then you can't control what's happening. So there's a lot that goes into it. I would say surrogacy is like that. There's another one. I'm trying to think of another issue where people go to the black market and do it. Surgery is one of them. like plastic surgery is elective, right? So technically we shouldn't be able to get plastic surgery, right? For non-medical reasons. So then if somebody decides to get a BBL, but they don't regulate BBL, like let's say everyone bans plastic surgery and we say, okay, it's not ethical to do non-medical procedures, right? You're going to have people in the black market offering those services, and then it's going to be underground, and there's higher risk for deaths and higher risk for just rampant, like, corruption. So then it becomes the question of, if we ban it, are people just gonna still do it anyways, but do it underground? Kind of like Prohibition, when they had the alcohol in Chicago, and Al Capone and his peoples, when they banned alcohol. I think it was it was in Chicago. They banned alcohol in Chicago, and then they would have like these underground networks of alcohol flowing in through the city anyways, and it would still get people drunk and all those things. And same thing with opiums. So we got to talk about those things. Yeah, there are so many reasons as to why. So technically, yes, you are right, but at the same time, if it's unethical, people are still going to do it anyway. So then should we ban it, or should we just regulate it more, because people are going to do it anyway? So would you rather have higher risks of people dying and doing it on the black market and choosing random surrogates? Because, you know, surrogates are usually paid a lot. So maybe a poor woman's going to want, or somebody who's not wealthy is going to want to carry a baby for someone to pay for her child's tuition or something like that, right? So there's a lot of questions to it, but I agree. I think it's a very nuanced conversation. Yeah, but I do agree with, you should not be able to rent a uterus if you can't afford it. 100%. Yeah. Nara probably eats like a rabbit. When I was Nara size, I definitely barely ate. Exactly. And that's what people are not considering. They're not considering that at all. Prince, you said, I don't know, I wouldn't call someone finding another way to have a child when your body can't unethical. Maybe how it's handled, sure, but surrogacy is a very old practice. Yeah, it's a very nuanced conversation. It's one of those things like where there's no right or wrong answer. It's just how you approach it, right? So there are some areas that are very gray areas. So, I mean, by a standpoint, think about it this way. Breeding a dog is also unethical, in my opinion, depending on like how you breed the dogs and what you do, right? Because you're taking it from their mother, and dog breeding in general, personally speaking, can be seen as unethical. But then at the same time, if you ban everyone from breeding dogs, and then people are going to start doing it underground, and then some people really want to take care of animals, and they can take care of animals, and there's just like so much that goes into it, right? So it's like there's no right or wrong answer. And I don't think that there's anything wrong with thinking it's ethical or unethical. It's more about like how should it be approached is the question, right? Last comment, then we got to move on. Sharmi, you said, what about the rich using surrogacy to secure birthright citizenship? Whew, that's another one right there. Mm-hmm. But then I think that's why they made the law where some countries, they don't consider the baby born in a certain country. No, they consider the baby born in the country a citizen, but not the parents. If it's very complicated, that one too. But yeah, a lot of rich people do that as well. A lot of anchor babies too, y'all. There's a lot going on in this. It's a black market for everything. All right, let's move on. Oh, it's already 6:00. Lord. Okay, let's move on. I'm gonna see how many stories I could do tonight. I didn't put this on the thumbnail, so I'll see if I can cover it tomorrow because I didn't put it on the thumbnail. Okay, Mel Scented Mama. What is this one about? I have not watched it. This is a palate cleanser right here. Palate cleanser too. We got a lot of palate cleansers here. Shout out to y'all who sent the palate cleansers. Oh, okay. Should we do this couple? I mean, we are talking about age gaps with Nara Smith. Let's do this one real quick. It's not going to take long. I know these folks, y'all. Sasha and Jay. Lord. I remember these people. Why? Because remember when I did the expose on the Kwan family? Yeah, that man got so mad. I still remember him. Let's see if he's still exploiting his daughter. The only reason I took it down is because his ex-wife contacted me and I felt bad for her. She was like, she just wants to be private and take care of her baby. I was like, okay, you're lucky. You're lucky. I was going to keep it up, but I still put it in the members only. Where he at? Quan fam. He got so mad at me. He was up in arms. He still got, yeah, you see, he still got the videos with his ex-wife in there. That's sad, y'all. Very sad. Red flag to that. But anyways, while I was looking up this family, the Sasha and Jay people would come, because you know, once you click on something on YouTube, the algorithm thinks you like it and they send you a whole bunch of nonsense. Yeah, that's his video explain. Aurora flipped dad's worries. A talent explosion on her. Of course, exploiting your kid. Red flag. 46-year-old. Yeah, that's a surrogacy right here. Use that young German girl for to have his baby, and then he left her in the wind, yo. Packed her right up out of there. But yeah, look at this. Jobless. Yeah, you still jobless, broke ass. You're 46, you should be embarrassed. Red flag, using your daughter for content. But hell, you know, this is what happens when you marry somebody from another country, and then that person, there was such a huge age gap between them. I think it was like 15 years or something like that. And unfortunately, she thought she was in love, and this man just used her to have a baby. He did a surrogacy by proxy of marriage. Be quite honest with you, in my opinion. And then packed her right up out of there. And so now it's just him and the daughter, all because she didn't want her daughter on social media anymore. And then he kicked her to the curb. Poor girl, y'all. Anyways, Sasha and Jay came up after that. So let's see who they are. They have a 13. We are together for 13 years. Okay, let's watch this.
For 13 years, but when we tell people, they don't believe us because we still look so young. And that's because we were together from when we were kids. We started talking online when I was 15 and Jay was 17. It was a long distance relationship.
Okay, what do you mean? Wait, who sent this to me? What do I think about it? 15 and 17? But they're still kids. Okay. I thought there was an age gap here. I saw 13 years together. I thought it was 13 years age gap. My bad. Okay, let's finish watching this.
We are together for 13 years, but when we tell people, they don't believe us because we still look so young. And that's because we were together from when we were kids. We started talking online when I was 15 and Jay was 17. It was a long distance relationship because I was living in Belarus and Jay was living in Asia. We talked and called every single day. After 2 years, Jay had opportunity to study abroad in the UK, which meant we were suddenly much closer than before. That gave us the chance to finally meet in person for the first time in 2015. Jay flew to Belarus to meet me and stayed at my house for 2 months. I am still so grateful to my mom for letting that happen, because to her, he was just a stranger her daughter had met online. Thankfully, she loved Jay from the very beginning.
Red flag. Okay, this is where the red flag is. Okay, I think I understand now. Sorry, y'all. Oh, the sun. Usually I gotta figure out this lighting situation. I gotta get darker blinds. Okay, now I see what it is. Y'all sent it to me because of the mama. Hold up. So the mama let a random stranger stay in their house and let her. But then, you know, I noticed that with a lot of folks who are of the non-melanated brigade, I would say non-black folks, I have noticed that they are very, very open-minded with the boyfriends at a young age. Because, yeah, my parents could never ever in their wildest dreams, in your wildest dreams, hell, I was even scared even as an adult telling somebody a man was sleeping at my house. You crazy? For them, for my folks, it was like it had to be your husband, and no, we don't want to know about him. But yeah, so I'm assuming that's why y'all sent this to me. Yeah, her mama she wanted to sell her off, y'all. Belarus, where is that? Is it one of I think I know where Belarus is. And yeah, sometimes, you know, you want your daughter to find a man so you could send her off somewhere. And you know, a lot of those countries, it's normal to get married at a young age, by the way. So it's not far-fetched that the mother wanted her to find somebody to be with too.
Beginning and treated him like her own son. Those 2 months became some of the happiest memories of our lives. It was also during that time that we started our YouTube channel and began filming videos together. But this was only the beginning of our story. So much more happened after that. I moved to Korea, but Jay had to leave me for military service. He cut ties with his family, and there's so much more to the story. If you want to know what happened next, follow us and stay tuned.
He cut ties with he didn't want damn, his family didn't want him to marry a white girl. That's what I'm assuming. Okay, all right, well, congratulations on your pregnancy. I mean, this is a happy news. Shopping for, but I thought you said wait, what did she say? Didn't she say he cut his family off? Girl, hold up.
My Korean parents-in-law invited us to go baby shopping and offered to pay for everything. We decided to visit one of the biggest baby stores in Korea. The only downside was that it's really far away from Seoul, so it took us almost 2 hours to get there. Once we met up with Jay's parents, we spent hours looking at different products while the staff explained all the features to us. It was actually really helpful because this is all completely new to us. So it's basically a one-stop shop where first-time parents can see and test almost every major brand in one place. They have pretty much everything you could possibly need for a baby. The only thing that disappointed me a little was the selection. Most of the strollers in Korea come in black, brown or beige. I know these colors are practical, but since this is my first baby and we're having a girl, I was hoping to see more cute colors, maybe pink, white or other soft shades. I just wish there were more options. In the end, the only
the
stroller I
strollers
really
look
liked
nice.
was the white one. Even
Those
though
strollers
I
look
couldn't find
nice.
my dream stroller, we still bought so many things.
Oh, those strollers are expensive. I need to buy a pet stroller, y'all. They need to have pet strollers like these.
And we are incredibly grateful to Jay's parents for treating us. Baby products in Korea are really expensive, so this meant so much to us. We will be unboxing everything we got in our next videos, so stay tuned.
All right, hold up. One more video. Who is it? I mean, I'm trying to see what the problem is with this couple. Yeah, is there something I need to know? I feel like there's something I need to know. I don't see any problem. Oh, telling my Korean parents-in-law we're pregnant. Okay, I gotta see this.
This is how I told my Korean parents-in-law that we are having a baby. We didn't tell them right away. Since my first pregnancy ended in a miscarriage very early on, we wanted to wait until everything looked okay.
Girl, did you cry on oh, that's very... I mean, I feel bad for her. But I don't know. Something's weird with sticking a camera in your face when you're crying, y'all. I'm sorry. I could never get with it. For me, it's just... I like to cry in silence. Like, I can't imagine... putting a camera in my, like, imagine, because when you start crying, like, you're crying and then you're like, hold up, let me start filming. Like, I just think it's kind of weird, but you know, you gotta have an outlet here. You know, she lets her subscribers in on everything.
And we felt comfortable sharing the news. So we told them when I was already 4 months pregnant after we got our NAPT results. I also didn't want to just tell them the news. Since this is going to be their first granddaughter, I wanted to make this moment a little bit more special and memorable. So I decided to surprise them with a custom-made cake. I spent a long time looking for the perfect design, but I couldn't find exactly what I wanted. So in the end, I designed it with ChatGPT. This is how the cake turned out. And
That's
here's
cute.
my Korean in-laws reaction when they found out that they're going to be grandparents.
만든 거야? 만들었어? 왜? 아니 이거 직접 만든 거야? 안 보여 아빠?
Their dog's name is Mandu?
아니 이거 있잖아 할머니 할아버지 가을에 만나요. 가을에 만나요? 뭐지? 뭐지? 애기 생겼다는 얘기지. 아유 뭘 이렇게 아유 아유 아니 우리 사샤? 예 우리 사샤? 어머 지금 닭살 아이고 잘하다 잘해 우리 사샤.
Okay, Sasha doesn't like hugs, I see. She look very uncomfortable. All right, that's it. Hold on, let me read your comments. I don't know why I'm watching these folks. What was so controversial? Maybe I missed it in the Discord. Y'all let me know. Maybe I need to run it back. We gonna skip these folks, and that was it. All right, good luck to them. Good luck, Sasha and Jay. Do I need to do I need to add them to the case study? Y'all let me know. Let's go here. Rooted in Moonlight. Night, guys. It's 9 p.m. in DC. Good night, sis. Have a good one. We're not gonna take too long on probably 1 more hour of your time, and then we'll finish tomorrow. Usually the shelters are full of dogs who were created outside of regulations. Usually they pick genes to make sure no defects and stuff. Then there's so many in the shelter. It's wrong too, though. Yeah, exactly. There's a lot going on here. Aaliyah, hey sis, how old are they now? That's a good question. I'm assuming she looks quite young, so they might be in their late 20s. That's what I'm assuming. Erica, you said I'm new here. Welcome, welcome, welcome to the channel. Welcome. Welcome, sis. Zanny, you said a man staying at your house for 2 months. My African mother would never. Girl, not even 1 day. He can't even. Yo, he'd be lucky if he even got a meal. He'll be lucky. No, he'll probably get a meal. But then it's like, you ain't got nowhere to go. You ain't going to be up in here. But not at that age. That age, oh no, you're not even going to come in my house. Nope. My daddy will make sure you do not come in my house. Yep, he does not play about that. Margaret, you said that's sad. Yeah, it's kind of, I don't know, it's very different. The culture, a lot of other cultures are very different. Mayame, you said my mom would kill me. European folks are a little different, y'all. They very flexible with those things, especially when they come from a country like Belarus and those areas. I've known that for a fact. There's a lot of women from those regions that go to Korea. Just saying, just letting y'all know, it's a thing. So they were kids, basically high school sweethearts. Yes, melanated. That's why I was like, okay, I thought there was an age gap, but there isn't. I must have been thinking about another couple. Prince, I don't know what you just wrote there. I'm not gonna read that. Yep, exactly. All right, no one cares next. Exactly. Yep. That's what that. Yeah, we're gonna leave them there. I thought it was something crazy with them. I'm assuming she's 28, he's 30. Yes, Aaliyah, I think so too. I think they're late 20s. But either way, like, I'm just curious to see why the mama, why he cut contact with his parents, because the way they were skinning and grinning in the baby videos, I guess I could put them on my list. What's their name again? Sasha and whatever. All right, they'll be on the members only. I gotta figure that out. Why he was beefing with his parents? That's what I need to know. That's the real tea right there. I don't know. Personally speaking, if I don't get along with your parents from the outset for something, for like racism, we could never be cool. Like, I just hold grudges, y'all. Like, I don't know. Like, it's like I forgive you, but I'm gonna be off of you like that. Like, don't come home, give me no. Like, don't touch me. First of all, we wouldn't be in the, nah. I just can't see. Like, it's like nah. I just can't. That's why I never wanted that situation, because I know how I am. I'm gonna be looking at you all types of sideways, and then it's never gonna be cool, because I'm gonna be like, in the back of my mind, I'm like, are you just acting like that because of what? Like, I'm always gonna be suspicious. So that's why I prefer just not having those kind of experiences in the first place. No pet strollers, grandma. Oh, hell no. No, I'm doing pet strollers. Yeah, we doing pet strollers. Margaret, yes, it seems disingenuous to me to cry in front of the camera, bruh. Like, it's weird to me. Like, why are you sitting there crying, girl? Like, get out of here. Y'all said she sounds like a baby. I cannot with y'all. See, Sylvie, you said not even a phone call. Okay. All right, let's move on. Who's next on the, okay, Sasha, you are done. We'll do this one tomorrow. This one is a palate cleanser. Okay. What is this? What's this about? Wait, would you let your mom move in with you? We might have to do a part 2 on this one. Who else did I? Oh, this was a palate cleanser. We're gonna put that as a friend. Oh yeah, we gonna get it. Okay, let's get into the big stories. We did this one already. Bye, Lucky. Bye, Nara and Lucky. Goodbye. Okay. Which one is the... Okay, male-centered. We have so many of them. We're going to have to skip through a lot of them. Okay. I only have 1 more hour left, so we're going to make it worth your time. The male-centered mother. Let's start with that one. And then we're going to get to the... what's the other one? This one will be for tomorrow, so I'll put that in the back. Sorry, I'm trying to put them in order. Okay, this one will be next after male-centered mother. All right, here we go. All right, let's watch this one real quick. A crybaby Kate. All right, I don't know who sent this one to me. Male-centered pick-me mothers and their daughters. All right.
Brings more damaging to a child than a male-centered mother.
I need to know if anyone else has a male-centered mom, because like it's genuinely like one of the most traumatic things in the world.
My mom had 4 children and she left all of them. And in part because my mom was a pick-me.
Male-centered women make horrible mothers. Let's talk about what it's like to have a mom who's very male-centered and who's very much a pick-me.
Welcome back to my channel. We are going to be talking about male-centered mothers. Basically, what happens when pick-me women grow up and have kids and never evolve beyond their pick-me conditioning, and they still center men, even though obviously when you have kids, your kids should be centered in all of your decisions, all of your choices. But for a lot of these male-centered mothers, the men are still centered, whether that is the husband, whether that is the new boyfriend, whether that is whoever, the man is still centered. So we are going to be talking about that. We're going to be talking about the effects of being raised by a mother who is male-centered and puts a man's needs before the needs of her own children. But before we start watching videos, I just wanted to say thank you to everyone who subscribed over to my yoga YouTube channel. I am so glad to see so many of you coming over there. And if the last few videos...
I would do that, but yoga is just not for me. I think I'm just not flexible enough for yoga. But Pilates, count me in. All right, sis. Shout out to you and your yoga channel. Let's continue.
That if my husband and I ever divorced, she would
Let me see.
Male-centered mothers and the damage that it does to the children.
Growing up with a male-centered mother really changes how you see yourself and how you value yourself. I remember one time my mother told me that if my husband and I ever divorced, she would blame me. And when I hear stuff like that, I always have to consider the source and to see the things that she put up with. Even my friends looked at my situation with my husband. They always felt like I was so lucky. And when I would say, hey, I'm getting a divorce, they'd be like, no, don't come out here. You don't want to do that, Miss Sophia. But seriously, it's always that tone of when a man is not perfect, at least he come home. At least he provides that. As long as he gives the bare minimum, that should be good enough. And that wasn't enough for me. I required mental and emotional stability that I just wasn't able to receive during my marriage. I'm very grateful for how we did end, but it was also challenging when the women around me were so against me divorcing.
But you see, sis, and I agree with her, you shouldn't be in a situation that no longer serves you, in a sense of like, if you feel like you're both like just not there, then yeah, that is something you should be doing. But okay, let's unpack this real quick. Her mama's male-centered, and then she said her friends were saying she's so lucky to have the man but they don't live with him, so they don't know. So you are probably telling them what he's doing, and you're probably painting a picture, that's my assumption, that he's this perfect guy. So then when you do have issues, they are seeing it from a perspective like, oh, but he did this for you, he did that for you. They're only going by what you're telling them or what they see. Okay, that's number one. Number two, I noticed something here, and I'm gonna tell you right now.
Good enough. And that wasn't enough for me. I required mental and emotional stability that I just wasn't able to receive during my marriage. I'm very grateful for how we did end, but it was also challenging when the women around me were so against me.
Yeah, you see? Hold up. Look at this right here. Is she looking at her ass? Hold up, let me rewind it a little bit.
But it was also challenging when the women around me were so against me.
She sure is. She was jiggling her butt. You see this? So she talking about the women around her being like that. Then looking at yourself advertising right here. So again, who are you surrounding yourself with? That's the thing, and that's the problem. If you have male-centered friends and you feel like you are not male-centered, then you need to think about your friend group and who you surround yourself with, because most of the time, no, honey, you're supposed to put it in there.
But it's too much.
No, but she's supposed to sniff it out.
But it's already flipping.
No, you gotta put it in there so they could find it.
Yeah, I'm doing it.
Oh, then why all of these are
because
out?
he flipped it.
Oh, who flipped it?
You.
I didn't flip it, did I?
Yes.
I don't remember.
And then
What
it's a
did I
whole
do?
mess right now.
I didn't flip it. Probably they did. Okay, my bad. Yeah. So she gotta find who she's surrounding herself with. That's what I'm thinking.
And I lost some of my friends after I divorced. And losing some of my friends after my divorce was a shock.
So this is Chandorian's Vault over on TikTok, and she shares about some of the effects of being surrounded by male-centered women, and that came to light especially when she was going through a divorce, and none of her male-centered family or friends could understand why she wanted to get a divorce, because she says it perfectly here at the top of the screen. She was raised to tolerate the bare minimum, and a lot of these male-centered women grow up to become male-centered mothers, teaching their daughters to only expect and tolerate the bare minimum. And even in times when you're not even getting the bare minimum, to kind of like suck it up. And then,
that's true.
like, you know what I mean? A lot of these male-centered women will actually tolerate so much bad
It's
behavior
not in the laundry,
because
but it's
they
in here.
expect so little
It's in the
and they tolerate the bare
Hold on,
minimum.
a quick
Exactly.
second, y'all.
They
Did you
expect
put
the
it
bare
in
minimum.
your
They
drawer,
tolerate the bare minimum. And this is where I would say for a lot of
Or maybe you
women,
put it
especially women
somewhere.
who
You
are
probably
coming out
dropped it
of
somewhere,
their
you don't
like pick me
realize it.
conditioning
Maybe
or
check
whatever,
under
to
your
not
bed.
focus on what
Sorry,
you
yo.
expect other people to do. Stop focusing on the expectations of other people and actually start worrying about your standards. Do you know what I mean? Like, if you expectations are what you place on other people, but standards are what you will and you won't accept for yourself. It's like the access denied, access granted. Do you know what I mean? It's like, if you don't meet my standards, you're not going to get in here. Instead of always throwing always throwing all of the power on someone else, instead of being like, they have to do this, blah, blah, blah. No, it doesn't matter. Focus on you, what you will and you won't accept. Instead of saying that like all men are shit, all men are cheaters, so I might as well just put up with him because even if I dump him, the next one is going to cheat as well.
Did you see it under the
Instead of
bed?
having such low expectations of men, well, at least he comes home. She was saying here that some of her friends were saying that to you. You should be grateful because he comes home. What? Like, the bar is so low. And women have such low standards, especially pick-me, male-centered women.
When you are being raised by a pick-me will make you male-centered in ways that are a little surprising. And this is something that I'm currently trying to unlearn. But when you are raised by someone who prioritizes relationship or proximity to a man above literally everything, including your safety, your well-being, their relationship to you, whatever, you start to see women as a little finicky. Like, at what point is it safer for me to hedge my bets with the man than you? Because I know at the end of the day, the man's opinion is what reigns supreme anyways. I didn't know that I was doing this subconsciously until like I've started to unpack a lot of things from my childhood, because I knew I hated pick-me women. I knew that I had a visceral reaction to that in a way that was really hard for me, because I like to think of myself as a girl's girl, and it still felt a little bit like icky to feel so strongly negatively about women who are in this scenario. And then I was like, oh, it's because of this, and it's because of that I have found myself having to be male-centered in a way that I didn't want to be growing up. I still sometimes think that like being on the good side of a man is the safer option than being on the good side of a woman, because a woman can flip the switch any day. Men are easier. But for some women, the right man comes along and all of a sudden you are no help to me. You would watch me riding the street.
Can you check under the other
a man told you to do it. But if that man cares about me, then you and him both now care about me, if that makes sense. You're not gonna let that happen. That's hard to admit, but I feel like that's so common. Like, now that I see it, I'm like, oh my god, like, we are all trapped. We are all trapped.
That's just another woman's experience of being raised by a pick-me mother, where she actually learned to become male-centered herself, because she learned by her mom's actions that the male's opinion and the male's happiness or whatever was always centered. So it actually was safer for the kids to just side with the man, or to just go along with and agree with whatever the man wanted to do, because that was the option that was going to be chosen anyway. And that her feelings and opinions and safety or whatever didn't matter. She didn't felt like she was being cared for unless a man also cared about her too.
I mean, okay, so I'm gonna give this video a chance. I'm trying my hardest, y'all, but I will say this, that yes, that does happen a lot, especially if your mom is the type of mom who thinks that, like, who gives a lot of grace to boys but not to girls. My mom was like that. I gotta be honest. My mom is male-centered. Yeah, I mean, a lot of I've always said a lot of our moms, aunts, people who are older than us, our elders, they are male-centered. It may not be to the capacity of abandoning a child, but it still is in a way where you know that you're a second-class citizen compared to your brothers or your father or whoever, right? And I think that, you know, society as a whole, it definitely, like, society is set up that way. So whether you work, you know, outside of the home, or whether you work, like, wherever you are in society, you're gonna see this behavior being displayed, right? I will say though that, you know, it's good to see that a lot of the young women are waking up. I must also say though that I find that social media is a very interesting place, because majority of the time, the same women who will say that they don't want to be male-centered, and, you know, I'm girls, and I'm going to try to be, you know, all pro girls and pro women, will be the same ones I see on social media dragging people on reality shows, or dragging this person or dragging that person, and not seeing that they are also perpetuating whatever it is. Like, it's just so interesting to me, the hypocrisy of it all sometimes. But anyways, I'm gonna keep watching this video, because I have a feeling that it's gonna go left at some point. I don't know. I'm only gonna watch a little bit more of this, but I think that so far, like, it sounds okay. And yes, like, if you have a male-centered mama, then most of the time you have to unpack that. That is very much a real thing. And sometimes society will force you to be male-centered, but then you have to stand up for yourself and decide what you want to believe in, what you choose to believe in, stand on it.
So again, you can imagine like the layers and layers and layers of damage and trauma that like a child being raised and like paying attention to this and observing this and picking all of this up and learning, like, even if they're aware of it at the time or unaware of it at the time, still like subconsciously taking all this in and then like changing your behavior because you know that the outcome is going to be a certain way and it all has to be centered around a man. And then imagine growing up to become a teenager and like and an adult and everything with all of that conditioning. And yeah, it's a lot. It's a lot.
Throughout my entire life, they can all be hinged on this fact that thematically in my life she made everything about a man. One time I sent her this photo, right, kind of showing her how my hair grew over the past 3 years of having locks, and it was so crazy because she even made that about a man. Like, how do you make my hair growth about a man?
Wait, let me see. Wow, that. What are you gonna do with so much hair? Remember, I told you that all men like women with long hair. Oh, okay.
Damn. Yeah. So I'm reading this book called Men Don't Love Women Like You by G.L. Lambert, and he's getting my ass together. And it's crazy how a stranger is telling me about my worth far more than my mother ever had. And that's where I think a lot of us end up getting stuck, is that we're trying to now in our adult years believe because of authors, because of therapists and life coaches like myself, because our friends are telling us how worthy we are. And we're so confused, we're scratching our heads because we're like, wait, we've never been made out to be special. And a lot of women can resonate with the fact that a lot of our parents made it more so about, you need this to have a man, you need that to have a man, you better cook, or a man won't, you better not cut your hair, because a man don't. Everything was about a man. And I realized my mother never really made it a point to be like, listen, you are so special, a man better, she never made it clear that a man must come a certain way.
I'm just going to pause her there for a second because I have found loads of videos of women talking about this as well, being like accomplished women or beautiful or like having their own goals and dreams or aspirations or whatever, and the mothers just immediately being like, oh, a man won't like that.
Okay, yeah, I didn't have those problems. I ain't gonna lie. Like, I will say that, it's really hard to explain, but when you grow up with a parent who, like, again, there are so many nuances, right? So, for example, her mother talking about the man, the text message about the man, I'm going to say this, that I'm assuming that it's because the mother desires for her daughter to find somebody and thinks that because her daughter is single, that it's a problem. But remember, this is the generation that our parents come from. So this is where grace has to be given a little bit, because in their generation, everybody gets coupled up. I remember my dad said that. He was like, if I had known, or if I had the same opportunities that you all have now, then my choices would have been different. But at that time, it was like, you get married, you have kids, that's it. That's all. You get a house, you live a white picket fence life, and then, you have the happy-go-lucky life, right? That's the dream. But I will also say that, in this instance where she's talking about, like, hold on. She says something that I want to talk about. Hold on, I almost forgot it. No, not this one.
We're like, wait, we've never been made out to be special.
Yeah, made out to be special. And if your mom didn't validate that in you, then yeah, it is rough. It is extremely rough. I can see where that would happen, because it's like, no matter what accomplishment you do, it's like, but you're not married. And I think that sometimes, again, it's programming. So it's what she saw, what her mom saw. And remember, at the time that our parents grew up, a single woman was not able to do what we are able to do today. It hasn't been that long, y'all. And this is why I always stress the fact that grace has to be given in doses. It hasn't been that long. It hasn't been that long that we could own our own bank accounts. When could women own their own bank accounts? Because this is America, right? So I think I looked that up before. In 1978. 78, y'all. I was born in 86. Let that sink in. This is in Canada. Oh, sorry. 1978 was when women could not be fired for getting pregnant. Sorry. But then California was the first state. Sorry, bank account was 1862. However, women didn't gain the right to full banking services until 1974. And then imagine like with the civil rights movement and all that stuff. So a lot of us had to depend on a man in order to survive. It was for survival. So when we have these conversations, I wish that people would bring that up, because then it makes the conversation more, it makes it a little different is what I'll say. And it's more comprehensive when we have real conversations about the reason why our moms push us to have a man, or pushed a lot of our moms. Thankfully mine didn't. But my mom was a little iffy. She promoted education, so she wanted to do over through us. So because my mom got pregnant quick and got married, and she didn't get to fulfill the dreams that she had, she wanted us to fulfill our dreams and then get married and have kids after. So that was her mindset, but it's still male-centered, but just in the opposite way. Get your shit first, and then you get a man, and then you have a kid, and then okay, I would have done it in that order. That's what she wanted in her little perfect world, right? But in reality, not having a man for them was survival. It was based off of survival. So it's like, if you're single, then you're not going to be able to do much. Nobody's going to be there to protect you. And most of our parents were like, in 1974, my parents were in their, hold on, I'll tell y'all right now. How old was my 1974. My parents, they were in the same year. My dad and my mom were 18 years old. So you got to imagine their parents did not have that. And so now they are being raised to think that way, right? And to think in a limited way sometimes about what women can do. And I'm not talking about my parents in particular, like I said, because I will say my dad has never been that way. So I was very lucky. They were the part of the generation that was starting to progress a little bit. But not everyone is that, lucky, and they might not have that, guidance, and maybe their parents are forcing them to. So anyways, all of that to say is that the mom saying all of this and being male-centered is because it was survival for them. That's it. That's all.
And a lot of women can resonate with the fact that a lot of our parents made it more so about, you need this to have a man, you need that to have a man, you better cook, or a man won't, you better not cut your hair because a man don't. Everything was about a man. And I realized my mother never really made it a point to be like, listen, you are so special, a man better, she never made it clear that a man must come a certain way.
I'm just going to pause her there for a sec, because I have found loads of videos of women talking about this as well, being like accomplished women, or beautiful, or like having their own goals and dreams or aspirations or whatever, and the mothers just immediately being like, oh, a man won't like that. Like, when are you going to find yourself a husband? When are you going to have kids? When are you going to get married? Like, well, yeah, okay, congrats on going to do your PhD, but like, when are you going to get married? That seems to be incredibly common. And also, what this creator was here talking about her hair, and her mum immediately tied it back to, well, men don't like that, or men like this, or whatever. And it's just like, damn, can anything just be for her? Can anything just be about her being special, or does her entire existence need to be validated by whether or not a man will find her attractive or not, or whether or not she is going to find a husband or whatever? And this is a really good point here as well. The mother has always just been telling her how she needs to appear, how she needs to present herself, how she needs to act and behave in order to find a man, instead of her mom building up her confidence and saying, like, don't put up with any shit from any man. Like, no, they better treat you like a queen, they better, be polite, and they better be kind, they better be loyal. No, her mom was not saying anything like that to her. Her mom literally was just like, these are all the rules you need to follow in order to bag yourself a man. It's so unbelievably exhausting.
Which made it so easy for me to just be
But no, I'm not going to only blame the mamas. Where the daddy at, though? Because the dad's supposed to affirm that in his daughter. Red flag. Most of the lessons that I got, if they were that, from my dad. And when I say if they were that, I'm talking about in my teenage years. Now, I will say my parents have done really well, I must say. For Haitian parents, they have come a very long way, Lord. They are way different than they were when I was growing up. But the point is that your father's supposed to affirm that. I got to be honest. You need a father to affirm that, or some type of male figure in your life to affirm that. It shouldn't solely be on your mom. Your mom can only do so much, because usually moms are like, especially if it's a male-centered mom, they're probably a male-centered daddy too. But either way, I don't like the onus being only on the mothers. I gotta be honest. They took two to make a baby. So where the daddy at? Where is he? He also has a role to play, and we need to stop just blaming mamas for that. Daddies need to be there too. And if he's a deadbeat, then we need to unpack that and figure out why your mom chose a loser to have a baby with. That's a problem. Red flag. Because most of these conversations, I'm not going to lie to you, men know men. That's one thing about it, and then two things for sure. If a man loves his daughter, he going to tell her all of the tea. He's going to make sure he protects her from the wolves outside, because he knows the nature of a man. So we have to be honest in these conversations too. Like, it shouldn't only be on the mom. Like, I noticed, again, I'm not saying that mothers are absolved of all guilt, but what I'm trying to say, or blame, sorry, but what I'm trying to say is that the father is also equally as complicit, because he needs to be there too. Just saying. Or a male figure, somebody to affirm that. Come on now.
Pressed by any man that would come along, which made it so easy for me to just accept the bare minimum treatment. And I realized this didn't just happen with men, this happened with women too, where again, there was nothing that ever communicated, hey, you are special. Someone should treat you like this. Someone should do this for you. Someone should come at you with this kind of energy. It was never like that. It was always, hey, you need to make sure you're on point. Which is why a lot of women have a hard time believing they're the prize, which is why a lot of women easily buy into, well, we both can be prizes. Like, no, fuck all that. I don't give a fuck what the fuck I didn't hear growing up. In my 30s, it's such a redemptive season for me, because there's so much I didn't understand in my teens, so much I didn't understand in my 20s. But in my 30s, oh, you will be convinced that I was raised by, like, the Queen of England, the way I recognize my importance, the way I understand how I should be treated, and the way I'm not tolerating anything less than what I establish my standards to be. But it's just so crazy. When I think about it, I'm like, dang, there were just certain things that were never communicated to me. No.
And that was just a further the point that I made earlier about like the standards. Like, everyone always focuses on the other person, like women, male-centered women, focusing on men.
All right, we're gonna stop this real quick, because this is dragging on too
Babies,
long for
don't
my
ever
liking. Hold up, how we got ads? Hold on a second. No, we shouldn't have ads. I'm gonna read a few comments. We're gonna move on, y'all, because of time. But thank you for the video, sis. Miyame, you said my mom and grandma are like that too, but the other family members are the ones that always talk about, when you get married, you shouldn't do this, or if you want to get married, don't do that. Exactly. So sometimes, like, it's always gonna be like that. Like, somewhere in society, you will, even if your parents have the best intentions and they fill you up with so much self-esteem, you go out there and it's gonna be a whole nother story. It's gonna be a whole nother story. So it really comes down to, just to be honest with you, it takes time to evolve. It wasn't so long ago that women were able to actually have their own bank accounts. It wasn't so long ago that Black women could actually work. Like, well, we've always been working, let's just be real. But it wasn't so long ago that we could have what we have now, which is, getting educated, get your own place. And these are things that our parents didn't have access to as much as we did, because society saw it as you were kind of deviating from that. And even though there were no like legal consequences, it's social consequences, right? But now we can freely do things. So I think we often take that for granted, and we're in the age of social media. It's easier for us to share things and for people to know and have that knowledge. I can guarantee you, if social media existed in the time of our grandfathers and grandmothers, there would be way more divorces than you see now. So we just have to give that a little bit of like some thought, and consider that in the conversation too. And also consider the fact that these daddies need to be involved too. I'm so sorry. Sharmi, you said, I'm glad this wasn't my experience. Yeah, be grateful, sis. Me too. I mean, for the most part, my parents did okay. They weren't that bad, thank God. Like, education was pushed, and I'm really happy about that. I was very fortunate to have parents who really prioritize education, and who really prioritize, like, just trying to be the best person you can be. And my dad never, like, it was so crazy because my mom would be more male-centered than my dad. Ain't that crazy? my dad always said, you can do whatever you want to do. Don't let a man talk to you all types of ways. Like, I remember when he met Dom, he was like, look, the only thing that will piss me off, like, if you and I gonna have problems, you better not touch my daughter. You better not disrespect my daughter. Those are the only two things. That's it. He's like, I'm not gonna get in your business, but you better never touch my daughter. And you better never disrespect my daughter. It was very clear. He made that. My dad is a man of. That was the only two things he said. And as long as you don't do that, we cool. That's it. And I think that this is why you need a strong male figure in your life, a healthy one for young ladies and for young boys, and a strong woman in your life for young boys and young girls. It shouldn't just be like, oh, boys need their dads and girls need their moms. No, both. Unfortunately, I gotta be honest. You need that. And if it's not your parents, it has to be somebody in your life that can affirm that, or else you're gonna be running on TikTok crying. You said, Miami, it's so sad. It makes me mad when I see it. If your family won't ensure you stay safe and happy, what's the point of family, Prince? No, they would rather you be stuck somewhere right now, right? And yeah, sometimes people, they genuinely don't understand. They don't understand it. They don't get it, right? Yeah, Kiki, you said she's speaking from an older generation too. Exactly. Prince, you said baby should not be used as a bargaining chip. You said, true, Romy, my dad doesn't play about me at all. Yeah, and usually when you have a father who really loves, like I said, who loves his daughter, he's not going to let that happen. He's going to teach her the game because he wouldn't want her to end up with a man who's going to mistreat her. But unfortunately, mistakes happen. No, I don't want to say mistakes. Situations happen, and sometimes you may not choose the best man to procreate with. And sometimes, I'm not saying parents have to be married and stay together. I mean, that would be the best ideal situation because kids do need stability. However, I get life happens, but you still need a father. You still need a mother. I mean, unfortunately, that's just the human experience. You cannot go through life without proper guidance. And when I say mother and father, I'm not talking about biological. Whoever your caretaker is that can fulfill that role and give you that space is the person that you should be looking for guidance from. And it should be people who are healthy. I would have to say that. Oh, wait, Elle, I missed your comment. Uh-oh. We don't do ads around here, auntie. People don't think we're poor. You know what? Exactly, Elle. Always staying on my neck. Red flag. Yo, Prince be having jokes, y'all, for days. You lucky, don't let me revoke your privileges. I be seeing your name in blue. I always see your name in blue. Hold on, how come I can't get to your comment, Elle? You had a really good comment, too. Okay, here we go. You said... Miami, my standards are high AF too. I don't pay attention to men if they're nowhere near my type. This is because of my mom being a big bird and inviting attention from literally anyone. And that can happen too. Yo, so many times, like, I think I done told y'all so many times, my mom is not like me. My sister's not like me either. If they were on YouTube right now, my mom and my sister are very similar. I was always treated like I was so different because I'm just not like them in that way. Like, I don't, like, for me, I have to, I'm true to myself, right? But my mom and my sister is what you could consider like prissy. So they will always have their nails done, hair done. My sister would not get caught on camera without her hair done, nails done, makeup done. My mom too. Like, they looking at me all types of crazy when I just be rolling up on YouTube. But at the same time, like, some women are just naturally just, how can I say it? Like, we have to get to the point where we can give our parents grace and just know we're going to move differently is what I'm saying. And just because you were raised by a male identified mama, that was my point, it doesn't mean that you have to be that way. And I'm glad that people are starting to talk about that. So I'm really happy to see that. Unfortunately, we don't have time to watch a whole video. And yeah, bye sis, sorry. But this was a good little intro. All right. This one I didn't put on the thumbnail so we could miss it. Who is this one? Wait, would you let your mom move in with you? Okay, this is a good one, y'all. And then we're going to get to Breeny and Chanel. We're not going to spend too much time. This is a long one. Oh, 28 minutes. Okay, we're not going to watch the whole thing, but if it's really good, I will leave it for tomorrow.
Move in with me. No.
Wait, who is this?
My mom move in with me.
Oh, shout out to Social Simone. I'm subscribed to her on my other channel. Okay, hold on. On my burner. Well, not my burner, my personal one. Okay, let's go. Who are these people?
Would I let my mom move in with me? No.
Would I let my mom move in with me?
I love her hair.
We having that question now. Me and my mom is my trigger. Like, I can't do nothing if I didn't clean something up or I ain't listening to the right sermon on my phone.
Like out of strength, or just because, or because she get up in age, or what?
I love you, Mom. No. Not a chance.
Okay.
Mama.
What's going on? Is this therapy? What's happening?
Once she started getting older, she needs somewhere to go. If it's up to me, she going to a home, a nice one. I come visit. My mom's not staying with me. Love you, but no.
Wow. That is so crazy because, okay, so this is where the male-centered mom conversation comes into play. Because I have noticed with male-centered mothers, their sons will do well, a lot of them, not all, but like my mom, if you ask my brothers that question, they all gonna say yes without a shadow of doubt. I've seen my brothers do so many things for my mom. It's crazy. Like they would literally give her their kidney if they could. Especially I have one brother, oh my God, it's like my mom is like queen. Like actually all my brothers. So it's very interesting. And you know, it's so crazy because my brothers talk to my mom like nearly every day. And I remember one time we had a conversation one time, and then my brother's like, one of my brothers was like, oh, she told me already. And I was like, hold up, how you know? He's like, I talk to mom every day. And I was like, I barely get a call. Every 2 weeks, maybe. No, when I wasn't married, it would be every week. Cause no, not even married. When I was in Korea, it would be like almost every 3 days. I'm like, damn, her anxiety was through the roof. But as soon as like, you know, now she feels like I'm stable and stuff like that. As soon as I touch back in Canada, once every 2 weeks, maybe 3 sometimes. Maybe my dad, you'll be lucky if you didn't get a call. And that's across the board. Like he calls when he needs something most of the time. Like what you need. Or for birthdays. But point is that it's so interesting to hear them say they wouldn't let their mom move in when I know some men would. I know my brothers without a doubt would do that, and I'm kind of concerned about that because I know their wives are going to be going through it. My mom is very much a picky woman. So it's just very interesting. I would love to hear more of their relationship with their mom. I know one is talking about it, but I want to know like what happened and why they wouldn't want their mom to move in with them. I think it's very, very telling.
I let my mom move in with me, and then I'll get another house. But you know what I'm saying? I have like a side house.
Damn.
I mean, I wouldn't say no. I'll just say that if it had to come to that, no, I'm telling you right now, Mom, you can't stay with me. Pick another one. You got 5 other more. I wouldn't say no.
Okay.
I mean, yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
This video has been going viral on TikTok.
Yeah, that's wild. Personally speaking, I wouldn't mind doing it. I actually Dom and I talked about it. So either sets of parents, like we don't mind if they live here. Like for us, it's like parents are parents, but I understand not everybody has that relationship with their parents. And I think it just goes to show you how well did your parents treat you. Because I must say that sometimes that does make the decision a little easier. I will say that. And I will say my parents, they sacrificed a lot for us. They would give us the clothes off of their back. And I'm not saying that and they never made me feel, no, sometimes sometimes Haitian parents can be a little too much. They can be very, very extremely overstimulating. But they haven't done anything for me to not want to take care of them is what I'm saying. And it's the fact that it's not expected. And I think that makes me want to take care of them even more for that. But I do believe that there are some parents out there who may not have treated their children the best. And we have to be honest about that. And I feel like that is a response. And sometimes you can give your child the world and maybe they just feel like, I find it when you spoil your kids too much, you get that type of behavior, but also when you neglect your child as well. But if you are a parent who is actually you care about your kids and they can see that you care about them, they may not understand the decisions you make, but they still love you, and they know that, you're gonna, parents evolve. And sometimes they may not have been the best parents, but saying that you wouldn't take care of your mama in the house, damn, that's kind of a little, and you don't want her near you, that means that there's some type of relationship here. Not a good one.
For a few different reasons, I think. First off, I don't know if y'all remember who this is, but you just had to be there. I believe it was Vine. Like, this is way before TikTok. Two of the brothers here specifically, this one and this one right here, they used to do content together. That's where a lot of us millennials know them from. Now, that could be one reason.
Also, Emmanuel. No, but that's not him. It was Philip and Emmanuel Hudson. That's not Emmanuel Hudson. That's who is that?
Oh,
I don't
they're
know who that
all
is.
brothers, allegedly.
Are they brothers? No, they're not.
What's also interesting about this is none of them seem like they want their mother to move in with them.
That's a problem.
Which, something that we talk about here on this channel quite frequently, the fact that a lot of children may not be okay with that. There is this idea for a lot of parents, unfortunately, that this is an automatic thing, and the more children you have, of course, there's a more likely chance at least one of your children would want you to move in with them or be okay with that. But what I found interesting about this is none of these brothers sound like they would actually let their mother move in with them. One of them even goes as far as to say, hey, she gonna go to a home, which I think this speaks to the dynamic of what happens in real life with a lot of people. And I do want to point out, no one sounds like they absolutely dislike their mother. They're like, one of them said, hey, she's my trigger. If somebody is your trigger, and some of the triggers or the first triggers a lot of people have is their parents. We have to be honest about that and also consider we don't know why they're saying what they're saying. A lot of people were raised in interesting family dynamics with their parents. In their adult life, when the idea of
that's why I can't fault anybody. Just because I would let my parents move in doesn't mean that everybody should. I think that you have to know who you're dealing with, and if it's going to cause friction in your mental health and is going to disturb your peace, then I would not recommend it at all. But if you feel like, okay, you know what, if it comes down to it, I could take care of my parents and I don't mind doing it, then do so without expecting that they're gonna change all of a sudden. You gotta know who you're dealing with, and I think that's key.
Introducing them back into their life, in their living situation, that might not be something that they're okay with. And we don't know why. But before all of the parents jump in my comments, oh, they're ashamed, they should be ashamed.
No, they shouldn't.
They not want to take care of their mother. I would at least say, let's consider, we don't know the family dynamics.
Exactly.
And that does matter. It does. And it could just be that they want to have their own privacy. It could be anything. But I think this is going viral on social media for many different reasons. And I found it also interesting that they're all men. They're all men. Not that that should change anything, but there is an idea that when you have daughters, the daughters will be the one to step up. But what I also find interesting about the dynamics between sons and daughters a lot of the times is a lot of the parents, and I can't speak for everybody or every situation, but what I have seen is a lot of mothers sometimes treat their sons like they can't do no wrong. And I gotta say,
they do. And that's a problem. You see, that's a problem. That's a problem.
The quiet part out loud. A lot of mothers act like their sons can't do no wrong. And what will end up happening is that same son, a lot of the time, will look and say, no, get your daughter to do it. I'm not doing that, which I also find interesting. Because we have to point out something.
But it depends on how they were raised too, though. Like, I think that there are some mothers who dote on their sons but still hold their sons accountable. And I think that makes the major difference. I think when you let your son do whatever they want, or you let your sons do whatever they want, and they don't have that figure that's there to give the authority, and you don't know how to balance it, because you can love your child to pieces. Because I know so many parents who love their kids to death, and like who take care of their kids, support their kids, but they also hold them accountable. They're not gonna be on some like, you do whatever you want to do. It's more so like you have boundaries, you have, and they actually discipline their kids. I think that when you don't hold people accountable, they lose respect for you. I gotta be honest. It's kind of like in a relationship. Are you going to respect the person who lets you do whatever you want, or are you going to respect the person who sets up a strict program? More often than not, is going to be the one who sets up a strict program that you will respect more. It's just authority is better. Like, some people love when they feel like you're not being performative, or you're not just, letting them get away with things. That's just how it is. You will respect the person who sets up boundaries. You will respect the person who holds you accountable. Notice how you'll have a man who will have a wife do X, Y, Z for them. Look at Ballerina Farms. We just talked about that. Sis is there all day toiling in that damn house. And on her birthday, he gave her an egg apron because he does not respect her. And that's what happens in a lot of these situations. I'm not saying all, but the one she's talking about, where she says, like, oh yeah, the men, the moms will, like, basically dote on their sons, the boy moms. Yeah, because you can see that he does no wrong. And what ends up happening is he will lose respect for you. And that's why at the end of the day, in the future, you'll see a lot of them, they will end up, I've seen so many situations where I remember there was one mom, look at, what's her name? The bakery lady, the Tim Cookies. What's her name? Sweetie Pie. Y'all remember that? We don't even need to do Sweetie Pie. Look at Sonia and Ray J. Look at this. Look at this. Look at how she treats Ray J versus how she treats Brandy. And then look at how demonic this little one is. This is what happens when you do not hold your kids accountable. You can love your son and still hold them accountable, but I don't know why they can't seem to do that. And that's usually the moms who see their sons as their husbands. Again, surrogate husband, emotional husbands. We could get into it. There's like a whole archetype of these type of moms. And has, Ray J done anything for his mom? Not that we can see on social media. No. He's always out there running amok, disrespecting women every chance he gets. But as long as he can hug up behind mama, it's all good. And this is why he continues to be the degenerate that he is.
Here on this specific video, and why I'm saying this. At the top, it says, I wish we had sisters. Why? What? Now, this could all be jokes because they are comedians. But I'm not sure if they're joking about this one. I'm not sure. Can't confirm nor deny. But I do find it interesting that in real life, this is what I hear, and this is what it says here on the caption. They wish they had sisters? Well, at least one of them is saying that. As if that's supposed to, like, it's almost like people are like, the women are going to put up with anything. They'll put up with anything. They will. They'll have the boundaries. They'll be like, no, I'm not going to do it. You're not going to stress me out. I'm not going to allow you to come into my house with the BS. Like, but my sister, she'll deal with it. And why is it that society even seems like they're okay with this idea?
Because we're socialized to accept everything, and that's how his mom raised him. Look, I just said it. Mom's gonna raise you like you could do no wrong, but then he's gonna have the boundary, and then sister's going to be raised as if she could do all wrong, has no boundaries, lose respect. You don't respect the daughter, you respect the son. And then look at what happens here. Because the son is setting boundaries and saying, no, you ain't gonna live with me. But then the daughters are gonna be like, oh yeah, you could do whatever. We're just bred to labor. Red flag. And don't marry a man who would write something like that.
Questions, y'all tell me down below. And tell me what y'all think about this one. I need to go into the comments because this is so interesting. Now, the first one says, something that I was just saying might be a possibility. There is a reason they are saying no. All caps on the no. I can't confirm nor deny. The second comment with the most traction says, everybody saying this is why you have a daughter. As a daughter, the answer is still no. What's interesting is that the daughter said find somebody else to do. You better go back to your favorite child. Go back over there. Now, I'm not saying that their mother has those dynamics in them. I'm saying if there was a daughter, the dynamics and the conversation might shift a little bit. Like, I would have loved to see if they had a sister, what she would have said. Just for the plot, because I think because daughters are raised to be nurturing. Like, you're given a baby doll, like when you're 5, and you're taught to like care for the little baby doll. And you know what? That baby doll is just practice. It's just practice. It might be practice for your kids, but it could be practice for your parents. Y'all ain't catching the play. And you think, oh, she's a little cute dog. And I'm not saying there's anything wrong with being nurturing because it's in many of our natures to be nurturing. But do you see how that same nurturing characteristic ends up being like used against you in such a way that you might not even know it's going to be used against you in? Your brothers might be plotting on you. And you didn't even know it. You didn't even know it. And all of the daughters, sons, I need to know down below. I need y'all to comment. Are you letting your mother move in with you, or would you let your mother move in with you?
I would, but then again, like, you know, it depends. I think it all falls down to the type of relationship you have with your mom. That's what it comes down to.
She needed it. Now, this is going to be interesting. I am kind of nervous to see what the sentiments are. But this is so interesting. Now, here is what I was saying. The daughters are sounding off, and I'm glad. I'm glad y'all are saying the quiet part out loud, because there's been too many women that I've talked to that have this same experience.
Wow.
It says, mothers will worship their sons and mistreat their daughters. But the daughters will be the ones taking care of their mothers in the end, while the king toss them to the back burner.
And this is the imbalance here, right? So, yeah. And notice how she worded it, mistreat their daughter. And I think this is where, again, not holding your sons accountable.
Allegedly can't confirm nor deny. Can't confirm nor deny. Others saying, shoot, my mother is the trigger, hit home. They're saying, allegedly, their moms triggered them too. And then they said, allegedly, this is for the parents. The moms watching and updating those videos.
Right.
Right now, allegedly, this is them. This is them.
Why
Now,
is she saying
because
allegedly?
This topic went so viral online, I thought it was only right to see some of the viral reactions on TikTok, and this is one of them.
All right, so we'll just watch that reaction, and then we gonna move on. Why grandparents have... Oh, this is really long. Okay, we might have to do a part 2 tomorrow on this one.
Does she agree?
So I'm watching this video where these men are being asked if they would allow their mothers to move in with them, and every single one of them said no, and they listed the reasons why. They named the different versions of toxicity that they couldn't deal with for long term, that they love their mothers, that they would want the best for them, that they would do everything absolutely possible to make sure that they are okay. However, living with them is simply not a solution. And why? Because they would make their lives miserable just because that is the track record that they've had. That is who they've decided to be. And it's unfortunate because when you go to the comments, instead of, I don't know, sanity, it was a whole bunch of women saying, see, ladies, this is exactly why you should be selfish. You should be thinking of yourself and taking care of yourself and not worrying about having kids. This is exactly why. This is why you should have a daughter. Well, where are the daughters? The daughters don't want them either. The daughter-in-laws don't want them either.
I'm so confused about this one right here. What is she saying?
The husbands left because they didn't want to deal with them. And instead of you having to own any accountability and say, hey, Mary Jo, maybe your attitude, your funky little attitude is what is keeping people from wanting to be around you for long periods of time. Perhaps not being the worst person in the room will get you liked by many, and they'll want to have you around. There was a time when grandmas were sweet. Grandmas looked out for you. Grandmas were who we defended. Now, we got to get away from these ladies because they are the worst.
Which ladies we talking about here? What are you talking about, Light Bright? Wrap this right up.
They bring you down for sport. They don't do anything that's not selfishly motivated.
My grandma used to bake cakes. Cookies, cakes, mac and cheese, collard greens, butter beans, with the ham hock. Okay, I will say this. That was a different time. I can't confirm nor deny what the grandmas are.
So I think this one right here is a red pill adjacent pick, male-centered one right here. This one right here. The reason I'm saying that is because she is saying that if grandmas or mothers become more, it's because mothers are selfish that the sons don't want to raise them, when I think it's quite the opposite. I mean, raise them, don't want to take them in, my bad. I think it's quite the opposite. I think the mothers were too lenient and not holding them accountable. I don't think, I mean, I understand the position of a selfish mom, being that she's selfish and that maybe a child is going to feel as if they don't owe their mom anything because their mom never did anything to them. But more often than not, I don't see that situation happening. Matter of fact, the most selfish moms have the sons chasing right up under them. They're the ones who the sons will see all types of negative behavior and paintbrush it and say, oh, but she still tried. She's my mama. That's my mama, though. That's my queen. I realize the ones who get the most disrespect and get stepped on are the doormats. That's my opinion, and from my lived experience, I promise you. That's all I see.
Allegedly doing or not doing in current day society, but I will say this: they be working now. They be like, I got a job. I ain't got time to be watching my grandkids.
Yeah.
We used to, as millennials, spend time with the grandparents.
And I'm happy they're doing that. Like, it doesn't make sense. You decided to have children. Like, yes, you can have children. You can have your parents as a village, but sometimes you cannot abuse the village. They also need to have their own life. You can't expect your parents to be responsible for what you decided to do. If people decide to have children, then you take care of your children. I don't understand the concept of leaning on your parents all the time. Now, if your mom wants to do it out of the willingness of her heart, then that's different. But you cannot just have children and expect that your parents are going to raise them. That's not fair. It's just like a parent having a child and expecting that their child is going to be their retirement plan. That's not fair. Like, I don't understand this. Like, why would we not expect our parents or grandparents to actually have some self-love? Like, it's just really weird to me.
Grandparents nowadays, they like, I ain't no babysitter. I ain't got time for that.
And ain't nothing wrong with that.
I did my time.
Exactly.
Like it was a jail sentence. They like, I did my time. I raised my kids, and you want me to raise your kids. And what's interesting about that to me, just to be honest, and this is an observation, a lot of the Gen X parents that a lot of us millennials had help. They had a village. Many of them did. A lot of people I knew personally were raised by their grandparents. They were raised by their granddad. Nowadays, you'd be hard pressed to hear that.
Yeah, but then they saw, and that's the thing. Sometimes you observe what they had to do and you say, I don't want that. Just like the reason why I don't have children. I saw my mama toil and, have to be there for us. And, my dad was out there working. My mom, she wasn't able to work until we were like a little bit like older because, again, daycare, and it was just too expensive. It wasn't worth it. So she had to wait until we were in school, and then she was able to work again. But after seeing her raise us, none of us have kids. All of my siblings across the board, we have not had a child yet. There's a reason. So I have to say that we can't use that as an excuse and say, oh, well, their grandparents raised them, and so that's why, like, it doesn't make sense. No, it's because they saw the struggles, and they saw that, no, I'm not going to sit here and in my retirement sit and watch my grandkids all day. I want to live life. I want to go on a cruise. I want to be able to travel. I'm not going to work all of these years and then retire to watch my grandkids all day long, unless I want to do it. But most of the time, more often than not, most parents don't want to. It's a lot to raise kids, especially them badass kids y'all be raising these days.
I'm not saying that should be the case, because
not all.
If you're going to bring children into this world, they should be your responsibility.
Thank you.
That level of stepping up in that village, I'm not seeing that no more.
No, and it shouldn't be there. People need to take accountability for their actions. I'm so sorry. The village should be there to support, not to enable. Support, not enable. Because the problem is that when you have too much enabling going in the village, then somebody's going to think they can pop out 4 or 5 kids. And then they're not going to have any, they're going to throw caution to the wind. That's the problem. And there's no accountability. Okay, you know what? We're going to stop it right here. I'm tired of this conversation. I'm getting triggered now. We'll continue tomorrow. Let me see some of the comments. We moving on, y'all. Move on to the last two. Breeny and Chanel. We just gonna watch a little bit of it. We might have to continue tomorrow. Hold on. Let me go here. Mary, how are you, sis? Oh, excuse me. I'm sorry, y'all. Mary, you said the parents don't realize they face consequences. Exactly. of not holding their children accountable. Yeah, they think that it's always going to be like this unconditional love. And I'm like, no, the same love you have for your child is different than the love the child has for you. Children are more of, what have you done for me lately? That's how they think. I'm being honest. They're not thinking about unconditional love. They're thinking about, what have you done for me lately? That's usually what it is. Prince, you said I breathed a sigh of relief when my granny passed, then cried because I felt conflicted about the relief I felt. Everyone just thought I was crying because she passed. And that's valid, right? That's very valid. Sometimes when people pass that you may not necessarily, like sometimes, some relationships are just so different, right? And it gives you like those bittersweet feelings and mixed feelings on top of that. Mary, even when you hold that person accountable consistently, they will not respect you either. They will just show that disrespect. Yup. Show that they disrespect you more when you uphold those boundaries or wait for you to fold. That could be true too. And sometimes, like, being a parent is very different. Not different. It's difficult. It's very hard. And I don't think people really realize, like, how many things that you have to take into consideration when dealing with children. It's not an easy job. And that's why I was saying not everybody is equipped to be a parent. And yet, here we are. You said, I knew parents who would buy kids what they want so that they didn't have to steal. Meanwhile, not knowing that is seen as a reward for their misbehavior. Exactly. Because they're not thinking about it that way. And it's really sad. I wish, again, people would take parenting classes before they were able to become parents. But yet, unfortunately, it's not like that. And it should be, in my opinion. There should be mandatory parenting class as soon as you become pregnant. There should be mandatory government classes for parenting. As soon as you become a parent, you got to take these classes. L, you said, wow, that's a relief AF. To be honest, my grandma is a miserable soul who can't realize she's the reason no one likes her. Yeah. Yep, it be like that too. And they have it's such a lack of awareness. It's really sad. A lot of our elders have a lack of awareness. Rose, you said, I heard in Korea now they want daughters because they know she'll be the one to take care of their parents and the sons won't. It was a whole discussion on TikTok. Yeah, they're late to the party. These daughters done woke up. Yeah, remember they were, it wasn't Korea, but I remember it was China. They were deleting girl children because the son would be able to carry the legacy, and then those sons would get married and leave their parents to the wind. Sure would. As soon as the new wife came in town, they're like, bye-bye. That's how it is. And they'll take care of the in-laws way better than they take care of your ass. Play with it. You said not you calling her light bright. No. And by the way, I wasn't calling her light bright because of her skin tone. It's because her face was so bright on the screen. I was like, damn, what type of lighting she using? It was all up on the screen like this. That's why I called it light bright. Y'all, I'm sorry, my mom on her own. And you know what? That's valid. Like I said, it's how I believe that's why I said there's no problem with, remember I did that whole live stream about no contact, and Oprah was getting on my damn nerves and pissing me off because she's like, well, they did this for you. And I'm like, no, you don't know how somebody treated you. It's all about how people treat you. People naturally want to help those who they feel indebted to, or who they feel really cared about them, who they feel like wanted the best for them. People naturally do that. You're not going to take care of somebody who treated you like shit. And if you do, then, more power to you, because you might have a benevolent spirit that I've ever seen. You have the heart of Jesus, but I don't. I'm so sorry. I'm a human, a flawed one. Yeah. All right. 2 more. Let's continue, y'all, because of time. I'm really trying to wrap this up. Let's see. Our wife. Okay. Should we do Breeny first? Yeah, Breeny first, and then we gonna do. Yeah, it's only 19 minutes, so we gonna watch half of this, like a little bit of this, and finish this tomorrow. And Chanel has she has a whole parts. So I saved her for last. We just gonna watch a little bit of her part and finish it tomorrow. Lord, let's see how this turns out before I continue. I'm just gonna watch the first 10 minutes, and if it's good, we gonna keep watching for tomorrow. If it's a little helter-skelter, we just gonna have to pass. Oh, if you guys do not know, Breeny Lee, she's a popular UK content creator. I remember I used to see some of her content back in the day. I don't really know where she is now. She lost a lot of weight before. I remember I used to watch her back then. And then I haven't watched her in a while. And this popped up on my feed, so I just want to see what this is about. She said I called off my engagement. We're going to hear why.
It has been a month since I called off my engagement.
Hold up, who we dealing with here? Breeny, when's your birthday? I'm so sorry, sis. Hold up. When is your birthday, my good sis? Breeny Lee. Oh, wait. Images? Oh, okay, here we go. Debrina Francis. Okay. Oh, she's a Cancer. All right. I knew I had to prepare myself. Here go a water sign. I knew I had to prepare myself for this. Okay, water signs. Get ready for it.
And ended our relationship.
Okay.
It's so interesting being a content creator.
She's gorgeous. Her cheekbones are just so amazing. I hope she's modeling. She needs to get into modeling somewhere.
Because people who aren't content creators are able to go through things and you never hear about it. I'm not obligated to share what I'm about to share today. However, because I am a content creator, and instead of telling 500 people 500 times, I'd rather just put it in one single video. And also, I don't want...
Did you show your fiance on your channel? Because you sounded like you did, Breeny. That's what I need to see. Breeny Lee. Wait, who was that? I got married with no... Oh, Kelly Stamps got married. Congratulations. Okay, I need to get this out. Wait, what her man? Married men give the worst advice. Why my engagement failed. Marriage is not... No, God doesn't hate... Okay, what happened? Whoa. Who was your man, sis? Okay, we're not going to get to all of this. Okay, there must have... Okay, you had to tell us. All right, let's go.
Assuming things that are not true. And, yeah, but I am single again. It has been a month and 1 day. So I have had a lot of time to process.
That's not a lot of time, sis. I'm sorry. I love you, sis, but that's not a lot of... A month and a day? That's not a lot of time, sis. But okay, that's okay. You know, it's baby steps.
And process and go through...
You know what? I need to download the song Single Again by Rick Ross and Trina. I'm single again. I'm back on the prowl. Yo, that was my song. I'm single again. Ooh, who I'm mingling with. Okay, you know what? Let me stop. Single again, Trina and
so
Rick Ross.
I am probably going to be speaking about things more matter of fact. But what I'm saying now is the truth from where I am at now. I don't know what will happen in 2 months when I get more revelation, or in 3 months, or in a year from now. But all I can speak from is where I'm at now. And where I'm at now is I'm single and I feel free, which is crazy. And I want to be mindful of how much I share in this video. And I definitely won't be going into any detail. This is just an announcement since I announced my engagement on YouTube last year. Okay,
that's why. How to get engaged. Wait. I need to see the video. Did she take it down? Breeny, please do not disappoint me. Don't disappoint me. Please tell me you still got it. Oh, damn. She took it down. Oh, we're engaged and everything changed? Wait, when was this posted? A month ago. Okay, no. Wait, what she said, how to find the right partner a year ago. Wait. Oh, damn it. What was the name of the video again? How to get engaged? Is it like Aloho? I want to see what kind of advice she was given. Okay, how to find the right partner. Okay, we're just going to listen to a little bit of this. And I want to hear what she had to say.
USAA knows dynamic duos can save the day, like superheroes inside
this, and also how to get rid of your list. And this sounds like a contract, and then attacks. Period. Honestly, like when I was dating, I stopped watching dating advice because I was tired of it, because it's like, okay, well, I don't have any prospects. And so a lot of you guys may know that I am currently in a relationship with a person that I can for 100% see myself marrying. Might be an engagement coming up soon, but I am currently...
She's Cancer, y'all. I knew it. The water signs never disappoint. I had to brace myself for what was coming up. What's wrong? Did she do something?
No, I'm thinking to do this one.
No, I'll do it. I can do it. But are we gonna
Make a bigger food.
No, I already did. Mimi's food is right here. Bomi ate all her food?
No, it's here.
Okay, you can just drop it down. It's fine. Does she have meat in there? There's beef right there. Just put it in there. I made the food already. Yeah, and then Mimi's food is here, but I don't know why she doesn't want to eat. I think she wants to eat chicken. But I don't feel like making chicken. I'll make that chicken for her after. She's going to eat a little later. I'm almost done. All right, y'all. So, yeah, Dom's tired, y'all. He had to work overtime today. So, yeah, what was I saying? You see, you made me forget. You know my meds are done. Now I gotta remember. What the hell was I talking about? Yeah, she's a Cancer. What she said again? Hold up.
Because I was tired of it, because it's like, okay, well, I don't have any prospects. And so a lot of you guys may know that I am currently in a relationship with a person that I can...
Oh, yeah, she can see myself 100. You see, that's why you don't make absolutes, sis. Red flag. Do not ever underestimate a man or a woman. Especially a man, though. Do not underestimate a man. All I'm going to say is you should never be 100% sure off of the actions of somebody else. She wanted to get engaged to y'all. Damn, she was watching. She was too hopeful. I told you, water signs, y'all not ready for this world. You're not built.
100% see myself marrying. Might be an engagement coming up soon. But I am currently in a relationship, and it is my first relationship that I've been in that I can say, wow, yeah, I've actually found the one. So I literally want to talk to you guys today about having a list. Should you have a list? Should you stick to your list? How to write a list, and also...
By the way, we're not watching all of this. I just want to hear a little bit.
How to get rid of your list. And this sounds like a contradiction. It sounds like an oxymoron, but I'm going somewhere. So when I met my partner, I literally was not looking for him. I was happy. My boyfriend messed up my hot girl summer, snatched me up. No, I'm joking. Yeah, I wasn't looking for him. If you guys don't know my story, I had been single for 13 years. I had like a 1-week relationship last year. The only reason...
for a Cancer, that's a very long time. I commend you, sis. You're the only Cancer I've known that has been willingly single for 13 years. It's very tough for y'all. I know. I got to give it up to you, though, sis. Kudos to you. 13 years is a long time. And I'm for a water sign, I'm saying. For a water sign. I know it's very long for y'all.
My relationship last year lasted for 1 week because I didn't want to be in a relationship with this guy. But it was just like, oh, yeah, we're dating now. Oh, now we're in a relationship. I'm like, no, we're not in a relationship. Like, it was an undercover relationship. Nobody really knew that we were together. And it didn't last very long. It lasted about 3 weeks. But before I met my current partner, my only partner, my forever partner, the last guy that I'll ever date in my entire life. Before I met him, I was not on this, oh my God,
oh my God, I feel so bad for her. She has so many hopes and expectations. Okay, let's get back to the present day, because I can't find the how to get engaged video.
This is an announcement that I'm single again. I'm doing that out of respect. I'm doing that out of respect for the person that I was in a relationship with, the person that I said yes to, and because we are on good terms at the moment. And, you know, relationship breakups are so interesting because there's so many different stages. People call it 5 stages of grief. Yeah, I've been through all of the stages of grief. It's not in the same... I have been through all the stages of grief, and I feel like because so much else... I don't even know what I'm saying. I didn't even plan this video. I didn't even plan what to say in this video. I'm just going to flow and I'm just going to speak from my heart. But I think in the first week,
she peed
people
right
think
there?
that if you ended a relationship, you're not going to be sad and you're going to be quick to get over it. And that's not the case. Like, when you love When you love someone and you've given someone so much of
Oh yeah. Oh, you about to cry, sis? Yeah, I think she's upset, yo.
yourself and so much of your love and so much of your affection and so much of your time and so much of your energy, and it's like comes to a halt, even though it was my decision, it hurt like hell. It's even difficult when nothing big happened, because if something big happened, at least you can be like, oh, well, that person's an idiot, that person's stupid, that they'll never have access to me. Like, I was not angry. Nothing big happened, but I was watching a video on TikTok and it was talking about the many paper cuts that happen in a relationship that makes you question things. And it's like, I guess, the straw that broke the camel's back. Like, the camel's back didn't break on a single straw. It was multiple. And it is so hard to process, especially when you know that person is a good person. Like, at their core, they are a good person. Like, I don't have anything bad to say. We made so much sense on paper, and it manifested in real life for quite a long time where everything was good. I think ultimately what ended our relationship is a lack of alignment and a lack of vision for the future. And I think that is big enough.
It is, and I'm glad that I have to commend her. Okay, all right, your water signs, you are vindicated today. I think that it is better for you to pull the plug before getting married than after, and you shouldn't put yourself in that situation just to get married. So I actually am very happy that she realized that this person wasn't aligned with her future, and she decided to back away and just and choose herself. I actually commend her for that. Good job, sis. That's what's up.
To end a relationship, it doesn't have to be anything scandalous.
Yeah,
but
it's
what
true.
I was trying to say
You're
is
just not good for each other, and that sometimes that I mean, it happens in real life. You're just not a good fit. Sometimes it happens. A person could be a cool person, just not to work with, or not to be around, or not to date, or not to marry. There's so many different factors, right?
that when it's not something catastrophic, it's hard because you're constantly thinking, okay, maybe I was too hasty.
No.
That's
the cancer coming out of you. No. Stuff it back in, sis. Stuff it back in. Because you're thinking like that right now because the infractions are just minor. But after you get married, they might explode into major. So you are just thinking, oh, it's nothing, and people in your mind, in your head, probably is like, oh, hey, it's something he could work on. No, if he's not actively working on it while you were together, and he's not trying his best to fix that, then when you're married, it's going to be the same song and dance. I hope you know that. Well, I know you know that, but I hope other people know that. So yes, no, do not feel that, oh, it was just hasty, and no, your intuition was jumping and it literally saved you. But please do not revert back. Don't let it jump out of you. Don't let the water jump.
Maybe I was too hasty. Maybe I made a mistake.
No,
maybe
you weren't. You weren't.
Maybe we can do more. But the Bible says,
no.
if the foundations be destroyed, what can the righteous do? And sometimes it's just a foundation issue. And if a foundation is built like this and not like this, you can keep working at it, and you can go to therapy, and you can go do all this stuff. You can
should have done it from before. And even if you do it, like for me personally speaking, like I'm gonna say something very controversial right now, and some people might be upset, but you should be doing that from before. I feel like working through things is one thing, but at the same time, the person has to take the onus to want to do better. And if you are already dating and you have to go to therapy to fix issues, in my opinion, I don't think you should be getting married. I gotta be honest. Dating is supposed to be a time where you can, I'm not saying you shouldn't have any problems. I want to make that very clear. Of course, you're going to have conflict. Of course, you're going to have misunderstandings. You're going to have disagreements. But it shouldn't be to the capacity where you're working on issues that should have been resolved from before. And if that's the case, then you should not be getting married. You need to put a break on that. Take time to, Do what you need to do independently. And then if time permits and you're both aligned, then you can move forward. But honestly, I do not recommend it, because I think if you are already starting off on a bad foot, then you're not just going to keep walking on that foot. My personal opinion. I think it's just a predecessor, and it's just like a foreshadowing of how your marriage is going to end up.
Watch videos. I mean, if the one person is doing the work, let's say one person is doing the work, trying to...
You see, I didn't even watch this video. Exactly. I can already tell, because the other person is not making an effort to change and to fix it. That is the issue. And then the one person who wants to is recommending therapy, recommending this, recommending that. And you're not supposed to be doing that for that person. They should want to do it on their own.
Make the foundation. If the foundation is faulty, there's actually nothing you can do about it. And the reason why I say that I feel free, and even though I'm single, I feel free, is because a lack of alignment is so key and so necessary for a successful relationship. It's not like an unequally yoked thing. We're both Christians. We both love God. We both pray. We both seek Him.
That's the problem. You found your foundation is only on religion, but it's not on other factors. Religion is one part of your life, and this is the problem. You make religion your whole identity. And so you think that is it. Oh, we just are both Christian. We're both alive. How many pastors out there who are misaligned with their wives? How many deacons out there misaligned with their wives mentally, emotionally, and sometimes sexually? Hello. You can't be just basing it off of one aspect of your life. Your religion is not your whole entire personality. You are multifaceted. You're a human being. Trust and believe me, when them bills got to be paid, they're not going to ask you, when you go to the bank, are you a Christian? No, they're going to ask you, when can we expect that payment? They don't give a damn about what religion you are. They need that money. If he is misaligned in finances, then you just, all your money going to go to the church? How are you going to feed your kids? Because this is the starter pack. She was going to be pregnant within a year. Who's going to feed your children? How is he going to raise your children? What lessons can he give them? Those are the things you need to be worried about. How emotionally ready are you to be committed to this relationship? Can you wash your ass? Can you scrub your balls? Do you know how to cook? Do you know how to microwave food? Can you bend over? Do you know how to lift a weight? Do you know how to fix something? What do you know how to do independently? And what do I know how to do independently? So that when we come together, it'll elevate us. It's not going to regress us. Because if one person's good with finances and the other one isn't, well, guess what? Remember in algebra? Or was it algebra? Yeah. If negative and positive, then it equals negative. Red flag. That means it's going to bring you down. Ain't that what it is? Hold up. Let's try it right now. A calculator. Let's help me Google. -6 + 6. Is it positive or negative? Oh, it's 0. Oops. -10 + 6 equals -4. There we go. There we go. -4. It's gonna be he's gonna bring you down. Dom is laughing at me right now because he knows how to do mental math. Anyways, negative. Yeah, that's all I remember from math. If a negative and the positive get together, it's gonna be what? Negative. Just remember that when you're dating. If he can't get his finances in order and he's not trying to fix it, and I'm bringing up finances for a reason because it's one of the number one reasons for divorce. If his finances can't get up and he's not willing to do anything about it, and you are also you're really a good steward of your money, then he's going to bring you down. And this is just an example. If he's not trying, because she said it in so many words, she's like, well, if one person's working on it, yeah, exactly, you working. And he's not trying, then that's going to be in every area of your marriage. But yet somehow religion, he's trying so hard. You know why he's trying so hard? Because it doesn't take much. I've got to be honest. Being a Christian is very easy. I mean, in theory, I got to be honest. The reason why I'm saying it's easy in theory is because all people expect you to do is go to church, look like you're reading your Bible, and act like you care. That's it. You don't get tested. But of course God sees it, so you shouldn't be doing that anyways. The Muslims, they gotta go and they gotta pray 3 times a day. They gotta really show work. They gotta go in the, they gotta do all of that. Sun up, sundown, they're facing the east. They gotta really, you really gotta see that. But for Christians, you ain't gotta do. You be like, oh, God knows my heart. Oh, that's good, brother. Show up to church. You've been approved. Very easy. Unfortunately, though, you know them by their fruits.
We both laugh and have a great time. We both are
laughing and paying no bills, Breeny.
Good mates, good friends. So that is not enough to walk into the next chapter and into the future with that person. It's just not enough. Even though you guys are both believers and you both love God, it is not enough. And sometimes people are good people, but they're just not good for you. And like I said, I'm saying that May the 15th, I don't know what's going to happen in a month from now.
Yes, you better not regress, miss. Okay, hold on. Let's finish letting her finish her thought. We getting to Chanel. We wrapping this right up. I got 10 minutes. I got to be out of here.
I don't know what's going to happen in 2 months. I don't know if I'm going to feel the exact same way that I feel now. Or maybe I might feel worse.
You better feel the same way, sis. And even better, Breeny. Please do not let the water come out.
Or maybe I might feel better. I don't know. So all I can speak from is where I'm at now in my current mental state. And I think I'm going to do an updated video on how to get through a heartbreak. The last one I did was a couple years ago, and I think it's got like 2 million views or something. I think it is a very key video, and I see why people are still watching it even till today. Because heartbreak and going through a breakup, especially at a time when your whole life is shifting, like I've been in severe pain. I have been in a lot of pain because of the breakup. But I think one of the things that really helped me is getting clarity about certain things that happen in a relationship, because I didn't want to go away from the relationship assuming that he did this because of this. I wanted to give him the benefit of the doubt, and it's like now we can speak because I'm not scared to say what I want to say. And I didn't realize how much I was holding back because I was afraid of his reaction.
And this is a problem. You see, you're going to carry that into marriage. This is something that I think as women, especially if you are a reformed people pleaser, please don't do that. Say what you mean and say how you feel. That's it. That's all. And it is something that I did have to work on. I'm not going to lie to y'all. I had to really work on that, because what I would do is that I would say something. And then if I felt as if the person wanted to do whatever they wanted to do, then I'm just like, whatever. But at the end of the day, when you're in a relationship, you can't have that kind of attitude. You really have to communicate a lot. Communication is really supposed to be your first thought. Like that should be the first thing on your mind. If there's any advice I could give to anybody, and that's whether you're in a relationship or not, that's going to work universally across the board. Learn effective communication skills. Boom. And I'm still working on that, y'all. It is not easy, especially if you have not been taught, but it's something that you always have to continuously practice. And when I say communication, I'm not just saying just use the right words and use vocabulary and all that. No, I'm talking about how to effectively listen, active listening, and speaking. So you need to listen first and speak. And then listen more than you speak. And that is something that I've been getting better at. I've been so much better. Like who I was, like I would say 4 years ago to now is completely different. And that's because I have done a lot of work to really change. And when I say change, it's like change certain aspects that I know that I need to be accountable for. And if you're going to share your life with someone, whether it is as a friend or a partner or your husband or whatever, even siblings, I don't know who it is. Even at your job, you gotta learn how to communicate, and you have to learn when to just let things go. Sometimes you're just not gonna get the answer you want right away, and sometimes it's gonna take time. And so I think that instant gratification, it can kill some people, because it does take a lot of effort, it takes a lot of time, but the two individuals in said relationship, they need to be the ones to want to make the effort to work towards it. It can't just be one person. That's universal.
To the truth that I was presenting. But having that conversation and having that clarity helped me a lot, because I think the first thing that women want to do when they go for a breakup is go online and look at videos. And if you do that, the first thing you're going to say is that guy is a narcissist. And I get it. I have been with narcissists, but not everybody is a narcissist. Sometimes there's different dynamics at play. And like I was speaking about alignment, when you are not aligned, things can become very toxic.
Okay, we gonna park this for tomorrow. I need to hear what she's talking about. Why are we bringing up Narky? Are you gonna tell us something, sis, and you wanna just get ahead of it? We gonna park you right here, Breeny. I shall return tomorrow. Let's see Chanel's video, the first 10 minutes, y'all.
Hello.
And then I'm gonna get to the comments.
Oh, you guys have finally...
And we'll watch 2 palate cleansers, my bad.
...got me. This is perhaps the biggest request of content over my...
Oh, my bad. I didn't introduce Chanel. She's another UK content creator. Shout out to my UK girlies. I actually watched her. Y'all, Chanel used to be extremely overweight. I remember that. I remember when she married her pastor husband, y'all. I used to watch her. I was all up in them YouTube scenes, y'all. And then a few years ago, she lost weight. And then I realized she had a new man on her arms. I was like, oh, what happened to pastor? And so now she finally came up with a video 2 weeks ago, y'all. We gonna definitely park her for tomorrow, because not only is it a 5-part or something, but I want to go through her old videos with her pastor.
Social media platform.
Yeah, that's when I was really into the UK girlies. I used to watch Patricia, her, Shirley B or something. Shirley E. Yeah, I liked her content too. There's a lot of UK girlies I used to watch back in the day.
Over the past 4 years, and I'm finally ready to share this. Surviving a marriage to a Nigerian pastor. And honestly, I know it's been 4 years, and one may think, why now? First of all, I would like to state that this is not revenge. This is not an expose. This is a woman who simply survived and is sharing her very true and...
Chanel, what's your sign, sis? Hey, Bommy, stop it. Chanel, what's her name? Boating. Chanel's a Capricorn. All right, so we can expect a bit of cap in here. And I remember I used to watch her channel. People were saying red flags from before with her husband. Because he was a pastor. They got married real quick. And then she had a child prior. And her child has a disability, if I'm not mistaken. And I remember them comments, because I was like, I don't know if this is going to work. Because he was really Nigerian. And she's from the UK. And that's already like, a cultural difference. Even though you're from the same culture. But they're just different people, right? But he was older than her. He was like real old. It was crazy. He looked like her granddaddy or something. Her daddy. Hold on, let me see if I can find it, y'all. That's really why I was watching it. I'm not gonna lie. I was messy as hell back then, y'all. I was way too messy on YouTube. What's her name again? Chanel. Yeah, here. Damn, they not playing. Oh. Yo, the algorithm is king. I literally just clicked on the video. They already got what I'm looking for. You know what? We gonna watch that tomorrow. Okay, let's finish watching 10 minutes, y'all. We don't got too much time. I don't want to hold y'all. And the luxury scam will be tomorrow.
An authentic and honest story. Obviously, from my perspective, regardless of that, this is my moment. Okay? This is my moment to milk it. And yes, I will keep it real in saying that.
Well, you look good, so you might as well. Go on ahead, sis. Let's listen to what you got to say.
Because this is a widespread conversation right now of what's really happening in certain marital homes. And let me tell you something. I've really practiced how to have so much more boundaries now over what I share online. I'm still very private and secret in a lot of my things because I have to be and I can be. However, and I did do a Substack post about this recently, so do have a read if you want to. I still have a lot of value in my experience and my story. And that value is something that has a lot of purpose. And a girl could only dream that this gets picked up by Netflix or some type of huge production firm. Why? Because of the level of value that it is. It's so detailed and intricate, and it's going to be over a period of time. It can't be all in this one video, just so you know that. But I never wanted to do this video or share this story on my social media platforms. I guess a girl can only dream that Netflix picks it up. Or
but why you keep talking about Netflix, sis? You trying to put what's going on? Bill, is this a recession indicator? No, I'm not liking that. Why you keep saying Netflix? Are you trying to peddle this story? Hold up. What's I know I see red flags in the comments. Hold on. Do I need to know something? Okay, I gotta read after because I really want to park this and then read the comments and then watch the Palate Cleanser and we out, y'all, because we gonna go. We definitely. I gotta give this time.
To sit on a huge podcast and share my story or write a book and make it become a bestseller. But as I said, the value is there, and regardless, it's stuff.
No, because you see, when somebody mentions this, that lets me know that's your original thought, sis. That's what you really want. All right, I'm gonna look at you sideways here, because 4 years later, yeah, what you got to tell us 4 years later? We've been asking for the tea 4 years ago. Red flag. I don't like it when people sit on tea like that. Don't do it. Like, again, for Breeny, it was way too short. Like, she didn't need to give us anything. It's only been a month. 4 years is enough time. You sat on this damn hot tea. Like, this is the thing. Okay. If you're not gonna share it, then don't share it, period. Do not wait 4 years later be like, oh, well, actually, Netflix might pick it up, so let me start squawking. No, sis. This tea should have been piped a while ago. But, you know, I get it. Everybody has their timeline. That's just me being nosy. All right, continuing.
Starts here on the internet, on my home, on my channel. And, yes, I do have 2 channels. I'm active now on Chanel's House, which is my second channel. So... as I said, this is part 1. You may want to subscribe and stay tuned. Although I'm collaborating it with my main channel, you're going to be able to get the feedback and stuff of the capital life. It's my story to tell.
Okay, when's the story starting?
And I have restructured my life so that it's simplified and manageable. Okay. Who has felt ashamed or embarrassed. Her daughters, okay? Zandile is a very recent story that's happened in Bedfordshire, and I'm seeing Barbara Tomey being murdered by her pastor husband.
Oh wow.
I'm realizing how much I actually am a survivor, because this story, or my story, covers a lot. It was emotional abuse, it was financial abuse, it was domestic violence that could have ended me. And so me sitting here today is an absolute miracle. And the silent attacks is something that no one was ever able to see, because all they saw was me coming and smiling all the time, acting like everything was okay. I have to get past the fear of not only being ashamed to share my story, but the fear of people judging and criticizing me and calling me a liar, when, you know, this is what happens to a lot of women who are silently going through something. The moment she speaks out, there's questions. Whilst there has been evidence of women who have not necessarily been real about their story, I guarantee you the majority of women are being honest. And I am definitely one of those. But regardless, not everyone may see that. And I have to get over the fact that...
Yeah, because I ain't gonna lie, y'all. They had a whole thread about her on Lipstick Alley. Like, they really did, y'all. Lipstick Alley had a whole thread about her and her husband from years ago. I might need to brush up on the thread before coming up tomorrow, because I need to piece the puzzle together. Listen, I gotta be honest. So that's why she's coming out with this disclaimer. It's for the folks on Lipstick Alley. It was there from years ago.
Me holding this back, and this is a lot of the feedback I've been getting over the years, is Chanel, you're holding back. My close friends and family, even before I've done this video, my manager said, Chanel, I don't know why all this time you haven't shared this story. And so when I put out the Netflix challenge of the documentary on Netflix, and I got the feedback that I did from my supporters and tea-sippers, but it's okay. We're all here to see. This is going to cover a lot of people. This is going to be gossip for you, if that's what it is.
Chanel, this is a long intro, my Capricorn sister.
I don't know. I went from a size 22, and I really put into my body of work, which I was a makeup artist at the time, and starting YouTube and stuff is about, 16 years ago. I really poured into myself and I started to become creative. I lost a lot of weight, okay? I went on the Cambridge diet and I lost about, I went from a size 22 to about a size 16 to 18. And so when you get that power, this is what happens when a woman really pours into herself, or even outpours by being creative, by doing all these extra and exciting stuff that heals her. Then she has a glow up. And I remember after that period having a glow up, and this is where YouTube was born. This is where Thierry Monet would have the gorgeous patterned bodycon dresses, and I will run out and buy them. This is when Jenny Jenkins was doing her hair, and I'll go and get bendy rollers, and it was really the most exciting time for me as a single mother at the time. And so I came to this new ministry when I left that previous ministry as a whole and a new woman. A lot of you guys will know the ministry that I attended. I went to the branch in Wembley. I don't believe it's there anymore, but I did go there. And again, I went at a very different phase of my life. This is the phase of my life that I'm actually in now, the creative phase, where I'm out and focused and doing.
Is this story gonna start? I'm so sorry. Listen, I'm not trying to be impatient, but Lord, I can only take so much. Chanel, where are we getting to? Get to it. It's been how many? 12 minutes. Come
I'm
on.
rebuilding to the point where I might outgrow my usual settings or standard, where I'm now feeling empowered and ready for the next move in life. And very quickly, this is where I met him.
Oh, okay. All right.
When you do work on yourself, you attract everything. You attract the good, the bad, and the ugly. At the time, it obviously didn't seem anything bad. In fact, I wouldn't even class it as bad. But what I would say and take accountability for is I actually do have to even apologize for people who was criticizing me at the time.
They were
moving too fast.
Yep, I remember, because them... Yo, so this is how I am, and I'm pretty sure some of you are like this. When I have a thought and I'm like, yo, does anybody else feel like that? Am I the only one? Because I was like, why is she marrying this old man so quickly? And I'm not saying there's anything wrong with marrying a man who's older than you, not at all. But it was more so like, girl, like, what is the rush? Like, he's, I just couldn't understand it. And I was like, is it just me? And then I read them. They was flaming you, girl. They flamed you for a minute. So much so they created a thread on Lipstick Alley for you. So yeah, you got to take accountability for that. You can't say nobody didn't warn you. Maybe nobody at your church and nobody in your inner circle. But a lot of the girlies, especially the Nigerian girlies, they warned you. They sure did.
Chanel, slow down.
They sure did.
Some family members, including my sister, was like, this ain't it.
Oh, so sister
and I
said
was
it
like,
too.
no, you have no idea. This is the man of my dreams. He's a pastor. He's a leader in a church. And as for that pastor thing, we'll talk about it in a minute, because in Kui, I will talk about it in a minute, Ghana, for you understand what I mean.
You know what it was too, I gotta be honest, is because she had a kid, and she was a single mom. Not only that, but like I said, her kid is special needs. So I think that had she had, and she looks like she may not have had the highest of self-esteem, because she said that she went from a 20 to a 16 and she started to glow up. So the first man that gave her attention, of course she's going to be all for it. And not only that, but the fact that he probably accepted her child made her even more vulnerable to him. So I must say that, and this is why it is important to really not react out of emotion and not out of a need to be with someone. You should feel fulfilled on your own as well, because then you're less likely to end up in this kind of situation. Gotta be honest.
Saying. But here we are. I finally connected or found somebody who accepted me.
Yeah, you see?
And yes,
there we go.
At that time I had lost weight. I was a size 16 to 18,
there we
remember?
Go.
Contrary to the comments on my marriage versus divorce post on Instagram, I didn't meet him at that size. My subscribers on YouTube at the time was about 18,000 subscribers. And I remember that number specifically because the main pastor of the church, he was very fascinated by that because he really wanted to develop his online stuff. And he was like, 18,000 subscribers is amazing. And I remember us being in the music room talking with our pastor about that. And my ex literally said she thinks that when we're married, that she's going to continue with this.
What? Are you sure he said that? Because I remember him skinning and grinning in your videos, sis. Come on now. Listen, I got to be honest. He was skinning and grinning in your videos. How did that happen? All right, y'all. Two more minutes of this, and we're going to wrap it up till tomorrow. Because I remember him in them videos, y'all. Hey! Bomi, stop it. Is that her? No, that's not her. Hold on. Let's see. I'm trying to see her old videos. He was there, y'all. Maybe somebody has old... Oh, here's an old video. Is that her? Yeah, her name was Chanel Ambrose.
Yeah, I just want people to come and sit down and just chill with me.
Hey guys, welcome back to another video.
Well, her makeup was always nice. Hold on. Chanel Ambrose and her ex-husband. I remember he was all up in her videos. I mean, one time he had a hat on. He was looking very grand. No, I don't want to say granddaddy. Let me stop. It's not zaddy. It was like pappy. Yeah, he was looking very pappy-ish. Was that the one I watched? Okay, who? Yeah, a lot of marriage versus divorce. Why women reinvent themselves after divorce. Okay. How Lipstick Alley chased... Yeah, you see? I told you Lipstick Alley was a beast. Hold on, let me see you.
Back to chapters and verses.
Bro, Lipstick Alley was on that. They were tagging her ass all the time. Like, her thread used to always... And I did not read her thread. Like, I was there, for other things. Because Lipstick Alley be having some good advice, y'all. I be on their... the thread about movers and shakers, like jobs, career. They had another one. I like reading the relocation ones. Those ones be funny as hell too. And sometimes Family Matters. They have good threads. It's not all gossip, right? So I be on some threads, but I was on that Latoya Forever thread though. That thread was crazy.
Well, thank you so much. Really appreciate it.
I was a lurker.
All right. So today we at least from Instagram, sending a different persona outside than she is inside. This story is a little bit on the long side, everyone, so please get a cup of tea or coffee or whatever.
Okay, we're going to watch all this tomorrow. There's a lot going on with Chanel. All right, continuing.
Here I am today. And I would say it moved extremely fast. And I would say my loved ones, and even some people who may have not known me that well, but found it an opportunity to gossip about me and stuff, they did criticize the fact that I was moving very quickly with this individual.
But you said
to
that
be honest
already.
with you, it's something I regret in terms of the pace that I was moving, but I had been very naive. I hadn't had a lot of relationships, actually. Even up till now, I haven't had a lot of men. And so I guess for me, I'm just like, I want this chapter of my life to happen. And this fella seems pretty much into me, and I've never felt that before. There was more than enough evidence in my grown mind now to see that a lot of it was a facade. A lot of it was not real or honest, but rather me just ignoring that and saying, regardless, we can work on it. And that's what happens in a lot of Christian marriages. They can see the red flags, but you're praying for things to change, if anything, or it can develop. And you know what? Sometimes that might be the case. Anyway, I remember the day that they were going to announce my wedding, and he was a leader in the church. I put it as pastor, but he was never ordained as a pastor. In fact, he didn't actually tell us the truth. He didn't tell me the truth. When he first met me, he said he was a pastor, and he said that to my parents. But later on the line, he wasn't actually ordained. He was never called Pastor so-and-so. He never had a own church with a following or a congregation. And so essentially we were lied to. For me, I always went along with it because I knew his aspirations were to be that. And you know how it goes. We manifest, isn't it? Exactly who we want to be. We say it is, even if it's a lie. Even if you're not making the efforts to even getting there, we're going to say that's who you are and that's going to be the story. And for me, I just wanted to support that, if anything, because I guess I saw where the potential lied, where it came to being a pastor. Anyway, the day of my wedding announcement was something else. Obviously, this was discussed behind the scenes with the main pastor of the church at the time. And after the announcement happened, I had a girl come up to me. She was one of the choir members. And
trouble.
Her energy was off.
Yeah, choir members, the messiest people in the church. Messy. Anyone in the choir, I stay away from. I don't deal with them folks. They always got the worst type of issues.
It's like, oh, congratulations. Anyway, he wanted to date me. I said, really? Oh, because bear in mind, they had been in the church for a hot minute. Like, it had been a few years of them knowing themselves, and I had just reached. It had only been about a month or so at this time, and I'm here coming to take the youngest, most, I guess, nicest one out of the bunch, you know? And yeah, he was very good looking, actually. He's not a bad looking person. I mean,
she lying. You see the Cap and Capricorn in her. No, pause the brakes. Is it the same man we talking about here? Wait a minute. Hold up. Y'all, she said he's the handsome one? Are my eyes tricking me? I don't really remember him, but hold up. Where he at? No, that's not him. Where this is him, y'all. Hold up. This is the handsome one she talking about, right? I'm not saying he ugly, but she trying to act like he's really that dude. This the youngest one? All right, y'all. We gonna wrap this up till tomorrow. I feel like there's a lot of capulation going on here. There's gonna be a lot of capping. I'm gonna read some comments. Palate Cleanser, we're out of here, y'all. We're done. Yeah, this gotta be safe for tomorrow. Mocha, hey sis, I didn't even see you earlier. You said she tells a story like a preacher. Yo, just like, who Lord, very long-winded. I know I'm long-winded too, but damn, not that long-winded. That's a lot. L, you said yeah. Oh, you said yeah, I think there are fireworks, but my bed is near the window. Oh, what happened? There's fireworks? Rose, she taking a sweet time. Oh, Blueberry, it's 5 a.m. Yeah, we're done now. I'm sorry, sis, for the time difference. It's 8 over here. No, Prince, I'm in a different borough. If not, it's not the hood. Yeah, I know sis is not in the hood for sure. Genesis, how are you, sis? I'm hearing fireworks too. Are y'all in New York? No, I know Elle's in New York. Genesis, you in New York too? Mary. She's saying a whole lot of nothing at all. The story's starting to get good, but it's too late, so we're done. We'll wrap this up tomorrow. Some girl, so this man was a scammer and you helped him scam. I told y'all, Cap and Capricorns, I was getting ready for it, y'all. Getting ready for it. You said that thread is messy. The Latoya, yeah. Yo, I was in that Latoya thread heavy. Back in the day, that was a crazy ass thread, y'all, because the tweet was crazy. Crazy. The Maze Lee, no, I'm not gonna lie. I used to be on the Maze Lee one like a while ago before they had the last 3 kids, but it was too much. Like after a while, you just get tired. I think that's why I'm good at case studies, to be honest with you, because I was through all the, I was reading all them threads. All I did was I was on Lipstick Alley, Perez Hilton. I don't know what happened to him. He disappeared. I was also on there was a place called the oh my god, was it Gossip Guru? I forgot what it was. It was for the white girls, for the girlies, for the YouTube, the mom talks. Yo, they used to be dragging people. I forgot what it was called. Oh my god, it was like Gigi. I forgot the name. And there was a Discord one about the Korean ones too. Y'all, one time I saw my name on the AMBW thread when I did the Bia and Sanghoon one. I was like, I done made it. I done made it on a Lipstick Alley thread. That's exciting to me. If I ever have my own thread on Lipstick Alley, that means I done made it, y'all. I'm in the big leagues. Charmy, you said, yeah, they messy on Lipstick Alley, but they are great detectives and sleuths. Yeah, that's why I go to them for a lot of the sources, especially with the Beyonce and Jay-Z case study, the Kathy White one. They were really, really good with that. Y'all, all right. I'm glad to know I'm not the only one on Lipstick Alley. All right, y'all done sent me this. Hold on. Which palette cleanser should we watch? And then we'll watch the rest tomorrow. Okay, here. News anchor South Carolina State Fair taste test fail. I feel like this one's going to be funny. Okay, which one should I watch? The kid one with the goats? Okay, I feel like this one's going to be funny. Okay, let's watch this one, and then we're out of here.
Dog and see what this is on Hollow Valley. Let me get a bite of this.
Is that a hot dog?
Pretty good.
Okay, what's wrong?
Pretty good. Man, this is really good, man. Thank you so much for coming on the show today, man. And back to everyone. Back to you.
Okay.
Bring back a hot dog for everyone, Jalen.
Wait, I don't get it.
Having a great time at the fair. You can head out to the fair.
It's a hot dog, though. Was it that bad? Oh.
Pretty good.
What?
Pretty good. Man, this is really good, man. Thank you so much.
Yeah, why he lying his that red flag lying your ass off?
Not to you.
No, I don't know,
Bring back a
y'all.
hot dog for everyone, Jalen.
Okay, well, I guess he ain't eat the hot dog properly. Hold up. I feel like this one gonna be a weird one. What is this one?
Oh, good job.
Look at goat.
I know. Look at that white goat. Oh, they are so cute.
Look at.
I know. Look, there's a black one.
Black one.
Black and white one. Oh, good job.
Look at goat.
I know. Look
Where
at
did that
white
kid
goat.
come from?
Oh, they are so cute.
Where that kid came from? No, I don't know where that kid
Look,
came
there's a
from.
black one.
Black one.
Black and white one.
Okay, you know what? I'm done for tonight. Thank you so much for joining tonight's live stream. We're done. I will be back early tomorrow because we gotta finish this whole the Chanel of it all. I think we're only gonna cover 3 stories, just the rest of these, and we wrapping everything up tonight. All right, y'all. Bruh, this is craziness. Hold on, let me see the last comments and we out of here. That baby is like the black one. I'm dead, y'all. No. I think that was enough. He doesn't like the hot dog. Yeah, no, I know, L, but it's just the reaction where he's like, thank you. And he's like, I'm like, well, damn. Like, it was just too much. I'm like, I wasn't sure, but I'm like, but it's a hot dog. How bad can it be? Damn, they must have put something in there that made that man not like it at all. But anyways, have a good night, y'all. See y'all tomorrow.